work our way through this unfortunate pandemic that we find ourselves in. As we get ready to get this one kicked off, we're going to take a look at the projected starting lineups for both teams, starting with the Milwaukee Brewers. So batting first, it's going to be Lorenzo Cain playing center field.
And now
second,
to honor
it's going to
America,
be Christian Yelich
especially
on
the
left.
brave men and women serving our
Batting
nation
third,
in the
the
Persian
second
Gulf
baseman,
and throughout the
Keston Hiura.
world. Please join in the
Batting
singing
fourth
of our
on right
national
field,
anthem.
Avisail Garcia.
The anthem will be followed by a flyover of F-16
fifth,
jets from the
first
56th
baseman Justin
Tactical
Smoke.
Training Wing at MacDill Air Force Base.
Sixth is going to be
and
the
will
third
be
baseman
performed
Brock
by the
Holt.
Florida Orchestra under the direction of Maestro
Batting seventh
Yaha
behind the
Lane
dish,
and
be
sung
Omar
by
Narvaez.
Grammy Award winner Whitney Houston.
Batting seventh behind the dish. Hold on, what'd you say? Did you see something, Garrett?
Yes, please rise for the national anthem.
Okay, yep.
By all means, special effects, please resume.
Alrighty, thank you for the Star Spangled Banner. We got a great game for you guys today. Milwaukee Brewers, Cincinnati Reds. So back to the starting lineups. We got Lorenzo Cain out in center, Christian Yelich in left field. Batting third is going to be Keston Hiura at second base. Batting fourth, right fielder Avisail Garcia. Batting fifth, Justin Smoke is at first base. 6 is going to be Brock Holt, the third baseman. Behind the dish, batting 7th is Omar Narvaez. 8th, and at shortstop, Eric Sogard. And then batting 9th, the pitcher spot, Freddie Peralta. For the Cincinnati Reds, coming up just in a bit. So we're going to have the center fielder Shogo Akiyama batting leadoff, followed by Nick Senzel over at second base. Eugenio Suarez, big power bat, over at third base. Mike Moustakas going to clean up, batting 4th at first base. Nick Castellanos, big free agent signing for these Reds. He's going to be in left field, batting 5th. Aristides Aquino, batting 6th, playing right field. Freddie Galvis at shortstop, batting 7th. Tucker Barnhart is going to be behind the plate, batting 8th. And Trevor Bauer out on the mound, taking the number 9 spot in the lineup today. So like I said, we got a good matchup today. Trevor Bauer, Freddie Peralta, both off to good starts in this rivalry game, Milwaukee, Cincinnati. Trevor Bauer is among the top pitchers in the National League right now. In ERA, he's got the 3.44, 3-1 on the season. And it looks like we're just about ready to get this one kicked off. First pitch coming up real soon. We welcome you to the Great American Ballpark, located in downtown Cincinnati. Got a good matchup for you, NL Central matchup between the third place Milwaukee Brewers, second place Cincinnati Reds. Early on, both of these teams are performing well, but not quite where they wanted to be. Still find themselves behind the division-leading Cubs. Reds are 4.5 games back. Brewers are 9 games back, sitting at that 500 record. Trevor Bauer is going to be the starter today for Cincinnati. 9 starts, 3-1, 3.44 ERA, 55 innings, only 50 hits allowed, 124 whip. That's pretty good for a starting pitcher. 18 walks and 65 strikeouts puts him among the top 5 in the National League strikeout mark. Got our leadoff hitter, Lorenzo King, just outside the top 10 in NL batting average this season as we get ready for first pitch. Our winds and throws, and the first pitch, breaking ball, called strike 1 on the low outside corner. Nice day out here in Cincinnati. We just get underway.
First pitch, 111. Inside, ball 1.
The 0-1 is taken inside. 74 degrees is the temperature out. No wind at all. Overcast, so sun's creeping through a few clouds, but for the most part, cloudy day today. Still a great day for baseball. 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Just a little bit late on that four-seamer. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Bauer. Swinging a fly ball into right field, shallow. Charging in is the right fielder Aquino. He's going to make the catch. 1 down. As we start this broadcast off today, the original schedule had New York Mets versus the Pittsburgh Pirates slated. However, due to some scheduling conveniences, we decided to flip that game with the Milwaukee-Cincinnati game. So we're going to get that one to you at 5:30. And right now it's going to be Milwaukee-Cincinnati here at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Christian Yelich, 14 home runs on the season, takes ball 1 outside. Those 14 home runs tie him for 3rd in the National League. Stands in that left-handed batter's box and takes the ball inside. Another 4-seam fastball. Gets ready, the 2-0 pitch on its way. Swing and fouls it back. Trevor Bauer, one of the biggest names to move on the trade deadline in the 2019 season, coming over from the same state team, Cleveland Indians. Called strike on the outside corner, circle changeup, 2 balls, 2 strikes. That deal sent over STL PHI to the Indians, who were in a playoff push but could not ultimately make the playoffs. And I feel that trade kind of signified that the Reds are looking to build for the immediate future. They're not just trying to look too far down the line. They want to start winning now. As Yelich pulls this one foul, still 2-2. Swinging the ground ball against the shift. That's going to get into left field over towards the corner. Long run for Castellanos as Yelich is already at second by the time he picks the ball up. That's where he's going to stay as he legs out a 1-out double. Good job by Yelich, just going outside with his swing. Don't want to try and pull that one, otherwise you're going to roll it over to the first baseman. So nice job of sticking with the pitch, going the other way, especially beating the shift. It's going to bring up Keston Hero, one of the big names in this Brewers organization they hope for years to come. He takes the ball 1 outside, fastball. One-0 pitch, strike called, high outside corner with fastball. Hero's got a 291 average, that's the 3rd best on the team. And he's had a hot start, as we see a pickoff throw to second, nothing happening. He's been off to a hot start, not too much in the power department, but he's working on it. He's getting some good swings in there as he lines this one into right field. That's going to drop in for a base hit. Yelich had to hold up, wait, make sure it drops, so he's only going to make it over to third. And Brewers are threatening here early on. It's going to bring up the cleanup hitter, Avisail Garcia. That's a name I'm familiar with. My hometown Tigers were actually the team he made his major league debut with. He's got 99 career home runs entering play today, so he'll be looking to swing for the fences, especially in this small ballpark they got here in Cincinnati. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, way too late on that one. And as you can see on the screen, 15 doubles on the season for Garcia, ties him for 3rd in the National League. So he's got some good extra base power, hasn't quite slugged for the fences just yet. Still has a few home runs on the year. He'll be looking to pick that up. Bauer gets a sign and sets. 1-1. Swing and foul back. Here's 1-2. Takes breaking ball outside. Never really threatened the zone. 2-2 from Bauer. Swinging a fly ball, right field foul, and that's also going to get out of play. We're stuck at 2-2 right now. Garcia's a guy, he's bounced around the major leagues from some time now. He started out with the Tigers, like I said. Then he was traded to the White Sox. He's been on the Tampa Bay Rays, and now he sees himself with the Brewers as he flies this one into left field deep. Going back is Castellanos. He stops. He's going to make the catch, and Yelich tags, tries to head home. They're not even going to try throwing him out. 1-0 Brewers on the sacrifice fly from Avisail Garcia.
That is fifth. The first baseman, number 12, Justin Smoke.
I'll bring up Justin Smoke, switch hitting first baseman for the Brewers. It's a nice, quiet off-season pickup for them. His first pitch he takes high. 1-0. Never did too hot against Trevor Bauer in his career, only 3 for 14, 8 strikeouts. The 1-0 outside, and it's 2-0. 2-0 pitch taken on the inside corner, 2-1. And Bauer hasn't quite found the strike zone enough just yet, and when he does, he's not made quality pitches just yet. Smoke's just out a little in front of that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Side is retired. Brewers get 1 run on a couple of base runners. Sacrifice fly from Avisail Garcia. Cincinnati coming up for the first time today. They're already down 1-0. On the mound for the Brewers today, Freddie Peralta, 9 starts, 1-1 on the year, 4.15 ERA is a little on the high side, but not too bad this part of the season. 39 innings, 27 hits, 123 whip is also pretty good, 21 walks, and 49 strikeouts. So his next one is going to be number 50 on the season. In steps Shogo Akiyama.
Leading off for the Reds, the center fielder, number 4.
Doing a bit better on the road this season, but still got plenty of time to sort of even that out as he gets used to some major league pitching. His first one's taken low. Milwaukee Brewers are 3rd place in the NL Central, right at 500, 23 wins, 23 losses. Akiyama swings and flies this one into shallow center field. Coming on is Kane. He's going to have to play it on a hop. Little bobble, but that's not going to really cost him anything as Akiyama is in at first base. They're actually going to call that an error, so no hit for Akiyama, just a reaching on error. They'll bring up the second baseman, Nick Senzel. Senzel's a guy that Reds, just like they're hoping Keston Hiura can really start to launch off for the organization. That's what Reds are hoping from Nick Senzel. You need a pitch out. Ball 1. It's 1-0 on the inside corner with a fastball. Strike 1. As we take a look at Craig Counsell, giving some signs, maybe preparing for a possible steal. Swing and a fly ball left field. Way back there. That ball is gone. And the Cincinnati Reds have reclaimed the lead from the Milwaukee Brewers. It's 2-1, a Nick Senzel home run, his 6th home run of the year. And that one was absolutely crushed. Take a look at that exit velocity, 105.5 miles an hour, 414 feet. Turned around on a fastball and deposits it into the second deck. And all that work that the Brewers did to start off the game, they're going to have to come right back in the second inning. It's going to bring up Eugenio Suarez, another former Tiger, as I'm going to be trying to work that in as many times as I can, being a little salty. Tiger's not doing too well past few seasons. But the Reds are definitely on an upward trend, and the Brewers have made the playoffs in the past, in 2 years ago. And they were close to the playoffs last season. Made the playoffs in the wild card game last season before being knocked out, unfortunately, by the eventual champion Washington Nationals. Suarez takes the 1-0, and that's going to be low and inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Two-0 pitch, strike 1 called on the inside corner, 94-mile-an-hour fastball. Wind up, and the 2-1 pitch taken inside, 3-1. Got another dangerous bat, Mike Moustakas, waiting on deck. Swing and a miss, 3-2. Just blew the fastball right by him. It's a 3-2 pitch, swinging a fly ball right field down the line and foul. And we'll do it again, 3-2. Three-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3. Blew that fastball right by him, just challenged him on 3-2 and got the out.
Batting fourth, the first baseman, Mike.
Going to bring up Mike Moustakas, another big free agent signing for the Cincinnati Reds, as he takes a curveball low and inside ball one. 8 home runs already on the season, 736 OPS, hitting .214. It's a 1-0, swing and a miss, got him chasing, low and away, 1-1. 1-1 pitch just a bit low with the fastball. It's 2-1.
That's off the plate.
Takes inside for ball 3 as we take a look. Nicholas Castellanos, another big bat, waiting on deck. The 3-1 pitch is pulled foul on the ground, and it's going to be count full. Strike 3 called on the inside corner. Moustakas thought he drew ball 4. That's going to be the second strikeout for Freddie Peralta in a row after the home run. Going to bring up Nicholas Castellanos. First pitch to him, grabs the low outside corner for a strike. 2 for 4 last night, a couple of singles in the loss. Swinging a fly ball foul out of play. Quickly, it's 0-2 on Castellanos as Peralta tries to strike out the side after giving up that home run. The 0-2's in the dirt. No swing, 1-2. Swing and a miss, big bender. Castellanos cannot wait for it. Strike 3. So Nick Senzel puts the Reds on top 2-1 after he hits his big home run. We finished one. It's 2-1 Reds here on ML Bot Ball. Number 6 hitter Brock Holt steps into the dish as he tries to help reclaim the lead for the Milwaukee Brewers. Bowers delivers a bit low and outside. Oh. 1-0 from Bauer, high and outside. Brock Holt, longtime utility man for the Boston Red Sox, now finds himself in the Milwaukee Brewers in the everyday lineup. It's a 2-0 on the outside corner, strike 1.
Count is 2-1.
Two 2-1 pitch, takes the curveball low.
3 balls, 1 strike.
It's 3-1. Gets the sign into his lineup.
Okay.
Swing and a miss, 3-2. Three-two pitch, fouls it off, and we'll do it again. Three-two, swinging a fly ball left field, shallow towards the line. Coming over is Castellanos. He's going to catch it. He's going to tumble, and he's got it. Great play from a man who doesn't usually get the reputation for making good defensive plays. That was a good one right there for out number 1. Instead, Omar Narvaez.
1-0.
He takes a curveball low and in, 1-0.
Hey.
1-0 pitch taken at the knees, strike 1.
Nope, outside.
Takes ball 2 outside. Game 2 of a 3-game series is this between the Reds and the Brewers. Brewers coming in on a 2-game win streak, including the one last night. So there's ball 3 inside. Reds on a 2-game losing streak, so they're going to hope to turn that around, and they've got off to a good start. Swing and a miss on that pitch up. Probably chase ball 4, but it's 3-2. And he does take ball 4 in the end. Circle change, just missing the zone inside. And Milwaukee's got a 1-out base runner.
Eric.
Going to bring up Eric Sogard.
Come on now, it's the game right here.
As he steps into the left-handed batter's box, Bauer's ready. First pitch. Misses low. Runner's going. Throw down to second is going to get him easily. Got to wonder if there was maybe a missed hit and run or something, because that was just a head scratcher right there. I don't know why you're sending your catcher to steal second base. Out number 2 in the inning. And a great job by Tucker Barnhart behind the plate just to get into his throwing position and throw him out at second.
Yep, that ball went out.
Outside. 2-0. To a pitch, swinging a soft tapper over to second. Senzel gathers it, flips it onto first, and the side is retired. Going to the bottom of the second, 2-1 Reds. This is ML Bot Ball, May 16th. Leading off for the Reds, Aristides Aquino. Coming off a very hot start in the middle of last season when he was called up. Definitely cooled down this season, but still a huge threat in the batter's box. He's already finding himself down 0-1, but he pulls this one on the ground into left field. That's a base hit. Going to take that turnaround first base, and he's going to head to second as it's bobbled out and left by Yelich. He's going to make it into second. And they are just going to credit him with a double. That's his 7th on the season. Nice job just keeping his hands inside, pulling the ball on the ground, and he's able to leg out the double, especially with a little bit of a misplay out and left by Yelich. Freddie Galvis, not doing too hot lately in his last 6 games. He's going to try and right the wrongs here in this at-bat. First pitch, soft tapper up the middle. Going to be gloved by Hira. Quick throw to first. Good play. And a good at-bat from Galvis. Even though he doesn't get a hit, he does move that runner over to third. So 1 out. That's going to bring up Tucker Barnhart. Made that great throw to cut down the slow base runner Narvaez last inning. He's going to try and drive in another run, increase his team's lead, give himself a little more breathing space. First pitch, swing and a miss low. And the interesting scenario you're going to wonder about, are they going to try and pitch around him, maybe get the pitcher spot up with 1 out, runners at the corners, maybe try and get him to run into a double play, strike out, and make it a lot harder for the Reds to drive in that 3rd run of the game. That one misses high and tight, backs off Barnhart out of the batter's box. 1-1. One pitch, swing and a miss at that one, almost in the dirt. And if they're trying to pitch around him, Barnhart's helping him out. 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, 4th strikeout already for Peralta. There's 2 down, and up comes the pitcher spot, Trevor Bauer. Pulled the string on him with that changeup, just a little bit too far out in front of it, and he's set down. Bauer still looking for his first hit of the season as he takes this one high, ball 1. One-oh pitch, swinging a tapper foul, 1-1. It's going got to be hard for Trevor Bauer standing here in the dish. Most of his career has been spent with Cleveland, and then he just comes over last season in a trade. These swings and misses on that slider, or excuse me, changeup, 1 and 2. So it's definitely got to be an adjustment that you're making from barely having to ever hit to now every 5 days you're going to step into that batter's box. As he swings and misses in the curveball, in the dirt, throw on to first, completes his strikeout. 5 strikeouts already for Peralta. However, that's not the big stat that matters. The stat that does matter is the Reds are up 2-1. We've played 2 here in Cincinnati, and we will be right back. Check it in with Heidi Watney. Looking at the Cincinnati Reds pitching stats, they are definitely in the upper echelons, but not quite at the top for whip and opposing batting average. Definitely number 1 in strikeouts. And they're just trying to work around, like I said, they've got a 4.5 game deficit in the NL Central. But they're doing pretty well to start the season, 27-18. And right now they're in a position to increase that win total. Freddie Peralta coming up to the dish, taking his swings. First pitch pulls this one foul. Not too often you see a pitcher get out in front of a pitch like that, but he did. Couldn't keep it fair. Strike 1. The 0-1 pitch misses a bit low, and it's 1-1. Taking a quick look at the Twitch chat, we've got Thomas Cool on Thomas Cool 1 TV. That was a pretty good catch, I believe, referring to the Nick Castellanos tumbling catch. And Fire Scam is asking, why steal with a catcher? I wonder if it was maybe a botched hit and run, as you know, that's not the type of guy that you would usually want to be running on the pitch. 1-2 pitch is flied into center field. Nice easy play for Akiyama. 1 down.
The center fielder, number 6, Lorenzo Kane.
If we take a look at the standings here, Chicago, like I said, leading the National League Central by 4.5 games. Cincinnati sitting in 2nd place, and Milwaukee twice as far back in 3rd place. So Cubs have definitely built a good lead to start out the season, but it's never too early to have run away with the division just yet. It's Lorenzo Kane comes back up to the plate.
That's the ball.
Takes the first pitch a bit low. He's done very well against Bauer. Both of them coming from the AL Central in previous teams. Kane from the Royals and Bauer from the Indians. As he swings through this one and misses. It's a 1-1 pitch inside, 2-1.
Ball, that's out.
2-1 pitch, breaking ball outside, 3-1, and up on deck, Christian Yelich, former National League MVP.
Hey.
3-1 pitch taken for strike 2, and the count is filled up. Three-two pitch pulls this one on a line to the third baseman. Suarez plays it perfectly, makes the catch, 2 down.
The left fielder, number 22, Christian Yelich.
That'll bring up Christian Yelich. Like I said, former National League MVP in 2018. Had a chance to make it back-to-back in 2019 had he not gotten injured down the stretch. And you have a feeling that might have hindered Milwaukee's postseason chances as he lines this one down the right field line into the corner. That is a fair ball as he takes that big turnaround first, headed to second, throw is on the money, tag, he got him! Aristides Aquino showing off that strong arm, throwing out Christian Yelich, trying to stretch that one into a double. Milwaukee gets 1 hit, but he's thrown out at second base. 2-1 Cincinnati, halfway done with the third.
Leading off for the Reds, the center fielder, number 4.
Shogo Akiyama reached on an error his first time up. On that little bloop out into center field. Takes strike 1. Might have been off the inside corner, but that's the umpire's decision, not mine.
1-1.
0-1 pitch in the dirt, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike. Akiyama's been finding his way around the base paths recently. Last 4 games, he's scored 3 runs.
2-1.
Ball 2 below the knees, and it's 2-1. It's a 2-1 swing and a fly ball into center field shallow. Coming hard is Kane. Lorenzo Kane makes the catch. No, he does not. It drops on in. And that one should be a single, I would think. And yes, it is a single. As you can see, Akiyama extends his hit streak to 10 straight games. Little blooper on into center field. Kane playing a little bit too deep, and he's not able to come in and make the catch. That'll bring up Nick Senzel. Big swing in the ball game so far. 2-run home run as there's a pitch out, and nothing's happening. That home run was Senzel's first hit so far in the series in 6 at-bats. One-0 pitch, strike called. One is in the dirt, blocked well by Narvaez, so no movement on the base paths. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Nope, upstairs.
Takes this one just a bit high, and all of a sudden Peralta needs to find the strike zone with Eugenio Suarez waiting on deck. 3-1. Three-one pitch, swinging a ground ball fair into left field. Going to be a base hit, and everyone moves up a base. 2-on, nobody out. That's going to bring up Eugenio Suarez as we take another look at that single. Stays inside the ball, nice and easy. Pulls it into left field. Get out in front of the baseball. And he sets the big power bat. Eugenio Suarez struck out his first time up. Swinging a fly ball left field. Shallow coming in is Yelich. He will make the catch on the run. And a nice 1 pitch out.
The first baseman, number 9, Mike Moustakas.
Mike Moustakas going to be coming up. He was the second of the 3 strikeouts in a row for Peralta back in the first inning. Swinging a fly ball, foul out of play the opposite way. 1 for 4 last night, drove in a run. Swinging a fly ball, right field deep, hooking, foul, out of play. Quickly 0-2 on Mike Moustakas. 0-2 pitch, takes that one low. Simple changeup. Started too low, so it's not going to be easy to chase that one.
I got to count.
1-2 pitch, another easy take. Misses low and away with fastball. And the count evens up at 2-2.
We got 3-2.
That one misses in the dirt, and Moustakas from 0-2 has worked the count back to 3-2 on 3 pretty easy takes as Narvaez tries to calm Peralta out there on the mound. Another big bat you don't want coming up with lots of men on base. Nicholas Castellanos on deck. 3-2 swing a ground ball to second. Ichiro bobbles it, throw on to first. They do get the 1 out. But you can't help but think that they could have turned 2 had he not bobbled it. No error is going to be charged. You can't predict the double play to happen. But still, he feels like he could have gotten his pitcher out of the inning. That'll bring up Nicholas Castellanos. 2 on, 2 out, 2-1 Reds here in the 3rd inning. As he takes this one just a bit outside. Castellanos started out his major league career with the Tigers. Got traded last season to the Cubs, where he absolutely went off in a bit smaller of a ballpark, and now he's going to probably see those numbers even rise more playing in such a small ballpark here in Cincinnati. 1-1 pitch taken outside. 2-1. Change up at 90 miles an hour. Take strike 2 at the knees. 2-2. That one misses. High count is full. Aristides Aquino waiting on deck. And Peralta needs to find a way to get out of this inning.
Nope.
3-2 pitch inside, ball for Aristides Aquino coming up to bat with the bases loaded. That's going to bring out the Brewers pitching coach.
Number 44.
Just probably trying to settle him down. He's done decently well so far in terms of limiting the runs. He's got the stuff to strike guys out. He just is losing his cool a little bit here in the third inning as he faces Aristides Aquino. 1-for-1 today. Pulled that double down the left field line last time up.
Ball, that's out.
Takes this one outside, 1-0. Aquino with a very open stance, almost facing the pitcher before he gets ready. Strike called high, inside corner, nice fastball. It's a 1-1 pitch outside with a curveball, 2-1. One pitch, swing and miss, blew that fastball right by him. Now it's 2-2. One strike away from getting out of this inning. The 2-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike free, and he does just that. Reds leave them loaded. They're still up 2-1, but they got to be kicking themselves for not getting any more. Nice panoramic look at the ballpark as we check in with Heidi Watney once more.
Leading off from Milwaukee.
In steps Keston Hero, 1-for-1 today, singled back in the first inning. First pitch, swinging a fly ball, left field deep, way back, hooking, foul, long, strike one. The 0-1 pitch swings and goes the other way, but once again, it's going to go foul. Quickly now down to 0-2. Waddles the bat. Now he's ready, so is Bauer. The 0-2 pitch taken outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Swinging a ground ball foul. And Trevor Bauer holding his hand. Trainer's coming out. And it looks like he's going to have to taken out of the game after this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
So new pitchers coming in. It's going to be Wade Miley. 17 games on the season, one win, 1 loss. Lone save, 32 innings, 3.38 ERA, 32 strikeouts, 14 walks. He's actually done better against righties than he has against lefties, which is not what you would expect from a left-handed pitcher. So this one swing, looper out to second. It's going to be caught by Senzel
Right fielder,
for the out.
Garcia.
Avisail Garcia coming to the plate, hit that sacrifice fly back in the first inning, gave his team the 1-0 lead. So he takes a strike on the inside corner, 0-1. Garcia has to be happy that Wade Miley stepped in on the mound, 6 for 14 career against him. So he takes this one a bit low, 1-1.
Inside, ball.
1-1 pitch taken a bit inside. 2 balls, 1 strike. The 2-1 pitch, swing and a miss. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Swinging a fly ball center field, well hit, drives center fielder Akiyama back to the track. He's going to make the catch, bang into the wall and hang on for out number 2. And do we have another injury? Wade Miley, right after coming in for an injured Trevor Bauer, looks like he's going to have to come right out. My goodness, this cannot be good for Cincinnati Reds. Not just for now, but for the future, having to burn through that bullpen way too early. So new pitchers coming in. It's going to be Jose De Leon. 26 games, 2-5, 36 2/3 innings, 4.17 ERA, 38 strikes to 12 walks. Done pretty much the same against righties and lefties, 246 versus 264. Definitely not a spot that the Reds wanted to find themselves in, having to burn through 2 pitchers through the bullpen based on injury. Lines up in the first pitch coming, taken a bit low, 1-0. Justin Smoke at the dish, 0 for 1 today.
Nope.
This one misses high in, 2-0. Swings and misses on this pitch. 4-seam fastball blew it right by him, 2-1. We had a question in the Twitch chat regarding today's schedule for ML Bot Ball. So right now we've got Milwaukee at Cincinnati. After this one, it's going to be St. Louis at Philadelphia as Smoke swings through this one for a strike. Pittsburgh at New York Mets, going to be at 5:30. Colorado at Miami, 7:15. Washington Nationals at the Arizona Diamondbacks at 9 o'clock. And then finishing out tonight, Detroit Tigers at the Seattle Mariners, 10:45. So I believe you asked Bird of Prey 70 if the Red Sox are playing today. They are not playing today. However, we will have the updated results as De Leon strikes out Smoke. Tough inning for the Reds. Even though they do get a 1-2-3 inning, they lose 2 pitchers in a row to what looks like the same injury. We'll be back after this break.
Leading off for the Reds, the shortstop, Freddie Galvis.
Coming in, Freddie Galvis, 0 for 1 today. Strike called on the outside corner. Zach Brown getting ready in the Brewers bullpen. Peralta's been a little bit shaky. Don't think you need to bring anyone in right now, but they just want someone just in case. The 0-1 is fouled back. Quickly 0-2 on Galvis. It's going to be tough for the Reds to bounce back from this. Even though they are up 2-1, you had to burn through 2 pitchers based on injuries. As this one's grounded against the shift into left field. just out of reach of a diving third baseman, Brock Holt. Got it back into the infield rather quickly as Galvis is on with a base hit to lead off the inning. Bring up Tucker Barnhart, struck out his last time up in a key situation. This time he grounds it to second. Hira on to second one, relay to first, double play, 2 outs, bases empty. Could not have drawn it up any better if you're the Milwaukee Brewers.
The pitcher, Jose De Leon.
Nice easy flip, barehanded grab, throws it down to first and got him by a mile. It's going to bring up the pitcher spot. It's going to be Jose De Leon, not usually in the batter's box, but he's going to have to do it as he needs to be pitching for quite a while with 2 injuries to the pitching staff. Same innings, seems to be the same injury. One pitch, swinging a fly ball, foul, out of play, got out in front of that fastball a little bit too early. Quickly, no balls, 2 strikes to the Reds relief pitcher.
I got the count 1 and 2.
This one's in the dirt, easy take, 1 and 2. Swinging a fly ball, foul, out of play, and the count will stay at 1 and 2. Got to give De Leon some credit. He's getting around in front of those fastballs. Not something that any pitcher could do, really, but even a relief pitcher. This time he swings and misses on the curveball. Thought he was looking for another fastball, and he dropped the hammer on him. We've played 4 here in Cincinnati. Reds have 2, Brewers have 1. We'll be right back. Brock Holt stepping in. 0 for 1 today. Flew out his last time up. Facing the new pitcher, Jose De Leon.
1-0.
So he takes a breaking ball outside. One is swung and lifted into left field. Castellanos drifting back. He's going to make the catch on the move, 1 down.
Now batting, the catcher, Omar Narvaez.
Going to bring up Omar Narvaez. Drew a walk his first time up, and then was later caught stealing on what still remains a bizarre play. Not sure what Craig Counsell was going for with that. He swings and misses on the breaking ball. Narvaez has went off in his last few games. He's trying to keep up that hot streak here, but he's quickly down 0-2 as he takes another strike. Wind up the pitch is in the dirt. Narvaez is not going after it, and it's 1-2. One-two pitch backs him off the plate with a breaking ball, and we're back even at 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3, chase that one high. There's out number 2 in the inning.
The bat, number 7, shortstop, Eric Sogard.
Going to bring up the left-handed hitting Eric Sogard.
Counts 1-0.
So he takes one inside, 1-0. Off to a very slow start this season, batting below 150. Only 1 home run, 3 RBIs. One 0 pitch, runs in and hits him, and he's going to be awarded first base.
Up next for Milwaukee. The pitcher.
Now the question is, do the Brewers try for a pinch hitter here, or do they still want Peralta to come back in and pitch? And it looks like we got our answer. Freddie Peralta stepping back into the dish. 0 for 1 today, flew out in the 30s. He's having some words with the umpire right now. Maybe about some pitches that didn't go his way last time out. First pitch line foul and out of play down the first baseline.
Ball that's upstairs.
0-1 pitch taken just a bit high. Borderline pitch for sure, but it's 1-1. Ready, the 1-1 pitch is taken inside. 2 balls, 1 strike. Good play discipline so far from Peralta. The Brewers try to start a 2-out rally.
Aye.
2-1 pitch taken for a strike on the inside corner. Nice and easy changeup. And the count is even out at 2-2.
Let's get down here.
Gets the sign, sets, and delivers high. Ball 3. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Lorenzo Cain is waiting on deck. Big power bat, big average bat. Runners off with a pitch. 3-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball to third. Suarez takes a couple of crow hops, fires over to Moustakas at first for out number 3. So Reds hit a man, but Brewers can't do anything with it. 1, 2, 3 hitters coming up for the Reds as we are halfway home in Cincinnati on Major League Bot Ball. Once again, we want to remind everyone that these broadcasts are pure volunteer work. We are raising funds for Meals on Wheels, so if you want, if you're able to, we would very greatly appreciate it if you could scroll down, donate to Meals on Wheels. Subscription goes towards that. The advertisement goes towards that. The 0-1 pitch is lined down the right field line, hooking, foul, out of play, and it's quickly 0-2 to Shogo Akiyama. Swinging a pop-up left side of the infield. Easy for Brock Holt as he makes the catch 1 down.
Second baseman,
Pretty quick-paced game so far. Only 3 runs have been scored as we're here in the bottom of the 5th. 2 of them driven in by this man, Nick Senzel. Already 2 for 2 today. Got that big home run to get things started, and really nothing much since. There's a soft tapper to third. Holt getting another chance. Fires it onto Smoke, and quickly 2 are down here in the 5th.
the third baseman, number 7, Eugenio Suarez.
Gonna bring up Eugenio Suarez. Peralta gets ready, the first pitch. Swing and a miss. 0-1. Oh, 1 pitch is taken a bit low, fastball. And it's 1-1. After that shaky start, Peralta has definitely picked himself back up. And I could see him getting through 6, maybe even 7 innings today if he keeps pitching the way he is right now. 1-1 check swing. Home plate umpire makes the call himself. Suarez went around strike 2. One-two pitch, ugly swing as he chases one that almost hit him in the foot. He's probably more angry at himself, but he takes out his anger at the umpire. We've played 5 in Cincinnati. Reds 2, Brewers 1.
Leading off for the Brewers.
So we get to the top of the 6th, top of the lineup. Coming up for the Brewers, Lorenzo Cain, Christian Yelich, and Keston Hiura scheduled to bat. De Leon gets a fly ball, right field on the first pitch. Down the line, coming over is Aquino towards the wall. He'll make the catch. And an easy 1 pitch out. That's definitely what you want to see if you're a Reds fan. You want to see some easy, quick outs so that way you're not burning too much through this bullpen after those 2 injuries earlier today. Christian Yelich, 2 for 2, steps in. That first pitch misses inside, 1-0. Swinging a ground ball foul. Strike 1. Tried to go against the shift, but couldn't quite keep it fair. One pitch pulls this one into the shift. Second baseman's got to flip to the pitcher covering. That's not a well-routine play. And they're going to give an error to Nick Senzel, as that throw did not very well lead Bauer to the bag, or excuse me, De Leon to the bag. So Brewers have a runner on and a chance to tie this game up, maybe even take the lead with the heart of the lineup coming up. Teston Hura up at the dish right now. 1 for 2 today, singled back in the first. This one's taken for a strike on the outside corner, 0-1. We get a look at David Bell, Reds manager this season. That one's taken as a strike on the inside corner. No balls, 2 strikes on Teston Hura. To pitch just inside, nearly hit him. 1-2. 1-2 pitch, skies this one into center field. Akiyama comes on in. He stops, he makes the catch. 2 down, and the throwback to the infield is a little wild. But in the end, no one's going to advance anywhere.
Now batting, right fielder, Avisail.
2 down, that's going to bring up cleanup hitter, Avisail Garcia. He's driven in the only run of the game today for the Brewers, making it 1-0 at the time on that sacrifice fly back in the first inning. Pitch out, but nothing's happening. It's just an easy ball 1. Garcia last night went 2 for 5, smacked a double, and drove in a run in the 6-4 win. Fouls this one off down the first base line, and the count evens up at 1 ball, 1 strike. Pickoff throw back to first. Yelich is holding tight. Just checking on him.
Nope, that's off the plate.
1-1 pitch taken outside, fastball. It's 2-1. For the 2-1 pitch, another pickoff throw back over to first. Yelich gets back easily. Another throw. They really want to make sure he's staying over at first base. But with 2 outs, I don't know whether you risk it. 2 balls, 1 strike on Garcia. Pitch is a strike 2 called
2-2.
on the outer half. And it's 2-2. Swinging a foul ball. And we'll do it again. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 2 outs, man on first. 2-1 Reds here in the top of the 6th. 2-2 pitch taken low and in, and that's going to free up Yelich to start moving from first on the pitch. 3-2 pitch, swinging a ground ball left side. Tough play for Galvis. Backhands, fires, not going to be even close.
The first baseman, number 12, Justin Smoke.
It's going to be an infield single that'll bring up Justin Smoke. 0 for 2 today, punched out twice, but he's got a chance to tie this one up with just a base hit. Strike 1 called on the fastball. No hits yet this series. It only takes 1 to be the hero, though. One pitch in the dirt. Good block by Barnhart. And no one's going. 1-1 pitch, swinging a line drive. That's a base hit into right field as Aquino fires it into the cutoff man. And honestly, they might have had a play at first, but no one was covering, so bases are loaded. 2 outs. Big spot here in the lineup and a big moment for Brock Holt.
Your attention, please. Now, pitching for
The new pitcher is going to come in, Amir Garrett. 20 games, 4-0, 7 holds, 17 2/3 innings, 1.02 ERA is stellar coming out of the bullpen. 19 strikeouts, 15 walks, doing his job against lefties, 139 batting average. And he's doing his job pretty well against righties too, only allowing a 208 batting average. Brock Holt steps to the plate, 0 for 2 with a couple of flyouts, as this one misses low and away, ball 1. Garrett looks in, gets a sign, and the 1-0 pitch swung and I missed. Chase that one low. Brock Holt, free agent pickup for these Brewers this offseason. 1-1 pitch, swinging the ground ball to first. Moustakas has it, takes it to the bag, and the side is retired. Brewers threaten, but they leave the bases loaded. They're still down 2-1 as we head to the bottom of the 6th. You're watching ML Bot Ball here on Twitch. New pitcher coming in, Jesus Castillo, making his debut on the season. Stands at 6'3", 24 years old, 205 pounds. And he's got a tough task facing the 4-5-6 hitters, Moustakas, Castellanos, Aquino, for the Reds. First pitch to Moustakas, takes a strike on the high inside corner. This one's swung on and fouled back. And shout out to the big guy putting in the chat, Twitch chat, trivia question of the game. Who is the all-time leader in saves for the Cincinnati Reds? Check swing, no swing on the pitch outside, and it's 1-2 to Mike Moustakas. As that one's taken low and inside. Apparently it's not Aroldis Chapman. That would have been my guess. But she's got to go farther back, it looks like. Two-2 pitch in the dirt. Taken for ball 3. Nick Castellanos waiting on deck. Castillo tries to settle himself in here in the 6th. Is a 3-2 pitch taken, ball 4 high. That's a leadoff walk drawn by Mike Moustakas, the most Nick Castellanos. It's coming up on deck, and we'll take a look at the pitch sequence. Froze him with a fastball, got him out in front, but then he couldn't find the strike zone since then. 4 straight balls after the 0-2 count. 4 pretty easy takes as Moustakas takes himself over to first base with that leadoff walk. Nick Castellanos has a walk in this game, over 1 today though. So we see a couple guys, a lefty and a righty, warming up in the Brewers bullpen. Mr. Red trying to cheer this crowd on, hoping Nick Castellanos can deliver and get a rally started to help increase this lead. First pitch misses low, 1-0. Now it's a couple of righties warming up for the Brewers. David Phelps, Jake Faria. Cookies in the chat asking if it's Mariano Rivera who leads the Cincinnati Reds in saves. Unfortunately, that's going to be incorrect, as he, I don't think, has ever played a game for the Cincinnati Reds. It's 2-0 Nick Castellanos. And Castillo definitely needs to find the strike zone sooner, or else he's going to lead off with 2 walks on the inning. That's not going to help him. Ball 3 outside. Aristides Aquino waits on deck. Just the cap. Takes a deep breath and tries to focus on putting one in there. Definitely don't want to groove one. Even 3-0, you might have the green light on for Castellanos if he gets a good pitch. 3-0 pitch, that one's a bit lower than where he would have wanted it, where Castellanos would have wanted it. So it's strike 1, he's not swinging. Castillo sets a 3-1 pitch, strike on the high outside corner, and from 3-0, Castillo has worked the count back to 3-2. Back-to-back full counts to start off the inning for the Brewers relief pitcher.
That pitch is up.
3-2 pitch misses high ball 4. Back-to-back walks to lead off the inning. And Brewers could be in trouble.
Now batting, number
Got Aristides Aquino. Hot start, like I said, to start off his career last season. Cooled off a little bit, but he's still 1 for 2 today with a double, and he still has the power to really open up this ball game. Takes a strike on the inside corner, 0-1. And congratulations to Bird of Praise 70 getting the correct answer for the trivia question. Thanks again to the Big Guy 73 for providing that question. Danny Graves had the most saves all time for the Cincinnati Reds. 1-1 pitch, chopped to the right side. Hura's got a tough play, fires to second, one, relay to first, not in time on the back end. Impressive play just to be able to get one. There's runners at the corners, 1 out for the Cincinnati Reds.
ready, Galvin.
It's always going to be a tough turn, even with the slow Aristides Aquino, running over to first. But to throw off balance turn 2, not going to happen. Freddie Galvis comes up, trying to repeat what he did in the 4th inning, get a single, and perhaps increase the Cincinnati Reds lead. First pitch swung and I missed, chase that one high as we take another look at David Bell. Very anxious, he knows that his team is up, but he also knows that he had to burn through a couple of pitchers, both having the same injury in the 4th inning. So you definitely want to get some more insurance runs before you have to go back to that bullpen, as Galvis takes a curveball low and in the dirt, even up the count at 1-1.
Two balls, one strike, the count.
Fastball misses high, 2-1. Galvis gets himself back into a hitter's count. Castillo toes the rubber, sets. 2-1 pitch, swinging a fly ball, foul, out of play down the right field line. And we're back even, 2-2. Castillo ready, the 2-2 pitch, taken outside, count is full. The question is, do you send the runner at first? Aristides Aquino, do you send him at first? Try and stay out of the double play. We'll see what David Bell has up his sleeve. 3-2 pitch. Swinging a fly ball left field. Coming over is Yelich. It might not be deep enough to get the run in. Catch is made. Tagging. Heading home. The throw home is offline. Scoring is Mike Moustakas. Cincinnati leads 3-1.
Now batting, catcher, Tucker Barnhart.
There's that insurance run that the Cincinnati Reds definitely were hoping to get. Tucker Barnhart having a rough day at the plate today. 0 for 2, struck out in a big clutch situation back in the 2nd inning as he takes strike 1 here. And he grounded into a double play his last time up. So he's going to be looking to right the ship here in his 3rd at bat. Swinging a fly ball right field deep down the line. If it stays fair, it's gone. And watch it go! 2-run shot for Tucker Barnhart. And the Reds increase their lead. It is now 5-1 Cincinnati. And I'll tell you what, if you're having a bad game at the plate, that is one way to turn around your mood. Hitting a long home run, 388 feet out to right field. Barnhart knew as soon as he swung that, as long as it's staying fair, it's out of here. Got that one into the bleachers, about halfway up. And the Brewers are going to bring in a new pitcher, Zach Brown. 20 games, 2-0, 1 for 1 in save opportunities as he drops his glove on the way to the mound. 28 innings, 257 ERA, pretty good out of the bullpen. 18 strikeouts, 7 walks. Righties have actually done pretty well against him, even though he's a right-hander himself, batting 300. But he's doing his job against left-handed hitters. And the pinch hitters coming in for the Cincinnati Reds, taking over in the pitcher's spot. Phillip Ervin hitting 328, 3 home runs and 12 RBIs so far this season, having a phenomenal start. Taking a couple practice swings as he waits for the 1-0 pitch on the way. Swinging a ground ball to third, nice and easy for Holt. Takes a couple of hops, fires it onto Smoke for out number 3. Reds strike for 3, 2 of them coming from their number 8 hitter, Tucker Barnhart, driving one to deep right field. We've played 6 here in Cincinnati. Reds 5, Brewers 1. Robert Stevenson coming in to pitch. He's got 23 games under his belt, 1-0, blew a save in his only opportunity. 26 1/3 innings, 3.76 ERA. Mike Lorenzen also looks like he's warming up in the bullpen should Stevenson need some help. Omar Narvaez coming up, 0 for 1 today. He's drawn a walk and he's been caught stealing. Check swing taken for strike 1. Here's the 0-1 pitch taken outside. Count levels up at 1. Swinging a fly ball foul down the left field line. That's going to get out of play and quickly strike 2, 1-2 on Omar Narvaez. As the Cincinnati Reds try and even up the series 1 game apiece after losing last night out. Ground ball to second. Nice easy stop by Senzel. Flips it onto Moustakas for out number 1.
Now batting, the shortstop, Eric Sogard.
And Matt Bowman, it looks like, has joined Lorenzen out in the bullpen for the Reds. Eric Sogard, 0 for 1 today. He was hit by a pitch his last time up. As he takes strike 1 on the outside corner. We take a look into the Cincinnati Reds bullpen. See a couple guys warming up. The 0-1 pitch right down the middle, taken for strike 2. Hung a slider, but Sogard was not looking for it, so he took it. The 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Chase that one inside, strike 3, 2 down.
Now batting, the pitcher, that
Struggles continue for Eric Sogard. Not just on the day, but on the season. No hits today, and batting below 150.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please.
We got a pinch hitter coming up.
For Milwaukee.
Probably the most famous Brewer of recent times is going to be Ryan Braun, stepping into the dish as he tries to turn this ball game around, tries to turn the scoreline around for his team. He takes strike 1 high in the zone.
One and 1.
0-1 pitch taken in the dirt, and that's going to be 1-1. One pitch, swinging a fly ball left field, deep, foul, out of play. Good swing by Braun, couldn't keep it straight. It's just a long strike 2. Swings and goes the other way this time. Aquino coming in, and he's going to make the catch basket style for out number 3. Mr. Red's happy, dancing on top of the dugout. It's stretch time here in Cincinnati. Let's all get up and stretch. 5-1 Reds.
Your attention, please.
New pitcher, it's going to be the left-hander Brent Suter. 26 games, 3 wins, 1 loss, 7 holds, so doing pretty well. 5.06 ERA, not what you like to see, and 3.13 batting average against lefties. is also not what you want to see from a left-handed pitcher. Shogo Akiyama, 1 for 3 today. Really should have been 2 for 3, but his first hit, I guess you could say, was taken away, ruled an error on Lorenzo Cain. And that one's in the dirt, 1-0. 1-0 pitch, swings through a pitch on the outside, and it's even at 1-1. Swinging a fly ball, shallow right center field. Coming over is Lorenzo Cain. He's going to make the catch for the first out in the inning.
The batter, number 50, second baseman.
Take a look at the highest team ERA in the National League entering play. Brewers right up there, 4th worst team ERA on the season. And yet they're still doing decently well. They're playing .500 baseball, 23 wins, 23 losses. They're on a couple game winning streak, and they're going to look to turn that around. We'll take you back to the first inning and show you this Nick Senzel bomb to deep left center field. And up until last inning, that was the only offense that we had seen from the Cincinnati Reds today. Hit this one into the second deck, and I'm sure he'll be looking to do just the same in this at-bat.
That's a ball.
Takes this one low and in, ball 1.
Back outside.
Outside with a breaking ball, quickly 2 balls, 1 strike. Takes a strike right down the middle, 2 balls, 1 strike. Two-one pitch, sprayed the other way, foul. And the count evens up at 2-2.
You got a full count.
2-2 pitch just a bit low. Count has filled up. Eugenio Suarez waiting on deck. Three 3-2 pitch, swung on and fouled away. And we'll do it again. We want to remind you, after this game, we've got 5 more games to you today. Coming up after this one, St. Louis at Philadelphia. This one's fouled back. It's going to be Jack Flaherty versus Vince Velasquez. Mike A. and Hein SAS on the call. 3:45 is the scheduled game time, but we're going to get that to you right when this one is over. Senzel's definitely making Suter work in this at-bat as he fouls off the 8th pitch. And we're still full. Flies this one left field foul, and we will do it again. Soft tapper, back to the mound. Good pick by Suter to get it out of the air. Flips onto Smoke. 2 down.
Now batting, third baseman, Eugenio Suarez.
Eugenio Suarez struggling a bit today. Couple of strikeouts on the game as he stands in for his 4th at-bat. First pitch. Swinging a ground ball to short, or line drive to short, excuse me. It's going to be caught by Sogard for out number 3. 1-2-3 inning for Suter. They're down 5-1 as we head to the 8th. Here in Cincinnati, you're watching ML Botball on Twitch.
Now pitching in red.
Matt Bowman is a new pitcher. 5 games, only 3 1/3 innings, and yet his ERA is already ballooned to 8.10. So he's going to try and get that down by getting a nice, easy inning. Unfortunately for him, not the nice, easy batters you want to face. Lorenzo Cain, Christian Yelich, and Keston Hiura do up to bat. Swinging a tapper over to third. Suarez has to charge, sets himself, fires, and got him on a close play over at first. Nice play by Suarez.
Now batting.
Didn't rush the throw, made sure he had set himself, and fires over to first just in time to retire his man. Christian Yelich, one of the few bright spots in this Brewers lineup today. 2 for 3 today, doubled, singled, and scored their only run. Starts off this at bat by fouling one back 0-1. That one's a soft tapper in front of the plate. Barnhart picks it up, fires off balance, no chance to get him. That was a little bit of miscommunication between him and the pitcher. And with Yelich's speed, that's going to be an easy infield single. A nice 3 for 4 ball game so far for Christian Yelich as Brewers try to get themselves back into this one before the 9th inning. Threw over to first, just checking on Yelich. Moustakas lazily applies a tag for swinging a fly ball, right field, well hit. Going back is Aquino. He's on the track. He's at the wall, and he's going to make the catch on the warning track for out number 2. Yura almost got enough of it, just got under it a little bit, and no wind to help him today. It's just a long out number 2. Avisail Garcia drove in Christian Yelich already once today on a sac fly. He's 1 for 2 today. That first pitch taken on the low inside corner, strike 1. Swinging a pop-up, foul territory, right side. Moustakas comes over, he makes the catch, and the side is retired. Brewers get an infield single from Christian Yelich, can't do anything with it. Both teams have 6 hits, Reds have 5 runs, and the Brewers only have 1. Bottom of the 8th coming up.
Your attention, please.
David Phelps coming into pitch, 17 games, 18 2/3 innings. A little bit of a high ERA, 4.82, but not the worst we've seen today. And he's going to face the 4, 5, 6 hitters, Moustakas, Castellanos, and Aquino. Due up. Slow windup from Phelps. That one is taken a bit high. Not so sure about that. It's ball 1. Alex Claudio, Jake Faria, both warming up in the Brewers bullpen.
Ball.
1-0 pitch taken a bit low, and that one's 2-0. Phelps really being squeezed so far in this at bat. Can't really say he's been robbed of any pitches, but not getting any help behind the dish either. This one's fouled back. It's 2-1. Takes this one inside, 3 balls, 1 strike. And Moustakas might be trying to draw his 2nd walk of the game. Swing and a miss. Pulled the string on him. Actually, that was a 2-seam fastball he was just out in front of. 3-2 pitch, swinging a foul, and we'll do it again. Three-two pitch, fouled off again. We'll reset. Swinging the ground ball into the shift. Hira has it right near where the second baseman would usually be playing. Flips it over to Smoke. There's one down here in the 8th.
Now batting, left fielder, Nick Castellanos.
Nicholas Castellanos 0 for 1 today, but he has drawn 2 walks, so he's bumping up that OBP. Swing and a miss, got him to chase that breaking ball outside the zone.
That's the ball.
Takes it high and away. One. Swing and a miss.
2 strikes.
And he's down in the count now, 1-2.
2 balls. 2
Takes this one low and away. It's 2-2. Taking a look at the Twitch chat again. We said terrible throw by Yelich, Birds of Prey 70. I was back in the 6th inning, I believe, on the throw home on the sacrifice fly that made it 3-1 Reds. That was definitely a terrible throw. 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled back, and we'll do it again. Cookie Eater 45 says Nick the stick. Big guy says Nick can't feel the pitch. And I want to point out that earlier in this game might have been before you arrived, but Nick Castellanos actually did make a great play coming down that left field line with a tumbling catch. So, not known for his defensive abilities, but he can make the play every once in a while. Count is full. Pitch is outside, and he's drawn his 3rd walk of the game. And honestly, I don't blame the Brewers pitchers. He's a dangerous bat, especially in a small as ballpark as this one is. Bring up Aristides Aquino with his wide open batting stance. First pitch to him is taken outside, ball 1. If you're going to start a slider off the outside corner, no one's going to go after it. The 1-0 pitch might have gotten a little bit of help off that inside corner. Strike 1 called on the cutter. One pitch swung on, I missed. That was a good pitch to hit. Just couldn't get around on that slider. It's 1-2 on Aristides Aquino. Z takes ball 2 inside. Two pitch is fouled back, and we'll do it again. Two pitch misses low and away. Count is full. And Freddie Galvis having a decent day at the plate. He's going to be coming up next. Three-two pitch, line drive, one hopper over to first, throw to second, one really to first, double play, 3-6-1 double play. That's a hard one to turn, and they pulled it off beautifully. We head to the 9th here in Cincinnati. Reds trying to finish this one off. They're up 5-1.
Leading off for Milwaukee, the first baseman, number 12.
5, 6, 7 hitters coming up against Matt Bowman. Justin Smoke, Brock Holt, and Omar Narvaez scheduled to hit. First pitch, swinging a pop-up behind the plate. Going back is Barnhart. He will make the catch, and it's a nice, easy one pitch out here in the 9th. So it looks like they're going to have Bowman try and finish this one off.
Third baseman, Brock Holt.
Got to bring up Brock Holt, 0 for 3 today. Grounded out his last time up. Strike 1 called on the high outside corner, 0-1. Oh, 0-1 pitch fouled back, and quickly now in an 0-2 hole is Brock Holt. Takes that one high, ball 1. He stays alive, 1-2. 1-2 pitches in the dirt as the Brewers try and rally here in the 9th. Down by 4. 2-2 pitch outside, and from 0-2, Brock Holt has worked the count back to 3-2. Omar Narvaez waiting on deck. 3-2 pitch, strike 3 called on the inside corner. Tough call to make, but it was borderline. If it's close on 2 strikes, you got to be swinging. 2 outs here in the 9th. And as we take a look at the replay, that might have been inside, if we're being honest, but home plate umpire made the call. Strike 3. Omar Narvaez sprays this one foul down the third baseline. He's the last hope for the Brewers in this one. No 0-1 pitch, swung on a miss, chased that one high and away, and the Brewers are down to their last strike as everyone here in Cincinnati gets on their feet. 0-2 pitch taken for ball 1.
1 and 2.
Reds looking for their first win in their last 3. 1-2 pitch inside. And they'll have to wait at least one more pitch. Two-two pitch taken, ball 3 low. And Narvaez has worked the count back full. Eric Sogard waiting on deck. Bowman adjusts the cap, gets a sign, and he's ready. The 3-2 pitch. So we're going to fly ball left field, well hit, going back is Castellanos. He's there. He makes the catch, and the Cincinnati Reds have evened this series up at 1 game apiece. Final score in this one, 5-1. Great offensive day from Nick Senzel. Great offensive day from Christian Yelich. But Senzel's team is the one that ends up pulling it out as he had some more support around him offensively. Big storyline in this one, Trevor Bauer and Wade Miley both go down with a hand injury. Seemed to be the same injury in the 4th inning. So we're hoping the best for those 2 guys. Cincinnati does manage to still get the win even after losing 2 of their great guys from the starting mound and the bullpen. 1 run, 6 hits, 1 error for the Brewers. That sacrifice fly in the 1st inning was the only run that they scored. And Cincinnati got 5 in the ballgame as I'm joined by Mike A. in the booth. Welcome, Mike.
Hey, how's it going?
So we've got a good matchup coming up in your game. That's going to be the St. Louis Cardinals at the Philadelphia Phillies. Jack Flaherty, Vince Velasquez. So any takeaways from this game? I don't know if you saw anything on the back end, but
I think what you just mentioned was the only thing anybody's going to be taking away from this one. Of course, the Reds happy to get the win, but at what cost with 2 guys going down in Bauer and Miley? No telling how they're going to try to cope with that.
Yeah, that's going to be a tough stretch. Hopefully for them, they said that it was difficult to tell what the injury was right off the bat. It could be as little as a bruised hand. It could be as bad as a fractured hand. And then I'm also joined in the booth here by Heinz A.S. How you doing today?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm doing fantastic. Watched a great game here between the Reds and the Brewers. And yeah, honestly, I think it was a pretty good way to spend my birthday, calling some baseball games.
Oh, happy birthday.
Thank you. Thank you.
Gonna get you out of town here or just in time for happy hour, I suppose?
Yeah, not quite old enough for that. That's going to be next year is my happy hour.
Oh, all right.
Time, so.
There you go. Get you out of here for juice and cookies.
Yep. So, like I said, 5-1 was the final score in this one. Thank you guys for bearing with me. This is my first solo call. And after this one, we're going to get St. Louis Cardinals, Philadelphia Phillies. We've got Mike A. We've got Heinz A.S. on the call. It's going to be a great one. Thank you guys. Have a good day.
Thanks a lot there, Special, and we'll get ready to take it over to Philadelphia, where they played a good one last night. It was the Bop Ball After Dark game. The Phillies and Cardinals needed 11 innings, and in the end, it was JT Realmuto walking it off with a shot to left field to send the Phillies home 3-2 winners. This year, we look at the last couple highlights from your game in Cincinnati. Tucker Barnhart, your player of the game, there with a towering shot, 388 feet out to right for a 2-run blast. And Garrett, not sure if you're at the controls or not, but on the Twitch stream here, not sure if it's possible, but people looking to get the extent of those injuries to Trevor Bauer and Miley. Not sure if we can look at those before the Phillies game. If not, I'm sure we will have updates tomorrow. But Heinz, how are you doing? Don't think I've had the pleasure of working with you before. How's it going?
I'm doing good. Well, this is my second call only, so I'm not surprised that Trev works with me yet. But I'm looking forward to this game. Obviously, this Reds game will play out for the standings in the NL Central. The Reds are doing pretty well, I think, in third place. But the Cardinals are struggling, and that's something I don't think coming into the season many people expected.
No, in previous seasons, they've had years like this where, they just kind of tread water and people wonder whether or not they're going to be sellers at the deadline. And they always seem to hit that switch in August and September. But with the talent that's up there in the AL or NL Central with the Cubs and Brewers and even Reds now, I think that's playing a dangerous game. If you're the Cardinals, they can't afford to get too far behind here as we get into the summer months.
Well, they're going to have their ace on the mound today, so they're going to look to bounce back after that 11-inning loss you mentioned. So Jack Flaherty, he's had a good ERA this season, so maybe he can limit some runs in this game and try to take off the strain from their bullpen.
And there you see the bad news. Wade Miley, just a bruised hand, might miss a start, but the big news, Trevor Bauer, they got him into the basement of the stadium, took that x-ray, and it came back with a fractured hand. 1 to 2 months the projection for Trevor Bauer, and tough blow there for the Reds. That could really deal a big blow for them as we were just talking about, trying to keep pace in this NL Central race.
Well, Trevor Bauer, they brought in last year at the deadline in that Yasiel Puig deal. They were looking to him to be sort of a spark plug, I think, in that starting rotation. You've got Castillo and Sonny Gray, both sort of more soft-spoken but really good pitchers, and have sort of this confrontational type in Trevor Bauer, maybe be able to sort of spark something. But without him, it'll be interesting to see what their pitching staff will look like.
And you got to wonder if you're Trevor Bauer right now, made all that fuss about only signing 1-year deals for the rest of his career. Well, he might get the short end of that stick here if he misses half a season.
Yeah, there's always that talk about those 1-year deals. When we saw it work out for Josh Donaldson, signed that 1-year deal in Atlanta and then gets this massive deal in Minnesota, looking to add to the massive power on an already stacked offense. So we'll see whether this injury will affect Bauer.
Garrett, can we see the non-DH lineup? Should look about the same as last night. You see the Cardinals sticking with mostly the same lineup no matter who they're facing. And in fact, that is going to be the exact same lineup as last night, complete with Jack Flaherty, the pitcher, hitting in the 8th spot in front of what's become an ice-cold Harrison Bader. So he's got the dubious honor of second leadoff for the Cardinals in today's game. But as you mentioned, Jack Flaherty, one of the good young aces in baseball, he's a fireballer. He can rack up strikeouts like they're going out of style, and he's faced today against a Phillies opponent who, they've got some big names in the batting order, but they have not been hitting all that well. They've had timely hits like the walk-off home run by Real Muto last night, but the average isn't there, and they're really ringing up some strikeouts. So Flaherty could be licking his lips today as he stares at that batting order for the Phils.
Yeah, you look at the big bats in this Phillies team: Real Muto, Harper, and Hoskins. Real Muto coming in with a 211 batting average, Hoskins at 185. They're not the on-base team that I think they'd like to be. They've got some pop in that lineup, which they've been using, but I don't think you can, make the postseason solely with the long ball being your main source of run support.
And here you see how the Phillies will line it up today. They also turn in the same lineup card as last night, sub out Vince Velasquez for Zach Eflin, last night's starter. There you see a bunch of bunch of icy cold signs there throughout the lineup, but Real Muto, of course, with that walk-off last night, getting a little bit warmer. Rhys Hoskins really the story in a terrible slump throughout all of the second half last season. He has not picked it up at all. He does lead the team in home runs. However, he also leads the National League in strikeouts, batting well below 190. And if the Phillies want to make a run in the NL East this year, they are going to need their big man in the middle of the lineup.
Well, right now they're sitting in third place at 24-20, and coming off of a season last year where they finished even at 500. The Mets have been getting better. They're obviously the question team, and whether or not there'll be buyers or sellers at the deadline, it seems, for the past couple of years. Nationals coming off the World Series, and then you've got the Braves who won the division. So the Phillies are going to have to do a lot to try to keep up today.
Yeah, and they've had a hot streak. They won 6 in a row at one point, but then they got swept by the Dodgers, got back in the win column with last night's win, and they'll try to do it again today, although it'll be a tough matchup for them. You see the identical 3-4 records with Flaherty and Velasquez, but very different ways that they've gotten there. Flaherty's had some tough luck losses. Velasquez, on the other hand, it's usually a struggle for him just to get through that fifth inning and qualify for the win. As he rocks an ERA north of 6, they're going to need that to come down. If not, as we saw last night, they've got a bevy of options in the bullpen, guys who are long-ish arms who could definitely be that number 5 starter. Guys like Cole Irvin, Nick Pivetta, Ranger Suarez, any of them could fit the bill if Velasquez continues to struggle.
Well, and yesterday we also saw both starters only get through a little over 5 innings. So the bullpens, both Phillies used 4 bullpen arms, whereas the Cardinals used 3. So that, and those bullpen ERAs for especially the Cardinals, but also for the Phillies, not to the extent that they would have hoped that these arms would be performing. A lot of young arms, especially in this Phillies bullpen as well.
Yeah, and with that game running 11 innings and late into the night, you'd figure that both teams would really love it if their starters could get them a nice quality start, maybe save some undue effort by the bullpen or by the managers having to shuffle around lineups, try to figure out some late game moves. Everyone would love it if their guy would just settle in for a lazy afternoon cruising through 6 or 7 innings. But we are about to get things underway on the south side of Philadelphia. We head out to Citizens Bank Park for Cardinals Phillies coming up next on the ML Bot Ball Network. Here we go one more time before we take the field. You see the tail of the tape between these two starters. 3 and 4 for each of them. That's about where it ends. Flaherty's pitched much deeper into games, much better strikeout to walk ratio, and of course, the ERA nearly 4 runs lower than his counterpart. But it'll be Vince Velasquez who we see first as he takes the mound on a sunny afternoon here in Philly. Looks like the wind's blowing in. It's been all over the place the last few nights. Blowing straight across the field a few nights ago against the Dodgers. It was blowing straight out yesterday, however, didn't really result in much power other than that last home run. But here it looks to be blowing straight in from center, so what normally is a hitter's ballpark could be a little bit tougher today.
Well, with these big power bats in these lineups, they'll be probably, especially with Jack Flaherty on the mound, a low run affair. You mentioned earlier that, especially in the Phillies, but also on the Cardinals team, the offense, in terms of contact, has not been there. It's been a all or nothing sort of homer or bust style.
Well, Velasquez runs one across the outside half of the plate. We are off and running in Philadelphia. It's 0-1 to Tyler O'Neill as we are underway. Velasquez into the stretch. The 0-1 pitch swung on and missed. Looked like he took something off of that one, a slider at the knees, and quickly 0-2 to O'Neill.
Velasquez has a 4-pitch mix. Got a 4-seamer, a slider, curveball, and a 2-seamer. So look to work that slider away to the right-handers, especially to those big bats like Goldschmidt for the Cardinals.
So here he comes with the 1-2. That one skied in the air, but it's going to stay well in play. Paisley camped under it almost immediately and squeezes it for out number 1. And you mentioned the repertoire of Velasquez. He definitely does have, 3 or 4 serviceable pitches, but with him, it's all about control. When he gets ahead in the count and can locate that fastball, he's not afraid to run it up at the letters, as you just saw him do there with O'Neill. Really tough to catch up to that 97 at the belt, especially if you're defending with 2 strikes.
And unlike his counterpart, Jack Flaherty, he's only gotten 30 strikeouts on the season compared to the over 60 for Jack Flaherty, working much more to contact, which can sometimes come to bite him, as we've seen with his high ERA.
Let's hear the 1-0 to Carpenter, leaks low, 2-0. And yeah, it was even worse for him last season, where the Phillies didn't have nearly as good of a defense behind him. They've improved in that regard this season, so a little bit easier to pitch to contact, but still much tougher to give up runs when you're striking guys out. As he misses for a 3rd straight pitch, 3-0 the count to Carpenter.
Walks have been a bit of a problem for Velasquez. You mentioned earlier his walk to strikeout ratio is not that great as compared to where you'd like it to be.
(3-1) incoming. Carpenter flies that one to deep left. Kingery on the run to the wall, and he's going to watch it go. Didn't look off the bat like he got all of it, but that one cuts through the wind and sails out to left. And just like that, it's an early 1-0 lead for the Cardinals on the solo shot by Matt Carpenter.
Goes the other way with that one. It's his 4th of the year. Not really getting the production that he probably would have liked with the power, but hitting 271 this year. Still a really bounce-back year compared to last season.
Didn't look like that bad of a pitch by Velasquez. It was a 2-seamer running to the outside corner. Looked like it was going to be in the zone for a strike, but definitely not over the middle by any means. Just a great piece of hitting to stay down on it and then manage to elevate and drive it by Carpenter. So Goldschmidt now the batter. The 0-1 to him is fouled off, 0-2. Goldschmidt easily the biggest threat in this Cardinal lineup.
He leads the Cardinals in pretty much every major offensive category. Batting average, on base percentage, hits, doubles, homers, RBIs, you name it. He's leading the team.
Here he swings through one. He's going to be down on strikes. Good biting 2-seamer by Velasquez. That's probably about where he wanted that pitch to Carpenter to be. However, the one Carpenter went deep on was a 3-1 pitch. Had to keep it a little closer to the zone. That one he's able to let leak out to the right-handed batter's box, and Goldschmidt couldn't hang on. Swings right over the top of it, and it's 2 down for Paulie Young.
No, that's down.
This is just low, 1-0.
The name of the game today for Velasquez will be trying to keep that ball down, even with the wind. Whoa, that's a high pitch there, but he's going to want to try to work the ball to contact and try to get the ball on the ground mainly. Even though the wind's blowing in, we saw a homer already in this inning.
Second 3-0 count of the inning, run up by Velasquez, and I think you're right to a point. I think that if he's able to command the pitches and get way ahead in counts, it still does match his repertoire to be able to throw that high fastball. But you're right, especially early in the count, where if behind in the count, he's really got to command those pitches, keep them at the knees, not let anybody drive anything into the gap. As the 3-1 here sails well high. DeYoung draws the walk, and the inning will be extended.
Batting fifth, the catcher, number 4, Yadier.
That'll bring a long-time catcher, and I think it's safe to say certain future Hall of Famer Yadier Molina to the plate.
Well, Molina's had a pretty good offensive year, despite being mainly known as a defensive catcher, at least in recent years, as he's gotten older. But hitting around 270 last year. As you can see in the bottom, he's sitting on 1,997 career hits.
And that might be, yep, it will be. That'll be 1998 as he inches closer to the 2,000 mark. Dumps that single into right field. And it's 2 aboard here for the Cardinals with 2 outs here in the first. So Velasquez, unfortunately for the Phillies, pitching to tight, in trouble early here in Philadelphia as Brad Miller steps up. Miller, a tough one last night, 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts. Although with these shady conditions, that golden sombrero might suit him well right now. The 1-0 from Velasquez is swung on and beaten foul down the first base side, 1-1.
Velasquez already thrown 22 pitches this inning. He's going to want to try to get Miller out pretty quickly. Otherwise, it's going to be another one of those 5-and-out outings for Philly starter.
Miller skies one on the infield. And that'll be an easy play for Bohm. He squeezes it, so Velasquez escapes, but not before giving up a run on the solo blast by Carpenter. We head to the bottom of the first. We'll see the Phillies up at the plate for the first time. Cardinals lead at 1-0. Once again, we get a look here at Jack Flaherty. What all does he bring to the table?
Well, big strikeout pitcher. Got a 4-seamer coming in around 95. Long slider, curveball, 2-seam, and changeup. Big strikeout repertoire right there. Had a really good year last year. Just didn't necessarily get the wins he probably would have liked, but the ERA like this year in the upper 2s, which is really good.
There he burns in one of those fastballs for strike 1 at the knees to the leadoff hitter, center fielder Adam Hazley, who the Phillies, we mentioned the offensive struggles, but the one thing that they may have found here is a leadoff hitter for the first time in over a calendar year. Hazley coming in batting .350, not a lot of pop, but he can get one out every now and then. Decent RBI guy when he's got men on base, but they just needed somebody, anybody, to get on base early in games. But here he stares at an 0-2 hole, and Flaherty with a hammer of a curveball dropping down right at the knees on the inside corner. He couldn't have walked that one up to the plate any better.
That's just a beautiful curveball there from Flaherty, and that's pretty much what he's going to try to do. If you're not going to swing, he'll just aim a pitch for you, and you're not going to have, you're either going to watch it for strike 3 or you're just not going to hit it well. Put it right where you want.
And if you're a leadoff hitter, leading off a game, that's about the worst possible outcome, is striking out on 3 straight pitches. But for Hazley, I don't know if you can blame him there. Those were 3 quality pitches to go along with the 4th to Real Muto, and just missing, clipping the inside corner there as Flaherty finally misses the zone for the first time today. It's 1-1.
Well, Real Muto had a great game yesterday. With the 2 for 5 and that, of course, walk-off homer. He's going to look to keep it up, but that average is just not where he's going to want it to be. It's not where it was last year at all.
Definitely not, but it has been creeping up. It was right around the 200 mark just a week ago, and not skyrocketing by any means, but it is going in the right direction. But there, it's going to take a hit as Real Muto goes digging in the dirt and comes up empty. Flaherty, 2 men up, 2 strikeouts, and that'll bring up Bryce Harper.
Flaherty's definitely playing what we already were hyping up about him, strikeouts.
Harper steps in. Big bat in the middle of this Phillies lineup. He's had a power surge about 2 weeks ago, but keep baseball always a game of adjustment. Seems like they have fixed, the pitchers have, whatever they were doing wrong. Harper's been on a bit of a slide here the last couple of games. He finds himself even in the count 1-1. A 1-1 by Flaherty is swung on and fouled. soft away the last 2 pitches to Harper.
I think going off that, you can probably expect a fastball in.
There he goes hard away, and when you throw it 97 on the black, it mostly doesn't matter whether it's inside or outside. It's going to be tough to catch. Flaherty strikes out the side in dominant fashion, and we head to the 2nd inning. St. Louis on top, 1-0.
Leading off for St. Louis, the second baseman, Colton Wong.
Here it'll be Colton Wong stepping in.
Ball one.
He takes one.
Ball one. No
Looked like at the belt. They're going to say it went high. 1-0. Velasquez looking for some more efficiency here. His 2nd trip out to the mound. Facing the bottom of the Cardinals order. And that one drops below the zone, 2-0.
Colton Wong spent all of his major league career with the Cardinals. His contract's coming to an end at the end of the season. So he's looking to try to prove something, that he can be their consistent starting second baseman for years to come.
Wong slaps that one into left field. Kingery was charging hard, but has to play it on a hop. And that's going to be a leadoff single, and the Cardinals cooking again here in the 2nd.
Jack Leonard.
Velasquez comes set. Dealing to Flaherty, batting in the 8-hole. Flaherty just trying to move the runner along. Might be a play at 2nd. Hoskins will get him there. They go back to 1st, not in time, but more importantly for the Phillies, they nab the lead runner and now have a pitcher on the bases as Flaherty puts it in the direction you want to, but just a little bit too much on that one. Hoskins able to set his feet, get his shoulders around and fire to 2nd. No chance to complete the double play. But always good to get that lead man.
Well, that's a tough play for Hoskins to make as a righty first baseman. If you're a lefty first baseman, you don't have to worry about turning and throwing to 2nd. You could just step and throw. But Hoskins had to, do a quick turn to try to throw over. So that's a good play.
Nope. That's a
Yeah,
ball.
and that's why for a right-handed batter with a right-handed first baseman, it shouldn't be too tough of a task to get that sac bunt down. All you need to do is you can go right at him. You just can't hit it hard right at him. You just have to make him run a little bit, have to create just a split second of time for them to be able to get everything shifted towards 2nd base. Most of the time they won't even bother to think of it, but they're basically a hard ground ball right to Hoskins, and he's able to hit that lead runner. Bader stands in now. They count 2-1. Flaherty now the man on 1st. Bader swings through that one, 2-2.
Bader has speed, so it's going to be tough to double him up. They get him the ground ball in the infield.
Bader nearly had himself a home run last night. Skied one out to left, went off the top of the wall for an easy double. Played well by Kingery, otherwise it could have turned into 3 with that aforementioned speed. But Bader just looking to keep the runners going, put something in play here as the payoff pitch is incoming from Velasquez. Called strike 3. Bader not so sure about that. It's been a floating strike zone here today. A couple of them look like they may have been on the plate that were left for balls. A couple of them clipping corners or maybe the edges of corners being called for strikes. But it's been consistent both ways, I'd say, so far.
Yeah, that's the exact pitch that was called a ball a couple at-bats earlier. I think it might have been to Colton Wong, which was up and away to him. But looks like it just got a bit of the black.
So now it's Tyler O'Neill batting. 2 outs here in the 2nd. O'Neill over 1. Whenever I pitched, not that you really talk to umpires, but my mentality towards the umpire every time was the strike zone can be any weird shape you want it to be. It just needs to be that the entire day.
Well, yeah. I mean, as a pitcher, you want consistency. You can adapt to a strike zone that might not necessarily be that perfect zone, but otherwise, changes. You can't adapt.
O'Neal flies that one out to right. Harper squeezes, and that'll do it for the Cardinals. Here in the second, we move to the bottom half of the second. Cardinals on top, 1-0.
Leading off for the Phillies, the first baseman, Reese Hoskins.
It'll be Reese Hoskins in a seemingly endless struggle leading things off against Flaherty.
Nope, outside.
Flaherty, exactly the kind of guy who Hoskins has not been able to hit so far this season. Good overpowering fastball, and then with that breaking ball and Hoskins' propensity to chase low and away, not making for a promising day for him. But 1-1 here is Flaherty into the windup. Swung on and laced, and Reese Hoskins proving me wrong as he slaps that one right through for a single.
Well, that's a cement mixer slider right there. It didn't really have much movement on it, just hung right in the middle of the zone. And I think that's something, Hoskins ripping it out to left field is probably what he is going to want to do from now on to try to beat this slump that he's been having this whole season.
Now that'll bring up Didi Gregorius as the Phillies try to get something going. The leadoff man, Hoskins on with the leadoff single. Flaherty really his first bad pitch of the day, as you mentioned, that slider that just hung up there. Probably lucky that someone like Hoskins didn't put it in the seats, especially after those nasty curveballs, much like that one that digs in the dirt. But Molina, always a great defensive catcher, smothers that one. So Flaherty maybe losing a little bit of the location on the off speed here in the second inning. Gregorius drives that one, but it's going to stay in play to center. Bader right there. Quickly gets it in, and that'll be one quick out here in the second.
Well, that wasn't necessarily the best fastball, right? Right center cut up in the zone. After throwing those curveballs in the dirt, he can afford to sort of have a couple of fastball mistakes, because those with the changing eye level, it's going to still be hard to hit.
And it's kind of one of those cases, I think, where the rich get richer. Obviously he has the stuff to get you out with any of his 3 or 4 pitches when he locates it. But the fact that he's got so many pitches that are all so good, it's got the hitters thinking a million things at once. So even when he throws a bad pitch, they're just not ready for it. So when you're a good pitcher, you can get away with way more bad pitches. It's now Scott Kingery, the left fielder, standing in. Another one in the dirt. Counts now 2-0. Hoskins leading off of first. Sun setting a bit early out here in Philadelphia.
I got 2-1 the count.
Kingery swings over one there, 2-1. Flaherty sets the 2-1 inside corner, 2-2.
Kingery was drafted by the Phillies in 2018, so he's been quick on the rise.
The third baseman.
Yeah, Kingery famously signing a 6-year deal before he had ever played a game in the majors. Sometimes you see guys who are stars through their first, second year, and teams will lock them up long term before they can get to that arbitration or even think of free agency. But the Phillies, thinking they have themselves a lifer on their hands, perhaps, they went ahead and just locked him up for a multi-million-dollar deal before he had ever seen his first pitch in the big leagues. So,
well, that's happened to a couple players of late.
Yeah, and I guess that's the way to go. It's the cost-saving way to go. Any 22, 23-year-old is probably going to jump it, $5 or $6 million a year when it would take them 3 years to get to that mark with arbitration. But at the same time, if you're a guy like, say, Ronald Acuna Jr., he's only making $3 million this year, and if he was on the open market, he'd be a $15, $17 million player. There, the floating inside corner shows up again. Bohm takes that one on the inside corner, 1-2. Flaherty trying to get around that leadoff single, and he will, as Bohm checks up, but they're going to say he went. Strikeout victim number 5 already for Flaherty. As we go to the third, St. Louis leads 1-0. Excellent point, Heidi. There you see the Phillies' pitching stats pretty good in the National League, but it's had to be the 3 games over 500 that they are, because if they flash up the batting stats at any point today, you're going to see a whole lot bigger numbers in the rankings there. Bigger's not better when you're talking about being 12th and 13th and 14th in the National League.
Yeah, the Phillies have a pretty good pitching staff with, Aaron Nola leading the line. They've got Jake Arrieta, who, if he, can get to the guy he was in 2015 and 16, those two can lead this rotation, and with several other good pitchers, they can handle that end of the ball, but it's the offense they got to worry about.
Carpenter swings and sends this one into the Bermuda Triangle with a shift, and it will disappear into the outfield grass for a hit. So somehow beating the shift. You see people do it with lace line drives and ground balls. Not often you get a bloop hit into that left-handed softball-like shift, but Carpenter's done it. He's got a single to go along with his home run. He's 2 for 2 on the day, and the Cardinals once again have the leadoff man on.
Perfect guy to have up here is Paul Goldschmidt. Been the hottest stick on the Cardinals team, and with nobody out, looking to maybe try to catch the gap here.
0-1 coming from Velasquez. And runs inside 1-1. Velasquez has done half the job that we set out for him to do early in this game. He has worked pretty well down in the zone, pretty well at getting ahead of batters. Hasn't finished him off. Is now more trouble as Goldschmidt cues one through that big hole with Carpenter being held on the right side. Tons of space there, not usually where you think of Paul Goldschmidt's hits going. But a single's a single, and the Cardinals now with runners on first and second and nobody out for Buddy Young. First pitch fastball strike for Velasquez. Swing on miss. Good curveball by Velasquez. We've seen the slider. That one was the first good curve we've seen.
Young looked like he wanted to try to bring all 3 of them home right there with that swing.
Well, you mentioned the Cardinals like the Phillies, all or nothing.
Yeah.
This one's going to be tapped to second. Could be 2. 4 to 6 to 3. Beautiful double play. Segura charging it. Looked like maybe a necessary spin, but I think he was just trying to get some momentum behind everything. There you see a 2-hopper. Segura, the good instincts to charge that one. You wait back on that one, you probably won't have time to turn 2. Hoskins digs out the low relay from Gregorius, and the threat is lessened for the moment, but still a runner on third here with 2 outs, and Yadier Molina at the bat.
Well, the middle of this Cardinals order is not the fastest. They've got some fast guys in Bader and O'Neill and Colton Wong as well, but this middle of the lineup's where that double play ball might play later in the game as well.
Good point there, especially with all of these relievers all throughout Major League Baseball just throwing so hard with those sharp breaking sliders. Easy to get sawed off double play balls when you've got those big arms coming in late in games. Here Velasquez trying to work out an early jam in third. The 0-2 coming to Molina. That ball swung on in lace, but it's picked clean by Bohm. Good job to field that one on a short hop. He flips it over to Hoskins, and that'll do it for the Cardinals. So back-to-back base hits to lead off the inning. Don't come up with any more in the run column. We go to the bottom of the third. It's still 1-0.
Leading up for the Phillies, the second baseman.
Here we see Segura in for his first bat of the day. Started that big double play last inning, but here going to be a quick out as he skies that one to right. the sun the only obstacle there, but easily put away for out number 1.
Batting ninth, the pitcher.
Here are the Central standings that we brought up a little bit earlier. Cardinals 11.5 back, and the Brewers 9.5 back. It's been a surprisingly uncontested division. I think most people expected this to be one of the highly contested divisions.
Yeah, and the Brewers and Cardinals for sure have to be a little bit disappointed that they're below 500 right now, but they're not too far below. It's really just been the Cubs, and as strange as it is to say, they're 32-14, and they've really cooled off over the last 2 weeks. That's how red hot they've been. So plenty of baseball left, but the Cubs doing their best to run away with it early here in the Central. Flaherty back into the line. The 1-1 coming to Velasquez. That one misses low. 2-1 with the way Flaherty's pitching. If you're an opposing pitcher where they don't expect much out of the bat anyways, probably have to call it a win just to see 5 or 6 pitches. There he fans on 1, 2, and 2. 2-2 from Flaherty is swung on and popped to right center field. Having to track over a good ways, but running it down for out number 2 in the inning. That'll send it back to the top fielder, Adam Hazley. I believe that was Brad Miller running it down and right.
Miller was mainly a shortstop for a while when he was playing with Seattle, but he's going to have to adapt to a new role here in St. Louis. His middle infield is pretty much set with Colton Wong and Paul DeYoung as that double play tandem.
Yeah, Tardis and I were talking about it last night. Miller, of course, in Philadelphia last season. And he had bounced around, been in and out of baseball, up and down with the minors and majors. And the Phillies had him be a super utility guy. He got some big hits for him, but he wasn't going to fit into the long-term plans. But they did him a solid there the last 2 or 3 weeks of the season. He was an everyday starter for him, and they weren't going to keep him around, but he showed enough to where he could walk into another free agent contract with the Cardinals and he's worked himself into the everyday starting lineup here. But here, Flaherty going to lose his first batter of the day as Hazley draws a walk, and the Phillies trying to get something on with 2 outs.
Well, we saw that he had a couple wide ones there to Velasquez, the at-bat before. So Flaherty's going to need to try to come back into the zone a little bit. Been able to get some chases out of the zone, but even against a high strikeout team in the Phillies, going to have to get something across.
Plenty of power from these Phillies bats, but they are not the most disciplined team. They were stressing a lot of walks last season, but with the real overhaul in the coaching staff, maybe a change in approach at the plate, not really resulting many high-scoring outputs yet, as Real Muto watches that one trail just a bit low, 1-1.
Well, that's sort of what we've seen the game turn into. It's the whole 3 outcomes, homer, strikeout, walk. So the Phillies sort of only doing the 2 outcomes right now with just strikeout and homer. So they're going to need to try to bring up those walks to balance it out and try to fit in this current climate.
Yeah, the Phillies definitely that team always in search of the 3-run homer, as that one gets over on the outside, 2-2 to Real Muto. They're going to hit 1 or 2 per game. It's just, when there are guys on base, they're going to score enough to win. When there aren't, then they really have to hope that the pitching comes through. The 2-2 on the way to Real Muto, and he's going to tap that one up the middle. Going to be a tough play, charging hard and beating it out. At first is Real Muto, a bang-bang play. Let's go to the replay here. It's about a 3-hopper. You can see looking at it the whole way, knowing he's got to stretch for it, and I don't know if you can get much closer than that.
Well, Real Muto's one of the fastest catchers, if not the fastest catcher in the game. Normally, catchers are seen as an easy ground out, but Realmuto is not one of those. Gotta be careful.
If anything, I think you might have to put that one on Goldschmidt. Didn't look like he made the biggest stretch he could have. And that could be trouble here as Harper steps up. As Realmuto has kept this inning alive. Flaherty, good pitch on the outside half. 0-1 to Harper. Stretch and the 0-1 pitch. Lead slow, 1-1. Harper really looking to have a good at bat here. He's got, not this year, but traditionally great numbers with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. And there he had a 3-run homer on his mind, but can't quite catch up to the off-speed up in the zone. Now 1-2. Catches up to that one, not quite sure how. Up in the zone, but he fights off a 97-mile-per-hour fastball. Count remains 1-2 here. Crowd on their feet trying to get something going as Harper swings and misses. And just look at that one, Hines. Another great breaking ball inside to a lefty. They just can't get their bats to it.
Just executes them so well off of that fastball.
And that thing had to look like the biggest meatball in the world to Harper. It just kind of flew up in the zone. He thought it was going to be a hanger, and then it just dropped 1.5 feet. Those last couple of feet before hitting home plate. And that barrel waves a good 6 inches above it. And the Phillies go down once again. Flaherty, as you predicted, Hines, racking up the strikeouts here this afternoon.
Already at 6 strikeouts through the first 3 innings. So if he can go late in this game, we could see a really high strikeout total from him.
Some 0-1 count to here to Brad Miller. Velasquez, a decent outing so far. He's found himself in some trouble, but has made the pitches to get out of it. To Miller, a nasty swing there. Miller has sat down. Good morning, good afternoon, good night.
Now batting.
That's 1 out here for Velasquez and the Phillies.
Not sure exactly what he was looking for there. That one looked like if he hadn't moved, I was going to get him on the arm guard. But I guess he just didn't have a chance to really get the react to it.
All I can think of is he might have been convinced that a slider or a curveball was coming. You know, sometimes, even if you recognize that it's not that off-speed pitch, when you have that big swing geared up for an off-swing pitch, you can forget to get those hands in on a fastball, and they can get right to your wrist. And like you said, more of a danger to the bones in your hand than to the barrel of the bat.
Count 3-0.
Quickly 3-0 to Colton Wong here. Velasquez about to deliver his 55th pitch of the afternoon, and that one's going to miss inside. A 4-pitch walk to Wong.
Well, it'll be interesting to see whether Flaherty will go back to the bunt here with Bader sort of struggling this season. The last one didn't work out for Flaherty either, so it might be a time for him to just try to push something and see what happens.
This year we're going to see another bunt attempt from Flaherty to Hoskins again, but this one much better, but it leaks foul. Good job of Hoskins to lay off of that one, let it go foul. Flaherty squares again, pulls it back, 1-1.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Phillies able to erase Wong on a failed sacrifice attempt by Flaherty a couple of innings ago. So same situation here. As Flaherty squares again, it'll be to Hoskins once again. This time he gets the job done. A totally unnecessary circus flipped by Hoskins, but they'll get Flaherty at first. Wong moves to second, 2 away here in the 4th.
That time he actually does do a good job to deaden the ball and also keep it down the line to make it a harder throw for Hoskins should he even have attempted it.
Ball.
That'll bring Harrison Bader to the plate. 2 outs here in the fourth. Cardinals leading 1-0. The difference in this game, the Matt Carpenter home run, just 2 batters into the game. Since then, it's been all Jack Flaherty. 1-1 count to Bader. Velasquez sets out the belt and deals. Swung on and popped high in the air to left. Tracking back to the fence. And that one has some carry. I don't know if the wind shifted or not, but it looked like it might have been a lazy fly ball off the bat instead. It is Kingery chasing all the way to the dirt, just a few feet away from the fence. But he runs it down. Velasquez gets out of this one. We go to the bottom of the fifth. Still 1-0.
For the Phillies, the first baseman, 3.
Once you had an eye on the flags, if they shifted here, is it? I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. I know there was the other game I called. I had a ball go out for a walk-off homer that looked like it was just going to be a lazy fly ball to left. So sometimes the winds just seem to shift like crazy here.
Another hanger. Hoskins singling off Flaherty last time on a hanging curveball. That one he spits on, but it drops in for strike 1. 1-1, and that's the pitch that has been the bane of Rhys Hoskins' existence this season. Those low and away curves, he just cannot get to them. Now Flaherty has right where he wants him, 1-2. 1-2 is swung on and missed. Slider on the outside corner. Another swing and a miss. Hoskins not looking great.
And after having the backed up slider up and in, and then that nasty curveball down and away, I feel like, if you're Hoskins, you're, selling out for a heater. What Flaherty's done is scouting on Hoskins, knowing that he can't hit that breaking ball.
It is a chess game. Chess is hard enough. If the pieces were coming at me at 97 miles per hour, I don't know what I'd do. Gregorius skies one that's going to stay on the infield for an easy out. And that'll be 2 away quickly here in the fourth.
Up next for Philadelphia, the left fielder, Scott Kingery.
Scott Kingery to the plate, 0 for 1. One of the, I believe, 7 strikeout victims. You keep a count there, Hines?
Yep, you were right. He's at 7 through 3 2/3. It's impressive total.
0-1.
Good slider there, catches the outside corner. 0-1 quickly to Kingery. Flaherty into the windup, the pitch. Another one burned over. He is quickly approaching being in the zone. He does not seem to be bothered by anything the Phillies batters are bringing to the table. The 0-2 pitch is just low, 1-2.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
So far, only allowed 2 hits. One of those was that slow roller by Real Muto. So he's also just racked up the strikeouts, and he's just limited contact in general.
Yeah, and the impressive thing is that of his 4 pitches, 3 main ones, he's had strikeouts on at least one of each on all 3 of those main pitches he throws. The 4-seamer, the curveball, and the slider. So when you're throwing it well enough to get by major league batters with 3 different pitches, it's probably going to be a good day for you. There you see Kingery fights off a 4-seamer. Count remains at 2-2. 2-2 again, catches Kingery going fishing. But all he's got to show for it are a bunch of empty beer cans, maybe a boot, certainly no fish. As Flaherty fans his 8th of the day, we go to the 5th. St. Louis on top, 1-0.
Leading off for the
So it'll be the top of the order here for the Cardinals in the 5th.
O'Neill.
0-1's the count.
See some action in the bullpen for the Phillies, and Hines, if you're Flaherty, are you worried at all about only having the one run of support, or are you just feeling it and saying, get me back out there, I've got this today?
No balls, 2 strikes.
Well, I feel like you have to be a little worried that your offense isn't getting anything for you. But given the way he's throwing the ball today, to have the strikeouts with all of his pitches, as you mentioned, you've got to have confidence in your stuff and know that you should be able to get out of this pretty well. But I'd want more than one run personally.
As you see, O'Neill goes down swinging. Velasquez with his 4th strikeout of the day. Other than that home run to the man at the ditch right there, Matt Carpenter, he's had a few more issues to deal with along the way than Flaherty has, but overall a solid outing for Velasquez, who came into this game with an ERA over 6, trying to chop away at that as he pitches into the 5th. Carpenter seems to have Velasquez's number here. He's got the home run, he's got the single, he was all over that one, but Velasquez, for the time being, has the advantage with the 0-2 count. The 0-2 pitch is swung on at the rifle, deep to right, but hooking foul. And nope, I'm just going to stay with that first prediction. Carpenter seems to be in his head there.
Well, and if you're Carpenter, you want those last 2 sliders back.
Count is 1,
First
2.
one was just center cut, and then the other one was on the inside edge, but it was a good pitch to hit. Early on both of them.
There, Velasquez will finally win the battle as he freezes Carpenter with a good fastball up in the zone. Carpenter doesn't pull the trigger for the first time today. He's retired. He'll be the 5th strikeout victim of Velasquez. In steps Paul Goldschmidt, 1 for 2 today, a single back in the 3rd. On pace for the same 30 home run, 30-plus home run, 90-plus RBI output as he had last year. And that one's going to get through and roll all the way to the fence in left. He's going to go for 2. The throw will come into 3rd. It'll be a stand-up double for Goldschmidt. Finishing my thought, on pace for the home runs and RBIs of last year. And even more impressively, batting average well over 330. That's only going to tick it up a bit more. So Goldschmidt just all over everything anybody's throwing this season.
He's trying to make a case for his 4th All-Star bid of his career, and at this rate, he should be pretty set. He can keep this going.
I think he's going to need some help from his teammates if he wants it. As the selection committee or the voters tend to go with winning teams, but if this Cardinals team can turn it around, win some games, maybe make a playoff run, he doesn't just have all-star numbers. He's got borderline MVP stuff if he keeps it up at this clip. Call to Young now up to bat. Takes one away. Count will be 2-2. DeYoung grounded into a damaging 4-6-3 double play. A couple of innings ago hurt the Cardinals' chances of breaking this one open. Here he looks at ball 3. Counts 3-1. Three, 1-2 DeYoung is swung on. Big cut, a big miss. Velasquez probably doing well to go with the curveball. He had the base open if he missed, and didn't want to miss with a fastball inside the zone to DeYoung. And now it'll be a payoff pitch upcoming. 2 outs, 5th inning. Cardinals up 1-0. Goldschmidt leads off of second base. The pitch to DeYoung. This is just low. He'll lose in ball 4. But not the worst thing in the world. However, it will bring up Molina with 2 on and 2 out.
Molina got that single in the first inning. If he can slot one through that between the first and second baseman like he did there, I have a chance to get the runner home from second.
Yeah, Goldschmidt maybe just a half step faster than your usual big home run guy. If Molina lost this one, it'll reach the seats in shallow right. I would say anything that's not directly on a line to a charging outfielder, you have a good chance of Goldschmidt being able to score with it being 2 outs. He'll be off on contact.
Oh, that's good.
That one runs inside 1-1. 1-1 pitch to Molina, swung on, and you're right, Hines. Looks like he might be eyeing just staying behind the ball, trying to drive something the other way. Everything he's hit so far has gone that side. So a 1-2 pitch, lays off the curveball.
Velasquez might.
Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Velasquez might be doing him a favor by throwing those pitches away if he's trying to just steer it into right field.
2-2 upcoming. And you're right, you know, he definitely seems to be driving the other way, and Velasquez staying away. Molina always a clutch bat, but he's never, you know, really had a reputation for turning around every inside fastball. So maybe try there. They stay away. Molina's going to launch that one deep into the right center gap. Hazley running hard, closes the distance and runs it down. Great range by Hazley to take away 2 runs if that would have dropped. So Velasquez escapes that one. We move on to the bottom of the 5th. It'll be Bohm, Segura, and the pitcher spot. Not sure. We'll have a decision to make on Velasquez there as we go to the bottom of the 5th.
Given the high ERA he had coming into this game, he's pitched very well and could easily go for another inning, and I think it'll really depend on what the 2 guys ahead of him can do, whether they can get on base.
Yeah, you see the discussion going on in the Phillies bullpen, and I think it's going to boil down to what happens with these first 2 batters. Pitch count right around 80, easily enough in the tank to get another inning out of Velasquez. However, you know, if you have 2 guys for each, you might want to think about pulling them, put a bat up there, try to make something happen, because no matter how well he's pitching, at some point they're going to have to score a run if they want to win this game. So Bohm, the Phillies rookie, stands in, watches that one across the plate, evens the count 1-1. Watches that one inside 2-1. Bohm, the Phillies' top prospect, called up last month to try to help out this offense. He's done okay for himself. Was hot, he's cooled off since. Had an injury to deal with, missed about 2 weeks, but he's been back for the last few games for the Phillies, still looking to regain his stroke. Here looking at the 3-1 pitch, maybe he'll get something to hit. He went fastball hunting, Flaherty went up in the zone, Bohm couldn't quite straighten it out. He fouls it back. This will be a 3-2 pitch coming up from Flaherty. Day off to Bohm, and good patience, good eye by the rookie. How tough is that? To be 22, 23 years old, staring down a guy as good as Flaherty and having the patience to look at that one so close for a ball 4.
Well, as you mentioned, he's trying to find his footing here in the majors and prove that he can be, you know, a starting player for them, and it's really easy to just try to do too much and want to just sort of be the hero, and, you know, but walks, they're just as important as the big home runs. So it's great to see a rookie come in with such great discipline.
Here we see Gene Segura up to bat, the 0-1 to him. He chops one towards the hole. Going to be tough to get to. They go for the lead runner. It's a wild throw into left. Bohm slides in safely. I think he might have had trouble tracking the ball, but probably a safe decision to not go for third anyways, as the Cardinals make a mess out of that one. Looked like the easy play was the flip to first. Instead, Wong gets greedy, tries to turn 2, and now, not tooting my own horn, but as I predicted, you get 2 guys on, as well as Velasquez is pitching, you got to take your shot to score here. This is as much damage as they've done to Flaherty all day. As Neil Walker comes in, he grounds one up the middle. Bohm chugging around third. He's going to come in to score. And the Phillies all of a sudden have sprung to life here in the fifth. It's 1-1 on the pinch hit RBI single by Neil Walker.
Walker came into this game 2 for 22 on the year. Been mainly just playing on the bench, and that'll be good for the veteran there to try to get something going.
Because now it's Hazley trying to bunt, and he pops it up in the air. So surprise there. Could have been disastrous had the runners taken off. Hazley down on the pop-up from Flaherty Fields himself. And you mentioned Walker being just 2 for 22, but he's the most popular guy in the dugout right now. Not only does he tie this game, he had the pinch hit sacrifice fly last night that forced extra innings and ultimately led to this guy, JT Realmuto, ending it with a home run to left as he swings and misses in a good curveball by Flaherty. And now you can see that intensity really flaring up on Flaherty. He was in cruise control, but now fighting just to keep his team from falling behind here in the fifth.
Count 0-2.
Realmuto goes chasing up the ladder, wild high. Swings and misses 0-2. Flaherty looking for the punch out, and this is just wide 1-2.
Harper on deck. You really want to just try to get Realmuto out on the strikeout. Now that you've got him down to 1-2. Otherwise, be in big trouble.
1-2 on the way. Swung on and spoiled a good curveball. But Realmuto gets a piece of it. This has been the Phillies' problem. They manufacture a run, something they haven't done much of. But then with 2 on and nobody out, they quickly bunt into an out. Quickly behind 2 strikes on the next batter. You're waiting for that big hit. It needs to come more often for the Phillies if they want to be a good offensive threat. But give Realmuto credit. He's worked his count back to even. Fouls off another good fastball inside. Count remains 2-2, and Flaherty all of a sudden working hard here in the fifth. 2-2, another curve misses low. It'll be a 3-2 pitch coming up. Don't want to load the bases for Harper. But Realmuto swinging a pretty decent bat as of late. Flaherty digs in, gets the sign. The 3-2 swung on and miss. A battle of wills, power on power, and Flaherty runs it right by him.
Now batting, right fielder.
I believe that is number 9 for Flaherty on the day. Here in just the 5th inning.
It looked like Realmuto saw it coming. He saw him tuck that elbow in, keep the hands in, just couldn't get the barrel to it. Flaherty wins that battle. As Harper, again, with the big swing, he's not getting cheated at all. But so far, he has come up empty 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Needs to do something here if he wants his team to go out in front.
Looks like the Cardinals have someone warming up in the bullpen. So with Flaherty up 3rd in the next inning, the question will be whether they go to pinch hit after seeing the success that Phillies got.
We saw Cabrera last night. He pitched an inning or so of good relief. As Harper, big swing, drives it out to center, but there's not going to be enough on that one. Maybe just to the wrong part of the ballpark as Bader squeezes that one. So the Phillies probably kicking themselves that they couldn't do more, but the important part for them, they tie it up. 1 run on 2 hits, 1 very costly St. Louis error. And 2 left on base. We head to the 6th inning. Your score 1-1. Now we see a new face taking the hill for the Phillies. It'll be Cole Irvin, who we saw last night.
Leading off for the Cardinals, the left fielder, Brad Miller.
Irvin, not really a power arm, sort of against the grain of modern standards. Fastball under 90, but it's going to be good against the lefty bats.
Yeah, he broke in as a starter last season for the Phillies, and you're right, he sits maybe tops out at 90-91. Got a decent curveball, a little bit of a changeup. If he could develop those other 2 pitches, maybe you'll see him back in a rotation. But until then, he kind of fits the mold as a long innings guy. Maybe if you have a string of lefties coming up, you send him up there. But yeah, trying to find his spot in the majors. And there, Miller grounds one deep into the hole. Gregorius backhand across the diamond. Big arm by Gregorius and beats Miller by half a step.
Colton Wong.
big looping curveball there from Irvin. Got a little too much plate, but as you said, really good, strong throw from Gregorius.
That'll bring Colton Wong to the plate. Wong 1 for 1. Single his last at bat. First pitch swinging, grounds that one foul. So 1-1 game, brand new ball game. St. Louis had been leading since the first. Phillies tying it up in the fifth as Wong grounds that one just foul down the first base line. But the good news for Velasquez, not only did he turn in a very good effort by his standards, but he can't lose it anymore. He's off the hook. He'll have a no decision today. Irvin into the wind, the 1-2 to Wong. This is high 2-2. I would think we might see that same looping curveball that you saw or talked about last time. Wong slaps one through the right side. He's got 2 hits in his last 2 at-bats.
And now the big question comes with Flaherty at the plate. You do have a runner on, you have 1 out, still a bunt, good bunt situation, and they're going to leave him in.
Yeah, I think that's the call here. Flaherty, despite giving up the run, he's been dominant, 9 strikeouts so far, so if he can move the runner up, might as well do it. But here, Philly's going to go for the lead runner again. Once again, they get him, and Flaherty, again, just avoiding disaster on the double play, but that's twice today that Flaherty has bunted into a 3-6 fielder's choice. That one even down the line.
Yeah, I didn't think that was going to be the move from Hoskins. It looked like Wong was going to get there pretty easily, and you could just, just tag the bag and try to get Bader out here. But he went for it. It was a risk, but it pays off.
It was almost as if Hoskins had his mind made up, saying he knew he was bunting. He had bunted at him hard 2 times in a row. So no matter where it was at, he was going to get the jump on it. He was going to make that throw to second. Now Bader stands in. 0-1 pitch from Irvin. This is just high 1-1. So Flaherty on first base. Irvin delivers. Curveball, good one. Disappears out of the zone. Bader swings and misses. 1-2. One-two pitch is rifled at Bohm. It's knocked down. No chance anywhere with Bader's speed. So Bohm keeps it on the infield, but it's going to be scored an error. Tough luck error there, as Bader just got every last piece of that one.
Yeah, I think it's a little unfair to call that an error. It was hit really hard. I don't really think you can really blame him for just knocking that down, but that's why I'm not an official scorer.
Yeah, some people will say if you get your glove on it, you need to catch it. But that one, the glove was well outside of the frame of his body, and it wasn't so much a reach or a lunge as it was just a first instinct move, and the ball was already there. But tough luck for Bohm. Good news is it stayed on the infield, nobody able to take an extra base. Now Irvin dealing with the top of the order, and Tyler O'Neill, who watched the ball 2, breathes in at the knees. So time for Irvin to dig down here. Could have been out of the inning, but instead 2 runners on 2 outs. Pitch swing and a miss. Realmuto likes what he sees there. O'Neill 0 for 3, but did some damage last night. 2-1 pitch is swung on and hit foul down the third base line. Count runs to 2-2.
That fastball came in at 87, so he got way out in front of it. They've got to adjust from Velasquez down to Irvin.
Miss, he got him on an inside fastball. That 189, yeah, I think might have been playing mind games with him, throwing those old batting practice fastballs where it almost looks too good to be true, or maybe you get overhyped and overswing, and as you said, way out in front on the foul ball, even more out in front there. So a big strikeout for Irvin gets the Phillies out of that one and into the bottom of the sixth, where it's now Rhys Hoskins leading off. Flaherty remains in the game, not losing anything off his fastball, still lighting up the gun in the mid-90s. Quickly ahead, 0-1 to Hoskins.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Drops low, 1-1.
Two Cardinals warming up in the bullpen, both pretty hard throwers getting Hazley, so they're Philly's not going to really get a chance to get a break off of the hard fastballs tonight. Looks like.
Yeah, and that's more and more the case these days. If the starter throws hard, chances are you aren't going to get anything soft other than a changeup all night.
3 balls, 1 strike.
But here Hoskins has run this count to 3-1 in his favor. You got to think he's sitting on a fastball, but you also got to think that Flaherty might be smarter than that. Well, it is a fastball. It's up in the zone. Hoskins lays off of it, but it is called strike 2, and we've got ourselves a payoff pitch as Flaherty into the line. Hoskins lays off of it and misses outside. He draws a leadoff walk. The Phillies will try to get something going here in the sixth.
Well, and as you mentioned earlier in that bat, I'm surprised Flaherty didn't go to a breaking ball either on the 3-1 or the 3-2 pitch. That's been the bane of Hoskins' existence, I believe is how you put it earlier. He's been unable to hit it. It's a pitch that Flaherty's been able to command pretty well.
Yeah, if you really wanted to challenge him, you could almost intentionally throw one over the zone, daring him to swing at it when he hasn't been hitting it well. Then again, it was a hanging slider that Hoskins did punch into left field for a hit back in the second inning. So those are all the different variables, all the things running through everyone's mind. When people say baseball is a boring sport and nothing happens, it's tough to explain all of those things that are racing through the minds of both the batter and the pitcher just from one pitch to the next. So it's now Gregorius trying to get the runner over. Not a lot of speed out there with Hoskins at first. 1-1 pitch misses up and away. 2-1. I would imagine those arms in the bullpen might be starting to hurry up just a bit. Flaherty now at the 90-pitch count. Here comes number 91. Gregorius swings and taps it foul. 2-1, 2-2.
Flaherty did a good job there to get back in the count. He's going to probably want to try to get the strikeout quickly here.
That one's grounded right to Goldschmidt. 2 second back to Goldschmidt. 3-6-3 double play. And red erased as quickly as it started for the Phillies. As Gregorius stayed on that one, got the barrel to it, but could not have teed that one up any better for Goldschmidt, playing it right off of his left hip. Can spin right into the throw, only needs to take a step back to the base. Not often that you get that double play by 2 full strides on the 3-6-3.
Well, that's the one thing that could have that Flaherty would have wanted more than a strikeout. So that's going to get 2 quick outs here, with Kingery up looking to get out of here with under 100 pitches.
Bring Kingery to the plate. He fouls that one back behind the plate. 0-1. Yeah, as he gets up to what'll be his 94th pitch, I have to think that that's the end of the day for Flaherty.
Yeah, I don't think you can even try to risk him to go out for another inning. You have to rely on the bullpen. He's kept it close for 6 whole innings, gotten you 9 strikeouts. He's put on a great performance here. Now it's time for the bullpen to get something going and try to keep it close for their offense.
2-1 pitch. Kingery chases down in the zone. 2-2. So Flaherty maybe trying to put a ribbon on his day into the windup. The 2-2 pitch is swung on and crushed to left center field. Is it going to get down? Bader misplays it. It's going to bounce all the way to the fence deep in left center. Kingery with great speed around second into third. Not sure what happened with Bader there. It looked like he had covered all kinds of ground to get there and make a great play, but a misstep or something just reaches back over his head. He overran it.
Yeah, I couldn't even tell what happened there immediately. That was a really strange play. And now it's going to be going to the bullpen.
Sometimes you'll see that happen with outfielders with great speed. They know that they've got a lot of range, but they also tend to kick it up to 100% and run things down as hard as they can. And every once in a while, by the time they look up, they forget just how fast they are, and they've overrun it by a step, and that is really tough. And you've been tracking the ball out in front of you to shift those eyes and your glove back behind you and make the play.
5 2/3 for Flaherty on the day with 9 strikeouts, 2 walks for 1 run, which will be unearned after that Colton Wong error.
So now the Genesis Cabrera into the game, trying to hold the Phillies where they are. Alec Bohm with that. He takes one up in his own, ball 1.
Cabrera is a hard-throwing lefty, 97 on the gun for that first fastball. He's also got curveball change and 2-seam fastball, so similar to Flaherty, but coming from the other side of the plate.
Sets at the belt. Kingery at third. Ball, good rip taken by Bone and fouled off. 1-1. Cabrera sets again. 1-1 to Bone is swung on and fouled back behind it, up our way. 1-2.
Cabrera was brought into the Cardinals during that Tommy Pham trade from the Tampa Bay Rays back in 2018, and it's nice to see that they got someone in return who's going to be making this Major League roster at some point.
Yeah, the Cardinals usually have been on the winning end of trades, or at least fair trades. As Cabrera floats that one up, that was a mistake pitch, but he's going to get away with it. Boom. Tattoos it, but it hooks just foul down the left field line. Scary pitch there for the Cardinals and Cabrera. So we'll do it again at 2-2. Fastball runs in 3-2. Bottom of the lineup coming up, you got to figure that you could back down to Bohm here, although I doubt they want to do it to a rookie. But you don't want to get beat by the rookie hitting the fastball, which is what he tries to do. Puts another one foul, and I think this time you might see him go back to the off-speed, maybe try to get Bohm chasing him instead of challenging him.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the move. He's got a base open, got the bottom of the order up.
Going back to the fastball, and Bohm still getting his cuts in. Quite a battle here.
That was right down the heart of the plate, too. He was late on it. So that might set up that breaking ball.
3-2 pitch, 2 outs, and did he go? They're going to say no, they're not even going to appeal. Good curveball, but Bohm apparently holds up just in time, and he draws the walk. That'll be runners on the corners with 2 outs now for Gene Segura.
That was a really close play. You got to have strong hands there to hold up on that. Bohm's got some good power and good strength in those hands.
I think he may have held, but I'm just amazed that there wasn't even an appeal down to first.
Yeah, I agree.
Segura takes a healthy cut, comes up with nothing, 97 on the inside black. If you do get your barrel to that one, it's probably going to be good news, but easier said than done. 0-1 from Cabrera, swung on and launched into left field. Going back, that's going to get down to the wall. 1 run's going to score. Bohm's going to be held at third. It's the RBI double for Segura. And the Phillies have taken a 2-1 lead here in the 6th. A hanging curve and Segura all over it. Nearly
yet
gets
again.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yet again, the error comes back to haunt the Cardinals from that Bader error that led to Kingery getting the third.
Yeah, that could have easily been the inning with no damage done at all. And both Philadelphia runs resulting from St. Louis errors. You remember the wild throw by Colton Wong on what could have been a double play ball. Instead, that turned into an unearned run. And now you see the Phillies playing with the lead for the first time tonight, and Andrew McCutcheon, the much maligned Andrew McCutcheon, making a pinch hitting appearance, but he works the count 2-0. Phillies looking to do even more damage. Segura's got decent speed at second. A hit could get 2 home. It'll get at least 1 home. McCutcheon just looking to make contact. Down on strikes over 30 times this season already. McCutcheon rips that one to foul now on the third base line.
Cabrera hasn't really had good command of that curveball. He's flooded several of them up in the zone, hanging, which been made to pay at least once, and almost was again.
Another one just foul. These are some of the best swings we've seen out of Kutch in the past month or so, but once again finding himself with 2 strikes and once again chasing a bad pitch, but that one's going to get away from Molina. McCutcheon's going to get to first, charging all the way home to score is Bohm, and what looked to be a strikeout to end the inning has instead turned into a 3-1 Phillies lead. Molina, you don't see him lose track of those often. But Cabrera goes down in the dirt with the curveball. It squirts through the wickets of Molina. Enough not only for Bohm to score, but for McCutcheon, who give him credit, striking out as many times as he has, had his head in the game, charged down to first, and was able to reach.
It's really surprising to see the 9-time Gold Glover let that one go right between the legs, and that's going to be another defensive miscue that might haunt the Cardinals today.
3 Phillies runs, all of them unearned as far as I can tell. Hazley's up, and that time he blocks it. (2-0) to the Phillies leadoff hitter. Phillies have found some offense by way of lack of defense the last couple of innings, and they lead this one 3-1. Still plenty of baseball to play. Phillies bullpen into the game. Those Phillies faithful on the Twitch stream know that can be an iffy proposition. Hazley drives one deep to right field, but that is going to hook foul. Got all of that one. And Hines, you keep saying these curveballs continue to hang from Cabrera.
He's just not had really good command. As you see, another one gets away. It's either been hung in the zone or it's been, way out of the zone. You've seen a fastball go sky high, the curveball through the wickets to Molina. It's just not been there for Cabrera today.
Touching off on the 3-2 pitch. Hazley jammed, but it's looping into shallow left. That's going to get down. McCutcheon running on the pitch is going to get all the way to third. Phillies score another as Hazley puts one across the plate with a bloop single. Excuse me there. We'll go ahead and mark him down for a line drive in that box score. And an RBI that makes it 4-1.
Well, they all count the same. Doesn't matter how you get it. It does a good job. If you hit that any harder, it probably would have been a fly out to left.
Right. If you put it on the ground, it's a ground out. If you get any more bat on it, it's probably an easy fly ball. You hit that just bad enough for it to be good. That'll bring Real Muto to the plate. Runners once again on first and third. Cabrera struggling here. Phillies scored 1 in the 5th, 3 here in the 6th. They look to take the first 2 of this series from the Redbirds. Real Muto drives one. The Phillies are not getting cheated on their cuts from Cabrera here. The 0-2 from the Cardinals lefty is swung on and sliced foul. Count remains 0-2.
One of the few good fastballs there from Cabrera that looked like it was going to hit the paint. But good cut from Real Muto.
Count is 1-2.
That one misses wild high, and with Cabrera, for the bad pitches he's made, it was really the one great pitch that's turning out to be a disaster. That 0-2 curve in the dirt that got McCutcheon, but there he throws it again. Molina gets it into his glove. Real Muto swings and misses. And mercifully, the Cardinals will escape this one, but not before the Phillies push 3 across. In the bottom of the 6th, we head to the 7th. Phillies up 4-1.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Phillies, number 64.
Going to be the 25-year-old Victor Arano out of Mexico to be pitching. Not too bad this season. 15 innings pitched, a 3.60 ERA. Had elbow surgery last year. You see the Carpenter home run again.
Yeah, Arano has been used primarily as the setup man for the Phillies here. And with all those lefties, you'd think that maybe one of them would have come out to face Carpenter here. But then again, the way the Phillies were batted around in that Dodgers series, they could still be trying to work out the rest and relief schedule from the bullpen. As Arano gets his first pitch of the afternoon across, 0-1 to Carpenter. Joined in the booth by Shark, who I'm sure has something spicy for the 7th inning stretch. Anything creative today, or are we going with the standard? Not that there's anything wrong with the standard.
I'm going to go with the standard today, and I was going to say this game was playing like yesterday when it was tied up, but man, getting that run across, then the wild pitch, then getting more like, wow, got blown open.
Yeah, it can, when things go south, you know, it's one thing for teams to catch fire and hit everything, but when you get like the Cardinals and a guy's not making his pitches, you get some errors. When things go south, they can go south in a hurry. So Arano sets and deals the 1-2 to Carpenter just high, 2-2.
Might be a good setup pitch for that slider he's got. Try to back foot it to Carpenter and get him cheeked.
Wouldn't be a bad idea, although Real Muto calling for it high again. Probably not high enough for his liking, as Carpenter's on that one, fouls it off. Another 2-2 pitch incoming. Arano sets, kicks, deals. Fastball freezes Carpenter up in the zone. That's going to be one down here at the 7th.
Now batting, the first baseman.
I can't imagine what Carpenter was looking for there.
Yeah, I don't know either. That was a pretty good pitch to at least try to swing at. You can't watch pitch that far in the zone. 2 strikes.
Arano's throwing 95-96, and he did elevate it. So it's a tough one to get to, but it's certainly one that you have to know is a strike. And with 2 strikes, you've got to be cutting at any fastball you get that you know is in the zone. Now Arano missing twice to Goldschmidt, 2-0.
Looking at the playback, that may have hit the bottom of the strike zone. Hard to tell.
It's been, again, I described it as a float-in strike zone throughout the game, as Goldschmidt's going to collect hit number 3 of the day. A double and 2 singles for Goldie, as he tries to get something going for the Cardinals here in the 7th.
Number 11, shortstop, COL MIA.
Close enough to Arano, a little bit quicker reaction. He might have gotten the glove to it, but then again, I'm never going to blame a pitcher for not throwing his body in front of something and right back at him. Proves in a strike to the Young. One out here in the 7th.
Ball, that's outside.
0-1 pitch runs just outside, 1-1. That one's launched foul to right field, 1-2. Cardinals getting some good cuts, but running out of outs here. Need to make something happen. The 1-2 from Arano is swung on and tapped behind the plate. Count stays at 1-2. Young spoils.
Well, Young's gonna try to have to avoid the double play here and the strikeout. You got
another 1-2. That one misses high. And yeah, Hines, I think in the back of your mind, of course, you don't want to hit into the double play, but more importantly, without turning out, you need to make sure you put it in play. And if bad luck happens and it turns into a double play, then sometimes that's how baseball goes. But you've only got, 6, 7 outs to play with, 8 outs to play with. So you definitely can't waste one on not making any contact, not having a chance of moving a guy over. Payoff pitch is swung on and tapped to first. It's going to get under the glove of Hoskins. Looked like that might have been that double play ball, but Hoskins can't get it with the backhand.
The catcher, number 4.
And instead, he tried to olay that one. I think he was aiming for the double play. He could have, it looked to me, gotten his body in front of that and assured himself with at least one. Instead, the Cardinals have something going as the Phillies return to the bullpen and Adam Morgan to come on here in the 7th.
Kind of hard to tell if the base runner may have played a role in that as well, in forcing that error. It looked like he missed it right as the body was crossing in front of his vision.
It's going to be tough.
Well, and with a 3-run lead, I think you have to sort of just take the smart play. You can afford to get let the runner go to second just to get the one out. But when you have your mindset, of what you want to do before the pitch, and that ball comes, it's sort of hard to make that split-second reaction.
I agree that you play for the out there. You just do the math in your head. If it's a 1-run game, maybe you're more aggressive. A swinging bunt here is going to go just foul. So Morgan in to try to deal with Yadier Molina. Runners on first and second, 1 out here in the 7th. Cardinals led early, led into the middle of the game, but it's been all Phillies. But by Phillies, I mean mostly Cardinal errors and miscues hurting them as Philadelphia's jumped out to a 4-1 lead, with the Cardinals trying to answer back. As the 0-2 comes into Molina, swung on and missed. Morgan goes up the ladder and sends Molina down on strikes.
They didn't see many high fast strikes from any of the pitchers all game, but that's a really good one there. Getting a chase.
Yeah, it looked like Morgan just picked his spot to challenge Molina, and he picked the right spot.
Off the plate, ball 1.
As now it'll be Brad Miller standing in, as that one misses just off the inside corner, 1-0. Still runners at first and second. 1-0 pitch from Morgan. Curveball, good one, running low and away, and Miller can't get to it. Counts 1-1. Swing and a miss again, 1-2. Had a warm one in Philadelphia last night. It looks much cooler. I can spot some jackets and hoodies in the stands as the sun now well below the terrace. 1-2 from Morgan. Fastball inside, 2-2.
See if he goes the other side of the plate, try to get him to chase something after backing him off.
Yeah, and with that good curve that Miller's missed twice, I would have to think that's the line of thinking here for the Phillies. The 2-2 is a curve. It's another swing and a miss. All of us look very professional. And speaking of professional, let's turn it over to Shark for your 7th inning stretch. They don't call him the best Twitch streaming organ man in the business for nothing. Thank you very much, Shark.
I didn't know they called me that, but thank you very much, and you are welcome. This has been an exciting game so far, but hope it stays exciting. I hope you two have a great rest of your call.
Now pitching and batting.
Thank you.
By they, I mean I, but I am on that, so I'm going to say that was factually correct.
That's kind of correct. Good one.
That is right. Here, John Gant steps in. His first customer of the day will be Bryce Harper. Harper's had a rough go of it so far, but there, he's going to line one through. Don't think the shift was on there. Maybe it was such an exaggerated shift that the second baseman disappeared out into right entirely. Either way, it's going to be a leadoff single for Harper.
It just took the first pitch there and just ripped it on the ground through the hole, and that's a good piece of hitting, not trying to do too much.
That'll bring up Reese Hoskins. Hoskins a single in the second, that one in the dirt. Harper always aggressive on the base pass, but not going anywhere there. Hoskins sitting on 9 home runs, 29 RBIs. Both of those lead the Phillies, but when he's not doing that, he's not doing much of anything else. As you can see, the batting average is dipped into the 180s. So he takes strike one, 1-1.
Well, Hoskins has been able to at least pick things up a little bit today. He's got a walk and a single so far. Gonna look to keep that going hopefully in this last, what might be his last at bat of the game.
Fouls that one off 1 and 2. And when you're slumping, it just always seems like every count is 0-2, 1-2. As there he chases one, but does manage to foul it off. You know, when things aren't going well, it just seems like every pitch you look at is something on the black that gets called a strike, and before you know it, you're already just fighting to stay alive and you're at bat. As there he goes down swinging again on a nice sinker dropping out of the zone. So Hoskins down on strikes for the second time tonight. That's your first out here in the second. That'll bring Didi Gregorius to the plate. Throw over to first. Harper back in plenty of time. Gant sets at the letters. Pitch to Gregorius outside, 1-0.
Well, Mike, I've got a piece of Cardinals Phillies trivia for you today.
All right. Sure.
So, what future Hall of Famer was traded from the Cardinals to the Phillies following the 1971 season?
You got to make it a little tougher than that. That's Steve Carlton.
Well, it was just, I wasn't really sure how to gauge it for my first time doing that, but...
Oh, no, you're fine.
I figured with you being a Phillies fan, you would have that one in your back pocket pretty easily.
Yeah, that was famously one of the more lopsided trades in history. I think the history of it was that the Cardinals and Carlton weren't getting along, so they tried to trade him to the Phillies, who were absolutely terrible at the time, just to kind of make a point and trade him to a losing team. But of course, they forgot to consider the fact that they were trading a Cy Young guy and Hall of Fame guy to a team, and he tends to make teams better. So he went on to win those Cy Youngs in a World Series. And 40 years later, he's sitting in Cooperstown.
I believe he won the pitching triple crown, leading the league in wins, ERA, and strikeouts that following season, if I remember correctly.
Yep, he is still. I think Randy Johnson passed him, but for a long time, he was the all-time left-handed strikeout champion. For the longest time, the only one with more than 4,000 of them. As the Phillies trying to get something going, you saw Gregorius draw the walk. Harper out at second, but the 0-2 pitch to Kingery just misses outside. Can't nearly had him looking there. One out, 7th inning. Kingery looks at that one in the dirt, 2-2. Two pitches swung on and lofted into shallow center. Bader coming on. He's going to have time. Makes the catch, and that's 2 away. Long run for Bader. But as you mentioned at the top of the broadcast, excellent speed. He gets there at plenty of time.
I am sort of surprised Colton Wong didn't go for it. He just sort of pointed up and let it go, but I think he too knows the speed of his teammate and knows that that's something that Bader can get to fairly easily.
Yeah, there's something to be said for playing with the same guys every day. That's one of the things you can avoid overexerting yourself when you know what your teammates can get to. As Gant trying to work out of this jam quickly, 0-2 to Alec Bohm. The stretch in the 0-2 to Bohm is ringing him up right at the knees. Bohm unsure about it. He takes the walk back to the dugout. That'll do it for the Phillies in the 7th. No runs on a hit, no errors, 2 left on base. We go to the 8th inning. Your score, Philadelphia 4, St. Louis 1.
It's like a double switch here for the Phillies.
Your attention, please.
They do it in front of anybody in the league.
Now pitching and batting in
Jose Alvarez, the lefty,
number 52.
coming into the Phillies.
Jose Alvarez. Now playing third and batting number 7. John.
Hasn't had the greatest of years. His ERA is above 6 at this moment. Comes in with a 2-seamer, changeup, 4-seamer, and along with slider and curve for breaking balls.
So Wong, he's had hits in each of his last 2 at-bats. See what the Cardinals do about the pitcher spot due up next. So Alvarez, a sweeping curve across the outside corner, 0-2. There you see Phillies closer getting loose. Hector Neris hasn't pitched in a couple of days, so they don't love to use him for more than 1 inning, but they have been known to do it on occasion.
Nope, that's inside.
Alvarez misses inside, 1-2. Phillies trying to maintain this 4-1 lead as we work into the 8th inning. Alvarez misses with the curve, 2-2.
Good pitch there. Just couldn't get Colton Wong to chase that one there. Might set up something inside and up.
Wong with the exact same swing that he's made the last 3 times up. Every one of them, as that one gets away, Wong digging for second. He's going to get in on the air by Hazley.
Now batting.
Wong once again just slapping one through for a base hit, and then Hazley, not sure why he was charging so hard, but he ran right over the top of it. And heads up play by Wong, keeping his head up. Seeing that one got past Hazley, keeps on chugging to second, beats the throw. And just like that, the Cardinals have a man in scoring position with nobody out here in the 8th. And it's going to be Brian O'Keefe pinch hitting for the Redbirds.
I'm a little surprised that Wong tried to go to second. It didn't look like he got away very far from Hazley, but a good heads-up base running by Colton Wong to get into second there, especially with his team down 3.
Yeah, on those, it's just a deal of momentum. Hazley didn't overrun it by much, but he had to stop all of his weight, turn around, go back and get it, turn around again, get the ball in. That one is swung on and missed, dug out of the dirt by Real Muto, fired onto Hoskins, and a bounce-back strikeout by Alvarez. Speaking of momentum, the same can be said for the base runner, and me giving Wong that compliment. If you have your head down and you're starting to decelerate because you think it's a single, you might see that ball get away, but it's just too much to get your body going again. If you stay aggressive, if you keep all that weight going to second, and then you see that 5 feet of separation, all of a sudden you've got everything playing in your favor. That's exactly what happened there and why Wong was able to get into second under the throw. Harrison Bader steps in. Bader 0 for 3 tonight. Long fly ball to left his last time out, died just shy of the wall. One count to Bader is fouled back behind the plate. 1-2.
Top of the order on deck. You're going to want to try to turn this batting line over, hopefully with another guy on base.
I got to count 2-2.
Yeah, this is where if you're the Phillies bullpen, you're just trying to find an out as quick as you can. Not too worried about the middle of the lineup yet, as they're tied up on a curveball. A big strikeout there for Alvarez.
The right fielder,
as Bader
Tyler.
probably thought the off-speed was coming, but didn't think it was coming right at him, and winds himself into a knock for out number 2. Tyler O'Neill.
O'Neill's over 4 today. Got 2 strikeouts. His last 2 at bats.
It's dipped below 300 thanks to a rough night. Now batting 294.
Nope.
But it could go a long way to getting the Cardinals back into this game if you could come up with a 2-out hit. 1-1 the count. Alvarez sets at the belt. And the pitch to O'Neill is swung on and miss. Another good curveball. Alvarez just offering up off-speed after off-speed. Located pretty well.
At the ball.
1-2 down the dirt. 2-2.
Full count. 3-2.
2-2 pitch, trying to do the same thing he did to Bader. But O'Neill not offering it that way inside slider. So the payoff pitch is swung on and rocketed but foul. Deep left field. O'Neill was not fooled by that one.
Tried to just blow the fastball by him up, but it didn't get as high as he would have wanted.
But it sets up that curve once again. They just cannot wait back long enough on that slow Alvarez curve. O'Neill swings over the top of it. Phillies get out of the 8th inning. We move to the bottom of the 8th. Phillies on top 4-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the Cardinals, number 56.
It's going to be Ryan Helsley. We now have a Hazley into Helsley. Helsley, a hard thrower, coming in over 98 miles an hour on hard fastball, cutter, and then breaking ball. It's going to be a hard guy to face.
That is the book on Helsley. His mission is to keep the Phillies right where they are. Cardinals down to their last at bat. 3 runs, a big enough challenge in the first place, but all they can do is keep it there for the moment. That's going to mean finding 3 outs here as we start out with the bottom of the Phillies lineup. Second baseman Gene Segura in, 1 for 3 on the day. Segura, though, that one hit, a big one. RBI double back in the 6th to help him build this lead.
Josh Harrison's on deck, came in as part of that double switch in the last inning that brought in Alvarez. So another former Pirate playing for the Phillies will now get that at bat.
Helsley living out every reliever's worst nightmare, being brought into a major league game and missing with the first 4 that you throw. Sending that first batter down to first without making him do a thing. 4 straight balls for Segura and the aforementioned Josh Harrison up at the plate. Saw Neil Walker earlier in the game. Josh Harrison kind of fitting the same mold. Both of them can play multiple defensive positions as Harrison lines that one. Could be 5 to 4 to 3 around the horn. Easy double play. Harrison smashed it, but right into the teeth of the defense. And quickly 2 down.
And after that 4th pitch walk, that's got to feel really great if you're Ryan Helsley right now. 1 pitch, hard ground out, or ground into double play. That'll make you feel a lot better.
Carpenter not hesitating one bit. That drop step right onto Wong. Wong to Goldschmidt. Doesn't get much easier than that as we have reached the much-awaited Helsley-Hazley portion of the ball game. The Phillies leadoff man steps in. 1 for 3 on the day. Helsley into the line. The 0-1 pitch is swung on and driven foul over the third base dugout. 0-2.
Now, inside.
0-2 pitch taken up and in. 1-2.
Another hard fastball there from Helsley. Coming in at 97.
That's ball 2.
Another fastball up, missing again, 2-2. Ooh, and that one touched 100 on the gun. He's not messing around, but neither is Hazley, who launches that one into right center. That's going to get down for a hit. And Hazley keeps the Phillies alive in the eighth with a 2-out single. Just a good piece of hitting, getting somehow out in front of yet another hard fastball.
And I think part of that can be attributed to the fact that he's seen, I think, three or four in a row at that point. Sort of got timed pretty well, and then at that point, facing 100 or 97 or whatever, you really just have to make some contact, and the velocity itself will do the rest for you.
Yeah, not to downplay the overwhelming power of a high 90s, 100-mile-per-hour fastball, but I think it was Ty Cobb that said it, you could time a bullet if you saw it enough, and that really is how it is. You've got to be a special breed of hitter to just have the physical ability to hit one of those. But that said, if you start seeing the same pitch in the same spot, you're going to hit it. As Real Muto rounds that one to second, Long takes care of it, and the Phillies are down in the eighth. We move to the ninth inning. Hector Neris, come on down. You're next up on the bump. We head to the ninth here in Philadelphia. Phillies lead 4-1.
Now pitching for the Phillies, number 50,
Neris' 15th phase on the year so far. The ERA is at 4, but that's sort of harsh for a closer. Coming in high leverage situations. But he's 15 for 17 in save opportunities so far this year.
Yeah, Neris unfortunately didn't get many opportunities last week as the Phillies were being swept. The walk-off last night didn't allow for a save. But before that, he had been neck and neck with Kenley Jansen of the Dodgers for the league lead in saves. But Neris, primarily a two-pitch pitcher, works off the splitter, can throw it 95, 96 up in the zone with the fastball. Also has a slider, but really the bread and butter is the splitter. And the key to that is getting ahead in the count, which is exactly what he has not done here. So the count is 3-0 to Carpenter. And he gets one across 3-1.
3 balls, 1 strike.
As you mentioned, it might just be him trying to shake off some of the rust from not having an opportunity over this past week to get into a ball game, and definitely not in a save situation.
Yeah, they do try to keep that same mentality day in and day out, so it can be rough when you just don't have the opportunity. But there he loses Carpenter on 5 pitches, so it'll be leadoff man on for the Cardinals, and Paul Goldschmidt coming to bat. And the only good thing you can say about this situation is at least it's a 3-run lead at the moment for the Phillies.
Outside, that's the ball.
Neris starts out with a splitter that misses wide, 1-0. Good splitter there. Goldschmidt chases 1-1.
And that's more like where he wants that splitter to go. The first one got a little elevated. It was out of the zone wide, but it was a little higher than he would have wanted it. When you started at that base of the zone, it looked like a fastball, and then just the bottom dropped out of it.
There he works up in the zone with the fastball. Fouled away 1-2, and you're right. The thing about the splitter is when it's best thrown, it's out of the zone. So to throw it for consistently an out pitch, you need to be ahead in the count. But there he sticks with the fastball, fools Goldschmidt. I think he was sitting on that splitter, instead Neris runs it by him. Very hittable pitch. Goldschmidt just a little late getting to it. And that's going to be 1 down for the Cardinals here in the ninth. That'll bring up Paul DeYoung. 0 for 2 with 2 walks on the day. Neris into the set. DeYoung way out in front of that splitter, 0-1.
Got a little lucky that DeYoung was sitting on the fastball there, because that was an elevated splitter. Does not have a lot of movement on it when you throw it up. Basically just sort of acts like a very slow fastball and just sort of sits there for the batter to hit.
He's there. DeYoung's going to rifle one into left. That's going to get down for a hit. Everyone takes a base. Runners at first and second. It's a good piece of hitting by DeYoung there, keeping his hands inside on the fastball. Didn't totally get around on it, but got enough on it.
For St. Louis. Number
And the
35.
Cardinals have something going here as the tie and run is now going to step to the plate. And it'll be in the form of Lane Thomas. Thomas, a solid season, 338, 6 home runs already. Neris misses down with the fastball, 1-0.
It's the best option that they have on the bench, hitting for a pretty solid average for someone to be playing on the bench for the most part. That's grounded.
2, 4 to 6 to 3, double play. That'll be your ball game. Hector Neris, unnecessarily dramatic as usual for the Phillies, but they'll be glad to go home with the win. They have mostly the Cardinals to thank. Some costly errors, both physical and mental, for the Cardinals that really ruined what was a great effort by Jack Flaherty. 9 strikeouts, but unable to get the win as the Phillies rally for a run in the 5th, 3 more in the 6th, and then a good effort by the bullpen makes that stand up for them. Hines, what did you see out there today?
Well, you see in the box where the Cardinals had 10 hits, so along with the costly errors, they were also just unable to capitalize on the opportunities they had, and some of that can be attributed to the good pitching, but I think a lot of that is just to poor clutch hitting on the Cardinals part.
Yeah, 3 double plays turned by the Phillies, including the one that ended there on the pinch hit effort by Lane Thomas. Got good wood on it, but with the infield at double play depth, that really couldn't have been drawn up any better for Neris and the Phillies. As for the offense of the Phillies, you can say it's kind of timely, I guess. Segura came up with the big hit when the Cardinals' fielding blunders kind of put the Phillies in position to break the game open. And then really the real gut punch was the McCutchen strikeout that should have ended the inning. Instead, it gets through Molina. That allows a run to score there. The Phillies tacked on another. So what could have been a 2-1 game and really put the pressure on the ninth turned into a 4-1 game, a little more breathing room, and that's just kind of the way that things have been going for the Cardinals right now. A good team that's just dropping too many games due to their own mistakes. As we look at the box score here, we are joined in the booth by Big Fun, and I'm going to say SM Sudi. I'm sorry I didn't catch your pronunciation, so apologies if that's not what you wanted to be called. But how are you guys doing this afternoon?
We're doing all right. Just getting set for Game 2 of 4 between the Mets and the Pirates. The uncommon weekend wraparound series. You don't see that as much anymore.
Always interesting to see what the schedule makers come up with. But it looks like you've got Mitch Keller and David Peterson on the ball.
Sure do. David Peterson, struggling in his first 2 starts, is hoping to pick up his first win. He's had 2 solid trips the last time out. Actually, before we get into that, if we could hop out, because the Mets are going to make some changes to their lineups. That would be super great if we could go back and reorganize the Mets lineups real quick before this gets started. Fingers crossed. If
you guys have some lineup stuff to do, I'll go ahead and hop on off so you guys can take over, but appreciate it. Lots of more bop ball action. The last thing I'll say is all of our Twitch viewers, please scroll on down to the Meals on Wheels fundraising portion of this website. And after that, you can get right back to the next game. That'll be Pirates and Mets coming at you in just a few. You guys take it away.
Thanks very much, Mike. So yes, we're going to get set up for Pittsburgh and the Mets. Mets are going to return to having a true leadoff hitter in a sense. We're going to get Ahmed Rosario back to number 1. So everybody can slide on down behind Rosario. And then Brandon Nimmo is going to go back to the 8 spot. So it should actually be McNeil, yep, and then Nimmo over Peterson. Yep, and then every other lineup can follow that same logic. Just Rosario all the way up. And then on the no DH lineups, Nimmo will hit 8th. Nope. No. That you can go. Ramos over Nimmo there. Nimmo stays 9 on DH, goes to 8 no DH, and then Rosario slides all the way up. Fantastic. Thank you to Garrett, the janitor, to cleaning that up. I think just left-handed DH is left. Righty DH, that's it. Perfect. That'll get us warming up for Game 2 of 4 between the Mets and the Pirates. From Citi Field, joined in the booth by Scott Sudikoff. Scott, how are you this afternoon?
I'm doing pretty well. Happy to be here in the booth with you. Our first time working together. My first time working in general. First time working in like 3 months too. So it feels good to put on the announcer voice again.
We're glad to have you as a part of the bot community. There's a little bit of advertisement for you, Scott. You're just joining me in the booth color on this one, but you will be taking the reins Tuesday afternoon for the Rays and the Red Sox from Fenway Park. Are you excited for that?
I'm looking forward to my Major League Baseball broadcasting debut. Happening in a way that I wouldn't have guessed, but looking forward to it on Tuesday, and figured this would be a good way for me to jump in and see how things go here.
Well, what we're going to see is Game 2 of 4 between the Pirates and the Mets, two teams that have struggled considerably. Pirates not a team that were expected to do well, but the Mets 15-29 through 44 games. Haven't really seen it working out for them. As we take a look at David Peterson taking the bump today. Peterson brought up as a result of the injuries to Noah Syndergaard and Marcus Stroman. He has had a couple of rough starts, second start in particular, in which he gave up 5 earned runs over 0 innings pitched. Didn't do so well for him, but he has had 2 good outings the last couple of times, just hasn't had the offensive support. He's going to face Kevin Newman, Adam Frazier, and Brian Reynolds to get things started here. First pitch of the game is a fastball low, 1-0.
You mentioned both teams not having great starts to the season, just separated by a half game in the standings right now. Mets with the 15 victories and Pirates with the 14.
1-0 pitch from Peterson.
I got a ball, 1 strike.
Swing and a miss. That's a strike. I'm actually having some stream issues here. Going to try and get them sorted out pretty quickly, so just bear with us as we move along.
I can cover for you a little bit here while you're figuring things out.
Yeah, get yourself warmed up a little bit.
A swing and a foul ball off the right side down right field, so the count will be 1-2. And Newman, 2 on the way, and turns on one into left field for a base hit, so a leadoff single. Kevin Newman, who's only hitting 199 in the game today. On that breaking ball.
See if my situation is a little more improved now. We see Adam Frazier step to the plate and take a fastball high for ball 1. Frazier only 1 home run so far. Hasn't been a full-time starter for Pittsburgh so far this year, but has seen more playing time of late. 1-0.
2 balls, no strike.
Big pitch misses from Peterson on that curveball that just sailed on him.
See if Pittsburgh wants to get the bases running here. Kevin Newman does have 4 steals and 5 attempts this season.
No, that's low.
2-0 is still low, 3-0. So waiting on deck behind Frazier, Brian Reynolds has been one of Pittsburgh's best hitters all year.
See, with the count 3-0, you have to expect Frazier going to take all the way and set up nicely at this top of the first.
3-0 from Peterson. In there for a strike, just grazing the outside black. You see James Kingsley calling the balls and strikes today. Kingsley, a little bit of a generous strike call for Peterson, who's now got it at 3-1. Pitch. That one is going to get into the gap, go all the way to the wall. Conforto is going to pick it up out in right center field, relay it in, and there is going to be no play at home, so it's going to be an RBI double for Adam Frazier. And 2 batters in, the Pirates have a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, Kevin Newman was able to see that one off the bat from first base, and you see him heading into second early as this ball barely hadn't even gotten down yet, so he's going to score very easily first base on that RBI double.
Bring forth Ryan Reynolds, who, despite being a good hitter, doesn't really have the offensive numbers, those counting numbers to show it. Only 2 homers and 12 RBI. He is struggling a little bit. Saw on the screen there. There's pitch.
Not the numbers you'd expect from your third place hitter in terms of power and RBI.
I'm going to take 1 second, just switch up my situation a bit, and let's see if this makes life a little bit better.
Reynolds just fouled one off, so it's 0-2. It's the first time that Peterson has been able to get a head batter here in the early going. Goal, and then fell behind Theo to Frazier. Then Frazier with a 3-1 pitch. They hit in the gap in right center field. One and 2 right now to Reynolds. Center fielder hitting .327 overall.
All right, this should be better. I think I should be back in action. 1 and 2. Swung on, lifted into right field easily. Moving in is Conforto, puts it away, and that'll be the first out recorded for David Peterson. And that'll bring up Josh Bell. Bell in last night's game, a 3-run first inning homer off of Rick Porcello. That was all the offense that Pittsburgh would need. They ended up winning 5-0. Mets only recording 3 hits. Rick Porcello continuing to struggle.
We know with Porcello that the long ball has always been an issue for him, and Bell certainly took advantage of that last night.
First pitch to Bell is inside 1-0. Now, as compared to Reynolds, Bell definitely has the offensive counting stats. 11 homers, 32 RBI, with that average just a hair under 300 as he takes a strike on the curveball a little bit high, 1-1.
The .585 slugging percentage is the one that comes out to you for sure.
Now the 1-1. Lifted into right center field, shallow. Moving back on that is Cano making the catch. Will pop out there. Good reaction time from Robinson Cano. And there are now 2 outs in the top of the first inning. That'll bring up El Coffee, Gregory Polanco. An RBI opportunity and 2 out.
Reminds me, I gotta go make some El Coffee in the other room in a moment.
Ooh, that sure sounds good. First pitch, 1-0.
So now, and I'm very aware that the proper way to say it is not El Coffee.
That's true, but here comes the 1-0 from Peterson. Just misses 2-0.
Peterson's done a pretty good job bouncing back after the goal and the RBI double the first 2 batters, and doesn't want to fall behind, or he already has fallen behind Polanco, and see if he can go back and only give up 1 run this inning.
This one is grounded foul by Polanco, 2-1. Now, that would be absolutely huge for Peterson after giving up a run through the first 2 batters. Just bounce back, keep it cool, only give up the 1 pitch. Lifted into left center field, and this one is going to split the gap between Cespedes and Nimmo and hop over for a ground rule RBI double and double the Pirates' lead. It is now 2-0.
Going after that pitch, that was up out of the strike zone, a bit high there, and Polanco up after it and lining it in the left center field. So both RBI hits have been hit very sharply.
Now here's third baseman Colin Moran taking a front door slider inside 1-0. 1-0 to Moran. Still inside 2-0. Kingsley not being generous to David Peterson anymore. Now the 2-0. Long on grounded to third, scooped up by McNeil, throws across the diamond to Alonso. And that'll do it for the top of the first. For the Pirates, 2 runs on 3 hits, 1 runner left on base. We head to the bottom of the first. Pittsburgh 2, New York nothing. You're watching Major League Bot-Ball on Twitch.tv.
Surprised to see both of those back-to-back batters, Polanco and Moran, both go after the 2-0 pitches. And it obviously worked out for Polanco with the BI double. So I see Moran earning the 3rd out of the inning.
Take a look at Mitch Keller, who will be towing the rubber for Pittsburgh today. 2-3 with a 5.08 ERA. Strikeout to walk ratio 3-1, pretty solid. But hasn't been great so far this year, the young Pirates starter, but he is staked to an early 2-0 lead as he faces Ahmed Rosario, returning to the top of the Mets lineup and taking a ball 1-0. Rosario struggled throughout the first month or so of the season, with the average really hovering around at most the 240s, but now he's up to an average over 280, and Luis Rojas, seeing it finally fit, dropped Jeff McNeil back to number 2 and let Rosario take cracks from the leadoff spot again.
And 1 hit, 3 at-bats in yesterday's game. He was at the bottom of the order, but
1-1. Swing at a high pitch, and this one is going to get into center field. So immediately, Ahmed Rosario in the leadoff spot, paying dividends. The leadoff single. Now that will bring forth Jeff McNeil, who has been the Mets' most consistent hitter all year. Even though his average isn't as high as it's been, it was hovering up in the 350s for a while, now down at 326. Still one of the most consistent hitters, not just in the Mets lineup, but across the entire National League. First pitch outside with a curveball.
Back to that Rosario hit, you saw that pitch was way up out of the strike zone, still able to get on top of it, and it into center field.
And the 1-0. Outside, 2-0. Rosario leading off first. Keller checks, 2-0. Inside, 3-0. So the presence of Ahmed Rosario on first base. Rosario leading the Mets with 6 steals, giving Keller a little bit of a pause and a little bit of shaky control facing Jeff McNeil. 3-0 pitch is on the way. And it's inside, ball 4. So quickly, the Mets with their first 2 batters on, and it'll bring up Pete Alonso. Alonso tied for the Mets lead with 11 home runs, does lead the team with 32 RBI, equal numbers to Josh Bell, but Alonso doesn't have the average there just yet. Of course, Alonso struggling through the first 2-3 weeks of the season, finally seeing the bat warm up along with the weather.
Like 65 degrees around at game time at Citi Field.
A nice day for baseball in Queens. Those baseball fans hoping to see Pete Alonso drive home at least 1, if not all 3. As Keller misses with his 5th straight pitch, 1-0. Pitch. Misses again. That is 6 straight balls from Mitch Keller. You don't want to be falling behind a guy like Pete Alonso, who can turn the game around in 1 swing of the bat. Rosario on second, McNeil on first. 2-0 pitch to Pete Alonso is on the way. Big swing and a miss. Completely fooled by the straight change for Keller. That is a devious pitch. A risky one, but he had the success he was looking for. Now this one is pulled past third base, and this one's going to go all the way down to the corner. Rounding third and scoring is Rosario. Stopping at second is McNeil. Pete Alonso has an RBI single, and immediately Pirates lead is cut in half. It's 2-1.
Yes, you saw Keller went with the changeup on the previous pitch. He's back with a fastball this time, and Alonso on that one, and not sure about that pitch selection there, as you had Alonso way out in front on the changeup, and then you come back with a fastball, and he's all over.
First pitch to Michael Conforto misses. Conforto and Alonso with those 11 home runs tied for the team lead and tied each for 8th in the National League. The Mets have already cut the lead in half, looking to add to that. 1-0 pitch. Low and inside, 2-0.
It's shaping up to be a game that's going to be involving the bullpens very early.
Right, 2-0. In there for a strike, 2-1. This time it is the fastball taken on the 2-0 pitch. So once again, another 2-1 with 2 runners on. And this one is going to be low, 3-1. Waiting on deck, Yoenis Cespedes, who has struggled mightily with the bat starting May 1st from his multiple injuries. The calcified heels, the broken ankle. Just hasn't gotten the bat going yet. Might have a chance to hit with bases loaded. The pitch. Outside, ball 4. So the bases will be loaded for Cespedes. And there are no outs still in the bottom of the first inning.
You can see Keller very frustrated with that last pitch. That looked like it was right on the edge of the strike zone, but not getting the call from the home plate umpire. And now it's for Cespedes to bust out of that slump in a big way right now.
Average still under 100 since his return. The first pitch, Keller gets a big strike on an inside slider, 0-1. Cespedes last night, 0-2 with a walk. It's just scattering 3 hits between Trevor Williams and Robbie Erlin. Williams going 8 incredibly strong innings. The 0-1 just misses, 1-1. Pittsburgh, bottom of the first, Mets threatening. The 1-1 to Cespedes is lifted foul, 1-2. Keller about to throw pitch number 20 of his outing without yet recording an out. 1-2 to Cespedes. Swing and a miss. Cespedes chases a slider. That is a huge out number 1 for Mitch Keller, and the struggles of Yoenis Cespedes continue.
3 for 40 now on the season. That's his 14th strikeout. The shortened year that he has had so far.
Here's Robinson Cano nudged down to the 6th spot. The first pitch to him is pulled foul. Cano now needs to avoid putting it on the ground. A classic double play cannot afford to have the Mets only get out of this inning with just 1 run, as he swings and misses, and Keller is ahead 0-2. It's been one of the problems for the Mets all season long, not capitalizing on scoring opportunities. 0-2. Swing and a miss. A curveball way inside from Keller. No, just spinning around like a top at it. And all of a sudden, Mitch Keller is 1 out away from getting out of a bases-loaded no-out jam.
You know, not expecting pitch to come inside on him like it did, and that's right.
With renewed confidence, Mitch Keller puts a fastball at Wilson Ramos' knees for strike 1. But it's McNeil at third, Alonso at second, Conforto at first. Mets with 1 run home. They had the bases loaded, no out, but 2 strikeouts have them needing another hit or a walk to tie up this game or more. That misses. The slider low and away, 1-1. Ramos waiting on the 1-1 from Keller. The pitch. Outside, 2-1. That's one of the things you get with Wilson Ramos. You get a very patient hitter, someone who has solid plate discipline. You don't usually see Wilson Ramos flailing at pitches like Cespedes and Cano have done to strike themselves out here. It's a 2-1 now. And this one is lined. Foul. Good contact from Ramos, just a little bit behind that pitch from Keller. So the Mets now possibly 1 strike away from only striking once in this inning. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. 3 straight strikeouts for Mitch Keller. And 3 runners on base for the Mets. 1 run, 2 hits, 3 left after 1. It's the Pirates 2 and the Mets 1 from watching Major League Ball on Twitch.tv.
Both pitchers in the first inning getting out of situations where there could have been a lot more damage. Specifically, though, they're Mitch Keller. Bases loaded, nobody out to only allow the 1 run. If that propels his team moving forward.
absolute wizardry from Mitch Keller. Any pitchers, even some, classic Hall of Fame pitchers would just humble in that situation, but Keller showing the fortitude to not give in. Peterson now 1-1 to the Pirates shortstop Eric Gonzalez at 7, 8, and 9 for the Pirates here to start the second. On deck, catcher Jacob Stallings, and then Keller in the customary 9 spot. 1-1. Big curveball rolled over by Gonzalez, scooped up by McNeil, makes the throw across, and it's the first out.
It's the first time that the opportunities that a pitcher has retired the leadoff man. Peterson picking up a little bit where he left off at the end of the first inning.
Bring forth Jacob Stallings. You see there, not really doing too hot with the bat, although he is doing better on the road by a considerable margin. Just 1 RBI back home at PNC Park. First pitch from Peterson. Outside, 1-0. Stallings 0 for 4 with a strikeout last night, facing an 0-1 now, or a 1-0 now. And it's low, 2-0. Top of the second in Queens, Eric Garment, Scott Sudikoff, bringing you game 2 between the Pirates and the Mets. Wraparound series, the 2-0 pitch. High, 3-0. Well, not the end of the world, I would imagine, if Peterson walks Stallings here with Keller waiting on deck. Get yourself to 2 outs nice and easy for Kevin Newman.
Situation here, maybe not give anything over the inner part inside of the plate.
It was over the inner part, but it was high, and looked like Stallings was taking all the way anyway. So a solid pitch from Peterson on 3-0. Now he'll try and work himself back into the at-bat further on 3-1. Peterson 0-4, looking for his first win in his career. 3-1. Swung on and pulled foul by Stallings, so the count now is full to the Pirates catcher. Peterson winds and deals. Swung on, grounded to short. Rosario with the easy play and the easy toss to Alonso. Oh, good job by David Peterson coming back from 3-0 down to induce a ground out and bring up Mitch Keller with 2 outs in the top of the second. Here is Keller, not inept with the bat, has a couple RBI so far this season. Pitch from Peterson. In there for a strike, 0-1. Are you enjoying the... Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, to already have 2 RBI this early in the season as a pitcher is actually very impressive.
See what he can do with this 0-1 pitch. And he'll take it all the way, 0-2. Changeup from Peterson there. For the Mets in the bottom half of the second, it'll be Nimmo return to the number 8 spot, Peterson, and then it'll turn over to Ahmed Rosario. The 0-2 pitch.
Get all the way.
And my stream had a little bit of a hitch there. Was that a swinger or a looker?
He watched those last 2 strikes right by him.
All the way. So first strikeout of the game for David Peterson gets him out of the top of the second inning. 1, 2, 3. And we head to the bottom half. It'll be Nimmo, Peterson, and Rosario in the second for the Mets.
I think in that situation, Keller just didn't really care about swinging. 2 outs, nobody on. Don't do anything stupid. Don't get yourself hurt. Take a couple of pitches. See maybe you can work a walk. If not, strike out. No big deal.
First pitch swinging was Brandon Nimmo, and he pulled it foul into the netting up the first base side. 0-1 is in there for a high strike, 0-2.
By the way, there's the argument for the full-time DH. To play.
And the 0-2 to Nimmo. Outside, 1-2. Being a National League Baseball fan myself, I think the universal DH is a crime to baseball, but I believe might have a different view of that as that misses 2-2.
I mean, I don't think it has anything to do for me with being an AL type of fan or an NL type of fan. Last at bat is Nimmo strikes out looking as well. So both pitchers finding their way right now. That last at bat by Keller is a look at some of his highlights here on the mound. That's the Cespedes swing and miss that he had no chance at. Then Cano had no chance. These pitches were that getting strikes on. Which side of the strike zone getting the Mets to chase? 4 strikeouts for Keller in this outing. But to go back to what you had asked me about, that at bat by Keller to me is proof that pitchers hitting is joke. Sat there, he watched 3 straight pitches, and no intention of swinging because he doesn't want to hurt himself.
Right on cue, David Peterson lines it past the glove of Colin Moran, and he's going to get his first career double.
Okay, well that's how you do it. Okay, Peterson gets credit because he went after it. He said, "I'm not going to sit back here and take a couple of pitches." So all the credit to him here. Wow, that is a fantastic piece of hitting, inside-out swing on the left field line. Are we sure he's doesn't have some more hitting in his repertoire? That looked like a guy who knew what he was doing.
For his young career, Peterson now 3 of 5 at the dish. Picks up that double, gets himself into scoring position for Ahmed Rosario. It's hashtag pitchers who rake for the Mets. Peterson takes a short lead off second, and the first pitch from Keller to Rosario is high, 1-0. Leading off for the Mets in the bottom of the first, Rosario lined a single to center on a high pitch, and then came around to score on the Pete Alonso single to left.
And the next time I have to see a pitcher try to bunt, the last time I need to see it. I don't need to see it again. It's full.
Keller comes ready with the 1-1. Outside 2-1. We're waiting on deck Jeff McNeil in the first. McNeil made it to third base, but couldn't get any further. Would have been the tying run. Ahmed Rosario trying to help out David Peterson, who helped out himself. The pitch. This one is going to be grounded to the right side. Moving over, scooping it up is Newman, makes the play, and advancing to third is Peterson. He will there with 2 outs and hope that Jeff McNeil can bring him home. If you're watching in the Twitch chat, we've been talking about the Universal DH. How do you feel about it for 2020 out of necessity, and how do you feel about it potentially moving forward? First pitch to McNeil. This one is hit deep to right center field. This one is going to be off the wall. Jeff McNeil is going to tie the game with an RBI double, scoring David Peterson and bringing the score to 2-2.
The lefty and McNeil. Solid swing, and we've seen both teams offensively be able to split the gaps in right and left center field. Another double in this contest, and we've got to tie the game.
First pitch to Pete Alonso now, who drove in the Mets' first run in the first inning. In the chat, Lewis Clark 31 says, "What team do you support/follow?" Well, Lewis Clark 31, I am an unabashed New York Mets supporter, and I've try to call as many New York Mets games as I can in ball. That's why I'm doing this right now, as that one is in there. Here comes the 1-1. Inside 2-1. How about you, Scott? Tell the people who you like.
I'm a native Masshole, so I think you can take a guess as to which team I grew up with and have supported my entire life.
Naturally, the San Diego Padres.
Exactly, the San Diego Padres. I followed Don Orsillo when he left the Red Sox television to San Diego. I became a Padres fan, so you're right on it there.
Alonso shoots this to right center field, and that one is going to get down against the wall. So Pete Alonso, heading towards second base, slides in, safe under the tag. Back-to-back double for the Mets score 2 runs, and it gives them a 3-2 lead.
These defenses might have to institute a 4-man outfield right now because neither can get to the gaps. Mitch Keller, a few moments ago, we showed you a video replay package of 4 strikeouts, and now since that, he has been struggling mightily, giving up a couple of runs.
No, that's down.
First pitch to Conforto misses.
Like that insider terminology, a video package.
Yeah, Oscar Marin taking a visit out to the mound to talk to Mitch Keller. Gotten out of trouble in the first, but now finds himself in more trouble and behind in the second. Now finds himself behind Michael Conforto, 2-0. So 3 doubles for the Mets here in the second inning. First one, a shock liner of a double from David Peterson, and back-to-back RBI doubles from McNeil and Alonso have the Mets ahead 3-2. As a high fastball for a strike from Keller to Conforto, 2-1. A 2-1 pitch. In there for a strike, 2-2.
2-2.
Alonso with a short lead off second, 2-2. Low, 3-2. On deck, Yoenis Cespedes, who started the parade of strikeouts with the bases loaded in the first. It's bouncing back here in the second, though. The pitch. Hung on and pulled foul by Conforto. We'll do another 3-2. Keller about to throw pitch number 50 into the second inning. Another 3-2. And another foul ball. You were saying, Scott, this might be a bullpen game, almost a Johnny Holstaff affair. Keller struggling to get through 2 innings.
50 pitches, not through the second yet. Ooh, beautiful breaking ball dropping in bottom of the zone. So Keller again does enough to limit the damage, but now the Mets have taken the lead.
Runs on 3 hits, 1 left for the Mets. They do take a 3-2 lead into the top of the third, and the second trip through for the Pittsburgh batting order. Once again, it'll be Newman, Frazier, and Reynolds. Newman singled and scored in the first. And the first pitch from Peterson misses low, 1-0. A very strange outing for Mitch Keller so far. Given up 5 hits, 2 walks. Behind, he's got his pitch count over 50 after 2 innings, but he's still got 5 strikeouts. A very, very 2020 type of pitching line for Keller. Oh, misses 2-0.
For that all or nothing type of performance.
That's about as best as I could put it. 2-0 from Peterson to Newman in for a strike with the fastball.
Peterson is the one who got things going for his team. 1-out double of half of the second.
That's ball 3.
And now he's going to need to work himself back into this one against as the count moves to 3-1. And on deck, Adam Frazier, who had the RBI double. Get things going for Pittsburgh. And 3-1. Swung on, grounded to the right side, through the hole between Cano and Alonso. And Kevin Newman has his second hit of the game.
Now batting, left fielder, Adam.
Look at that on replay. Good piece of hitting from Newman off the end of the bat. Alonso, Cano, neither of them in just the right position to get a glove down on that. Here's Frazier, and the first pitch is a fastball way high, 1-0. Peterson tosses over to Alonso, keeping Newman in check at first base. Now the 1-0. Hunting is Newman, throwing is Ramos. In time, Wilson Ramos. Catcher not usually known for his defensive prowess. Gunning down Kevin Newman at second base. Nice scoop and tag by Rosario. And the leadoff single is erased.
In time that Newman's been caught stealing this year in 6 attempts here.
The shot foul by Frazier, count now 1-2. And the pitch. Side 2-2. Peterson just uncorking that fastball a little bit. 2 on the way. High, 3-2. So Peterson got help from Wilson Ramos getting Kevin Newman off the base pads, but Adam Frazier now 1 ball away from replacing Newman at first. Here's the 3-2 pitch.
That pitch is in. Ball 4.
Just misses low and inside, ball 4. That's the first walk issued by Peterson, and it'll bring up Ryan Reynolds. Adam Frazier on first base.
I would have liked to see the K zone on that pitch there. asking the truck, but they're telling me that we don't have that capability to call up or replay it when we want it.
If only.
I'm not used to that. I'm used to being able to ask for something and getting it.
Running again. Yeah, this one is a successful stolen base for Frazier. So the Pirates testing Wilson Ramos twice and succeeding once. Now the 0-1 to Reynolds. This one is shot to right center field, and it's going to tie the game. Coming around third and scoring is Frazier. Rounding first on his way to second with an RBI double is Brian Reynolds, and it is now 3-3.
That's some good baseball right there. You got the walk. Frazier works the walk. It was a close ball 4, still second, and on the next pitch, opposite field gapper to right center field. And again, the doubles parade continues in this game. The fielders have to start shading into the gaps a little bit more.
See a little bit more no doubles defense as we continue on in this one. Now Josh Bell in an RBI spot. First pitch from Peterson is just outside 1-0. Looked like that was a strike on my view, but Kingsley saying no. So 3-3 now, top of the third. Pitch to Bell. Inside 2-0. Offense ruling the day so far against a couple of young starters in Keller and Peterson. 3-3, top of the third. The 2-0 to Bell.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Therefore a strike, 2-1. Peterson back at Reynolds. Here's the 2-1. And this one is hit foul by Bell up the first base side, 2-2. Gregory Polanco on deck, 2-2. Fouled off again. Pearson's pitch count. Of course, Keller threw 2 at 51 pitches. Pretty rough, but Peterson at 53 already, not where you want to be. Pitch. Inside, and the count runs full to the Pirates' slugging first baseman.
You choking in the background? Are we okay?
Yeah, we're all right. Just got to take a sip of the water.
They have a cough button.
In there, strike 3 called. Bell doesn't like it. Oh boy, David Peterson getting a gift of a called third strike. Let's take a look at it on replay. And that is a frame job by Wilson Ramos. That's a...
It's at the knees. I'd say it's at the knees. May have been too far inside, though.
Bell thought it was inside, and instead he's going to have to think about it on the bench. Gregory Polanco takes strike 1. So second strikeout for Peterson, both of the looking variety. Now he's 1 out away, getting out of the top of the third. 0-1. Hey, outside, 1-1. And that's been a problem for Peterson. Some of his pitches have just been completely sailing on him through this outing so far. 1-1. Under the first, Alonso picks it up, steps on the bag himself, and that'll do it for the top of the third. For the Pirates, in the third inning, 1 run on 2 hits, 1 runner left on base. Getting to the bottom of the third, it's a tie game, 3-3 between the Pirates and the Mets. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. This will be your first booth experience with the incredible technical difficulties of Heidi Watney, who we have never heard before and may never hear again.
It's weird. We can't hear her in the booth. I think our fans at home can hear her. Not totally
sure.
No,
they cannot.
Okay, huh? Interesting. Heidi, you got me? No. Okay, no, all right. Heidi Watney, former player with former Red Sox headline reporter back in the day on NYM. A nice person that I've been able to meet on a couple of occasions. Well, we don't get to we don't get to listen to what she says, unfortunately.
The first pitch from Keller to Cespedes to start the bottom of the third. It's in there for a strike. It'll be Cespedes, Cano, and Ramos, all of whom struck out swinging in the first inning with the bases loaded for the Mets. Cespedes could use any kind of base hit to get his bat going. The pitch Hung on and lined into the glove of Bell. So solid contact from Cespedes, but can't place it. And it's the first out of the bottom of the third.
I had to guess Heidi was probably talking about the pitchers and how they've had to fight through these innings here with base runners all over the place, and their ability though to bounce back and limit the big hit. Assuming
that's a pretty reasonable guess, I would say.
She was reporting on the weather. I'm not sure.
Could be one or the other. Could be both at the same time. First pitch to Robinson Cano. Fastball down the pipe for strike one.
Oh, I'll tell a story after this next pitch.
Yeah, go for it. This is the 0-1. Hung on and lifted foul. Go right ahead, Scott.
Oh, well, Heidi, in her time as the Red Sox reporter, she did something like every road game or just every road series. She would taste test some interesting food that the concession stand had offered. Oh boy, this one's driven deep.
It's going to be a long single for Robinson Cano. As good job by Gregory Polanco turning around on that one that went over his head in a hurry. Cano, as he gets older, doesn't have the speed that he used to in his Yankees days or his early Mariners days. Has to settle for a long single for Wilson Ramos. Pitch to Ramos. Inside 1-0. Continue your Heidi Watney story.
I was going to say, so Heidi did a segment, each series at a road ballpark where she would taste test some exotic food or just maybe even some normal food and just kind of give her 2 cents on it. And then she would have the food sent up into the booth to Don Orsillo and Jerry Remy, and they'd give their thoughts on it. So maybe that'll be brought to the broadcast booth here on MLB Ball.
Big. Here's going to be a 1-1 from Keller to Ramos. And a miss, 1-2. I always like that little bit of TV broadcasts where the roving reporter gets a little something to eat, has a snack, has a treat.
Sometimes, though, when you're up in the booth, you get pretty jealous because you don't have the same ability to eat food. It's another strikeout for Keller.
A swinging strike as Ramos tried to hold up, couldn't do it. And it'll bring up Brandon Nimmo with 2 outs in the bottom of the third.
Is that now for Keller, 6?
That is strikeout number 6 for Keller. Absolutely right. We've got the big guy 73 in the Twitch chat, bringing the trivia as usual. Free question of the game: who has the most saves? That's history.
I'm gonna guess that you know the answer to that question.
I think I do offhand. I don't want to say it with extreme confidence. I should be able to say it with extreme confidence, as this one is shot into deep left center field, and this one is going to bounce off the wall. It's going to be another double. This one off the bat of Brandon Nimmo. With Robinson Cano running, it is not enough to bring him home, so it's going to fall to David Peterson to get it going with the bat again and try and help himself out further and give the Mets a lead.
Yeah, and why not Peterson? He had a double his first time up. He's 3 for 5 this season.
Peterson could be the next in the line of Mets pitchers who are good with the bat. Not so much there, 0-1. I'll hazard an answer. I think I've got a pretty good guess. The first name that comes to mind for me when I think of Mets closers is John Franco. As good a guess as I can offer. Peterson swings and misses at the curve. It was a good pitch to hit, but Keller fooled him with it. Now he's behind 0-2. And the 0-2, swing and a miss. Strikeout number 7 for Mitch Keller. And a couple. 2 hits for the Mets.
You saw Peterson looking back at Keller after he struck him out there, as Keller has some words for himself as well.
Keller struggling a little bit, but he has the strikeout working. 7 of his 9 outs have been recorded via the K. For the Mets in the third, it was no runs on 2 hits and 2 left. 3-3 as we head to the 4th inning. You're watching the Mets and the Pirates. It's Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. John Franco is correct. Hooray for me.
Just talked over Heidi. I couldn't hear what she was saying.
Well, she was talking about how John Franco is the all-time leader.
Right.
In saves for the Mets.
There you go. That one actually makes sense at this point of the broadcast. That's what she would be talking about.
Just haven't had a lot of chances to get saves so far this year. Just a scant handful scattered between Edwin Diaz and Dylan Betances. First pitch from Peterson to Moran is a fastball high for a strike. See, the Pirates have been struggling with the power. Colin Moran's 4 home runs is 3rd on the team, and it's the middle of May. That one's outside 1-1. That's a good follow-up question. What Mets pitcher has the most games pitched? One I'm way less sure about. This is a swinging strike, 1-2 to Moran. And the 1-2 pitch. On and fouled off. Now, you attended the University of Maryland. I believe you may have had a chance to see Colin Moran play while at UNC. You are muted, so there you are.
I'm not unmuted. I heard your question and I unmuted. I don't know. When would have Colin Moran played at UNC?
This one is hit by Moran into the left field corner. It's going to get down. Cespedes, the job to get over to it and hold Moran to a single. And maybe I am just misremembering where Colin Moran went to college.
That might not be the case. I just think Colin Moran is probably not that old that I would have seen him in college.
Oh, you're right about that. He's definitely younger than I recall. He did go to UNC, but he only started there. He started there when I was in college, so I might have seen Colin Moran play.
Oh, I did see some pretty talented college players in my day at the University of Maryland. Get to see Buster Posey play, I believe. Where did Buster Posey go? He went to Georgia Tech, right?
That sounds right.
Saw Buster Posey play, I believe. No, maybe not Buster Posey. It was Matt Wieters. I saw Matt Wieters definitely play.
There you go, yeah.
Actually, podcast of the game between Maryland and Georgia Tech in Atlanta, where Matt Wieters started the game as the catcher, played the first 8 innings there, and then he was the closer and won the game in the 9th inning.
College baseball has all sorts of wild two-way players. 3-0 now from Peterson to Gonzalez. It's in there for a strike. So I understand, Scott, you may have to take your leave from the broadcast booth in a few minutes, but very glad to have you for part of this game, and I'll be excited to join you on color commentary for the Rays and the Red Sox Tuesday at 5:30 p.m. Eastern right here on twitch.tv/NLBotball. 3-1 is high. The Pirates have the first 2 base runners on in the 4th.
Be able to get through this half inning here, and then I'll jump off and back on Tuesday. Saw some North Carolina players as well that came through College Park. I think Andrew Miller, Daniel Bard, both, of course, ended up being Red Sox pitchers at different points. So at that point, ACC baseball, mid to late 2000s, as it still is today, I'm sure, it was littered with a lot of talent.
Most definitely. Peterson needing to find the troll. He's just issued a walk to Gonzalez and misses with the first pitch to Stallings. Ran on second, Gonzalez on first. Tie game, top of the 4th. Pitch. Pounded up the middle, and it's going to get through. Picking it up and throwing home is Nimmo. Coming in and thing around the swipe tag is Moran. It's an RBI single for Jacob Stallings, and the Pirates are back in front 4-3. Nearly got him with the swipe tag, but the throw just a little bit late. Good slide, good hook slide from Moran. Thing around the body of Wilson Ramos. Now here is Keller in a clear sacrifice bunt situation with 2 on and no out.
All right, here we go.
The bunt. Foul.
Wasn't decent attempt. Okay, a little bit too much. Did it too hard, but put it in the right spot. So would have moved the runners up. Let's see. Okay.
There's an 0-1. The squares. He bunts it foul again.
Just gross. Trying to bunt here. Is a strikeout here on an 0-2 bunt.
He does square the pitch. Pulls it back 1-2.
Okay. It's like I'm rooting for him to fail right now.
Gonzalez on second, Stallings on first. Pirates now with a 4-3 lead against Peterson. The 1-2 again. And it's going to be high, 2-2. Peterson losing control a little bit here. Just needs to get it over the zone. Keller's willing to bunt. 2-2. Does bunt. This one is fair. McNeil, it's the play, and it is a successful 2-strike sacrifice bunt for Mitch Keller, advancing Eric Gonzalez to third and Jacob Stallings to second.
I don't know if you can hear my standing ovation, but that's where credit is due.
Always a little risky to try that 2-strike bunt if you're a pitcher, but with 2 runners on and no outs, probably better to just eat the 1 out with a foul bunt than potentially ground into a double play. Here's Newman, 2 for 2. Pitch in there at the bottom of the zone for a strike. And then Singleton scored in the first. Singleton got caught stealing in the third. In the 0-1. This is 1-1. Peterson, after a couple of strong outings where he didn't get any offensive help, has gotten offensive help in this one, including from himself, hasn't had it on the mound. His day might not be much longer. The 1-1 to Newman on the way. Just misses, 2-1. Peterson, having just struck out to end the third, that's where to turn to Corey Oswalt as a long reliever. Corey Oswalt. He could potentially go a couple innings for them. This is 3-1. Frazier waits on deck. Frazier 1 for 1, a double in the first, a walk in the second. Walk in the third, and he scored twice. 3-1. On grounded to third, it's going to be an RBI ground out as McNeil takes the play across the diamond. It gets it to 2 outs in the fourth.
The bat, the left fielder, Adam Frazier.
Home to score is Gonzalez, and staying in place is Stallings at second base. Here's Adam Frazier. Pirates with a 2-run lead in the fourth. First pitch is high, 1-0. The 1-0 from Peterson. Long on, and this is going to go up the middle. Base hit to center field. Stallings doesn't have the speed to come around and score, so it's going to be runners on the corners with 2 outs for Brian Reynolds. Take a look at Peterson's line. Pretty. In the fourth inning, 8 hits, 5 earned runs, only a couple of strikeouts, the 2 walks, which count over 80. Now he's got to deal with Brian Reynolds, who had an RBI double in the third. Pitch to Reynolds, a high fastball for a strike, 0-1. Reynolds, the 7th batter of the inning for Pittsburgh. The 0-1 pitch. In there for a strike, so Peterson finds the command maybe a little bit too late, but he is just 1 strike away getting out of this inning. For 2. Hey, inside, it gets away a little bit, going down to second and getting in there safely is Adam Frazier. If it's ruled a wild pitch or a pass ball, it's a wild pitch. It'll be a 1-2. Reynolds now with 2 runners in scoring position. I got to imagine this is going to be end of the line for Peterson, whether or not he gets out of the fourth. Two, pounded towards third base. McNeil reaches down, makes the throw across, and that'll do it. So the Pirates take the lead, adding 2 runs in the fourth inning, but they do strand 2 runners. 2 runs on 3 hits, 2 left on base. For the fourth, it's Pirates 5, Mets 3. If I remember correctly, that may be end of your time in the Peerless Boilers broadcast booth.
So why that you didn't laugh, so that was a good one. All right, yep, I got to run, but I will talk to you all again on Tuesday.
pitch to Ahmed Rosario. A line for a single as Scott takes his leave from the booth. I'll bring you the rest of this one as we roll along. Ahmed Rosario, second hit of the game. He will wait on first base for Jeff McNeil. McNeil 1-for-1 walked in the first, got stranded on third, had an RBI double in second that scored Peterson. It's down now 5-3, facing Mitch Keller here in the fourth as this misses 1-0. David Peterson might not get a chance at win number one, especially if he is removed after 4 and down, mostly down innings. Taking a look at first is Keller, tagged by Bell considerably late. The 1-0 is high, 2-0. Just a reminder, folks, if you're enjoying the Bot Ball product, consider giving a donation to Meals on Wheels. We're all doing this as volunteers, and we're all doing it to support charity. Pull down. Here's a 2-0. It's in there for a strike, 2-1. Pull down for the Meals on Wheels donation information, or you can type !donate into the Twitch chat, or if you subscribe to us with Twitch Prime, that money will also go to Meals on Wheels. 3-1. McNeil 1 ball away from his second walk. For now, it's 70 pitches through 3+. San Rosario again, making Bell hop off the bag. And now the 3-1. Hung on and yanked foul high up into the netting by McNeil. Count runs full. Rosario leads off of first. Mets down 2 in the bottom of the fourth. 3-2 pitch. On and lifted to right field by McNeil. He got under that one. Settling under it is Polanco, and he makes the catch for the first out of the inning.
Now batting, first baseman, Pete.
We'll bring up Alonso. Or keeps off some on the back of the mound. Alonso 2 for 2 in this one in his return to the number 3 spot in the order. Has a couple RBI, 2 of the 3 for the Mets. And it's going to be another check on first. They're shaking off Stallings likes the second and through the signs. This pitch to Alonso is a fastball high, 1-0. Alonso last night 0 for 4 with a strikeout. Another toss over to first. Most of the Mets, of course, struggling in a shutout 3-hit loss. 3 runs so far in this one, but they trail, looking for more offense here in the fourth. 1-0 from Keller. Is grounded towards second base and through the hole. Rounding first, headed towards third is Rosario. Throw from Reynolds, not in time. Pete Alonso now 3 for 3. The Mets have runners on the corners with 1 out, and Michael Conforto coming to the plate. It's a great day at the plate for Alonso. Maybe returning to the 3rd spot in the order was just what he needed to get things even hotter. Here's Conforto. This pitch is low, 1-0. Conforto walked in the first that loaded the bases with nobody out. Didn't advance beyond that. Out looking to end the second. Low pitch. Swung on and hit down into the corner. It's going to be another double in this game. It's going to be of the RBI variety. Ahmed Rosario comes in to score from third. Advancing to third is Alonso. And the Mets now with 2 runners in scoring position, and they've cut the lead in half. It's Pirates 5, Mets 4. So both teams seeing their bats scorching hot, and that's going to do it. Mitch Keller. Keller's only going to go 3 1/3, and now we're going to see Steven Ross in as a long reliever. 3-2 record in 37 innings. Is that ERA not where you'd want it at 5.35? Both pitchers struggling, and the Pirates hit the pen first. And Brault's first pitch is a fastball low to Yoenis Cespedes. See the final numbers on Mitch Keller in due time. Responsible for Alonso and Conforto on base. Pitch. High 2-0. Keller not win this one. Best he'll get a no decision, but he could lose. The Alonso and Conforto come around to score here in the fourth. Go from Brault to Cespedes. Swing outside, 3-0. Thing on deck, Robinson Cano. 1-for-2. 3-0 pitch. In there for a strike, 3-1. This one misses, so Yoenis Cespedes, who has struggled with the bat swinging, hasn't been too bad reaching base. That is going to be his 12th walk since he's come back. He's now got 14 strikeouts as well. He has been able to get on via the walk if he hasn't been able to get on via bat on ball. Bases loaded for Robinson Cano now. Second time at the bases loaded in this one. The pitch. On, and this is pulled. Foul just out in front of it was Cano. A little bit later, that's scoring at least runs. This one is grounded. Newman to second, gets the first out. Relay not in time. Coming home to score is Alonso. Moving up to third is Conforto. It was an RBI fielder's choice for Robinson Cano, and the Mets have tied the game again, this time at 5. Cespedes out going first to second. Cano reaches on the 4-6. Earns himself an RBI. With Conforto on third, No on first, and Wilson Ramos at the plate. Pitch. High 1-0. Now 5 earned runs against the line of Mitch Keller. One more waiting there on third base. 1-0 from Brault. Hung on and lifted into shallow right center. Moving over is Reynolds, and he'll make the catch and close the door on Mitch Keller. But the Mets tie it here in the bottom of the fourth inning. They get 2 runs on 3 hits. They strand 2. After 4 innings, it is 5-5. And David Peterson will get a chance to get through the 5th. He's due up second in the bottom half for the Mets. Luis Rojas may be hoping that Peterson can just pull his way through and then be removed for a pinch hitter. The first pitch from Peterson to Bell. Outside, 1-0. Numbers on Mitch are coming momentarily. Not a great start for the Pirates youngster. Not a great start for the Mets youngster. The 1-0 from Peterson. On pulled foul by Bell, 1-1. High 2-1.
Count was 2-1.
On and lifted to right field. It's making Conforto go back, and run out of room. Josh Bell puts the Pirates back on top immediately with a solo homer. Lead off the top of the 5th. Second home run in as many games, and it is now the Pirates back in front, 6-5. Luis Rojas puts his trust in David Peterson, and that trust is not rewarded. Josh Bell going the other way. Hitter powering it to right field, just getting it over the fence. And the Pirates take the lead again. But a deep one, just 366 feet off the bat. And that is, in fact, going to do it for Peterson. So he leaves in a losing position after 4+ innings of work. Heads back to the dugout, and the Mets will turn to their first reliever in the form of... wait and see. Peterson will not earn win number 1 today, and it will be Corey Oswald.
Now pitching for the Mets.
Oswald, pardon me.
55.
You think of Roy Oswald, think it might be the same, but no, it's Corey Oswald. Oswald has been turned to by Rojas numerous times this year, as you see he's had six appearances so far, and this one his 7th. The Mets, interestingly, going to their long man, the pitcher spot due up 2nd in the bottom half of the inning. For Keller, both starters' days are done now. Mitch Keller, 3 1/3, 10 hits, 5 earned runs, 7 strikeouts, just the 1 walk. Get you David Peterson's numbers in a moment. This one misses to Polanco, 2-0. Still with bullpen action, double-barreled Brad Brock, Justin Wilson being warm behind Oswald. The 2-2 coming. Drifted into right field. Conforto drifting back, stops short of the track, makes the catch for the first out of the inning.
Up next to the Pirates, the third baseman.
There is the line for Peterson. 4+ innings, 9 hits, 6 earned runs, a couple of walks, and a couple of strikeouts. Over 91 pitches. After 2 strong starts, he was hoping to maintain that momentum, just didn't have it against this Pittsburgh team. Now, 1 out for Colin Moran, who singled and scored in the 4th. And he takes the first crack at this one, just foul. 0-1. Following Moran will be at least Eric Gonzalez. The 0-1 pitch. Low, 1-1. On broken bat, liner, aired by Rosario for the second out.
Shortstop, Eric.
Corey Oswald shattering a bat for the second out of the inning, and will bring up Gonzalez, who walked and scored in the 4th. It is going to be a long day for both of these bullpens. Typically, this would be game 2 out of 3, considering it is a Saturday, but the uncommon weekend wraparound will see these teams playing into Monday. Gonzalez, first pitch swinging, rolls it over to Cano, and that'll do it. So, Corey Oswald comes in and retires the first 3 batters he faces after Josh Bell knocks David Peterson out of the game with this opposite field home run on this 1 hit. Way home, it's the Pirates 6, the Mets 5. You're watching Major League Ball on Twitch.tv. You're going to be watching Steven Brault continue after Brault got the last 2 outs of the 4th. Up second in the 6th inning. First pitch to Brandon Nimmo, misses, 1-0. Luis Rojas will have a tough decision to make. Goes to his bench and pulls his long man Oswald after just 1 inning of work. Or if he lets Oswald hit for himself, considering it's just the 5th inning, the 1-0. But inside, 2-0. Nimmo doubled in the 3rd. Peterson could not make anything more of that as he laces this one foul. Nice play by the ball boy down the third base side, 2-1. 2-1 to the Wyoming native Nimmo. It's high, 3-1. Should Nimmo reach, decision may be made easier for Rojas. They can send Corey Oswald up to just try and bunt Nimmo over. And here's the 3-1. High ball for Brandon Nimmo. Regrettably not sprinting down to first base as would be customary. And taking a slow walk. We'll see what Rojas chooses to do here.
Your attention, please.
It is going to be a pinch hitter. Rojas doesn't want to let the Mets this opportunity slip away. Pinch hitting for Oswald is going to be J.D. Davis in the 5th. Pitch to Davis from Brault. Hung on, and an aggressive approach from Davis does not pay off. He flies out to right. As he gets double switched in, that is going to be it for the Mets' best bat against left-handed pitching off the bench. Well, the fourth trip through for the Mets lineup, it'll be Ahmed Rosario. Rosario is 2 for 3 with a couple of runs scored in the first and the fourth. Corey Oswalt's 1 inning of work has nothing to write home about. No hits, no walks, no strikeouts. It's a solid inning of relief. David Peterson, who is currently in line to lose. The pitch to Rosario. The side 1-0 near the knees. Rosario over his last 3, 7 for 12, part of, and that hot streak really helping Luis Rojas decide to put his shortstop back in the number 1 spot. It had been a little scuffly for New York at the bottom of their order with Rosario, the pitcher spot, and Nimmo. Hopefully the rejiggered lineup is dividends, and so far it has after the Mets got shut out last night. 5 runs through 4 innings in this one, but they're going to need more. Whoa, high strike to Rosario on the fastball from Brault. Brault, of course, an accomplished player, has sung the anthem in uniform at multiple Pirates games. But always a treat to have somebody in uniform in the anthem. Brault struggling with the pitches, now behind 3-1, and he's got to deal with Jeff McNeil trying a double play. The 3-1. Swung on into left field for a base hit. Ahmed Rosario 3 for 4 in his return to the leadoff. And it gets the Mets 2 on with 1 out for Jeff McNeil. Rosario's just been all over it between Keller and Brault. 1 ground out against him. This McNeil, first pitch. One is going to be lined into center field for a base hit. And around is Nimmo. The throw from Reynolds is way up the first base line. David Peterson is off the hook. The Mets tie it again. We are now tied at 6 apiece.
Now batting, the first baseman,
Jeff McNeil, first pitch fastballs. That's the MO. Just sent this one right back up the middle. Threw slowly enough to allow Nimmo to come around from second RBI for McNeil, and it brings up Pete Alonso. Alonso, first pitch swinging. This one is headed to deep right field. Going back on it is Polanco. He is able to settle on the track. Interestingly, not moving up is Rosario. Could have been a chance for Rosario to move up from second to third on that one. He stays put. We'll bring up Michael Conforto. A 2-out RBI opportunity. It's already with 1 run home here in the 5th, looking for more. Pitch. On and fouled off, 0-1. Oh, Red Wings 13 in the chat says this game is not competitive. Swing for a ball, 1-1. Well, I would certainly argue it may not be competitive from a pitching standpoint, with Mitch Keller and David Peterson having rough starts. The offense is firing on all cylinders for both sides as it's 6-6 here in the 5th. 1-1 to Conforto. Side 2-1. Game 3 of 6 on the ball calendar today. About the rest of the games after the 5th inning. 2-1. On and lifted to right. Moving back is Polanco. He gets to the wall. He runs out of room. It's a 3-run home run for Michael Conforto, and the Mets are now in the lead 9-6. Homer of the year for Conforto, and the Bats keep on bringing the noise in Queens. 4 runs for the Mets here in the 5th inning. They have bounced back time and time again in this one, and now they jump out to their biggest lead of the game, 9-6. Even Brault was 1 out away from just giving up the 1 run here. It's Conforto, lefty, second time we've seen a home run go to that part of Citi Field. And that is going to do it for Brault as Chad Kuhl will place him. Myself a moment to catch up with my scorecard. Everybody coming around to score on that 3-run dinger for Conforto. Rosario and McNeil scoring on it. Mets now with a 9-6 lead. Here's Cool. First pitch is low. It is an inning and a third. Steven Brault is the 1-0 from Cool to Cespedes. On and fouled off. 1. And get you the rest of those numbers on all 3 hits allowed. Cespedes way out in front of a fastball, 1 and 2. 4 earned runs on those 3 hits. Also allowed 2 walks. Inside 2 and 2. Pitch. Outside 3 and 2. Hitting on deck, Robinson Cano is 1 of 3 with an RBI. Pitch. Lifted into right field. Going back on it is Polanco, and he makes the catch. And that'll do it for the 5th inning. But the Mets, powered by this Michael Conforto 3-run home run, jump out into the lead after 5 innings. It is Mets 9, Pirates 6. The Mets will now turn to the bullpen again. It will bring forth Brad Brock, making his 24th appearance of the season. He's got a 1-1 record, a 3.60 ERA. On the screen, he's pitched very well against right-handed bats, an average under 150. We get to start with a right-handed bat. It is Jacob Stallings. Pitch to the Pirates catcher is high, 1-0. Stallings is 1 for 2 with an RBI single in the 4th. Night after getting shut out and 3 hit, the Mets backs coming back with a vengeance. 9 runs, and we're only 5 innings in. Buck misses badly, 2-0. I promise we'll run down to the rest of the schedule, and I'll get that to you momentarily. The 2-0 from Brock to Stallings, and it's high, 3-0. So, following this game, originally scheduled for a 7:15 first pitch, but might be running a little bit late, be the Rockies and the Marlins. The 3-0 in there for a strike 3-1. Peter Lambert against Yamamoto. Be the game following this one. After that, it'll be the Nationals and the D-backs. Joe Ross against Madison Bumgarner. Could be some solid pitching in that one. 3-1. On and fouled off by Stallings. 3-2. And then the nightcap. Bot ball after dark. It'll be back to the AL. It'll be the Tigers and the Mariners. Matt Boyd against Yusei Kikuchi. 2. Swung on, lifted to right and foul. So Jacob Stallings will get another 3-2 as Brad Brock's first opponent at the plate. And there, strike he called. So Brad Brock starts his outing with a backwards K of the Pirates catcher, first out of the 6th inning. Good piece of pitching from Brock there, freezing Stallings. And the Pirates will turn to their bench as Kevin Kramer will pinch hit here. Kramer hitting very well, just kind of frozen out of the lineup right now. A little bit surprising. To consider Kramer the possible second baseman during Kevin Newman's struggles. Pirates and Derek Shelton, the first-year manager, electing to go with Newman over Kramer for the time being. Chad Kuhl just go the 1/3 of an inning. The pitch low, 1-1. All Seawald Justin Wilson being loose in the New York bullpen behind Brock. It's up 9-6 in this very back and forth off. offensively minded affair. Saying Kramer is Brock, 2-1. One pitch, and over the top. That fastball is Kramer. Brock gets it back to 2-2. And the 2-2 pitch. Rounded back up the middle through the legs of Brock, and it's a pinch hit single for Kevin Kramer, continuing to make his case be a regular part of the Buccos lineup.
Kevin Newman.
This level swing back up the box. It will start trip number 4 through the Pirates lineup. Kevin Newman, 2 for 3 with an RBI and a run scored.
Nope. Ball 1.
This is 1-0. Mets working with their largest lead of the game, 3 runs. The difference being a Michael Conforto 3-run homer to right off of Stephen Brault. The end of the Pirates relievers evening. Evening, afternoon, depends on how you want to look at it. This misses low, 2-0. You're looking at game, it's the evening. Looking at the outside life, it's the afternoon. Looking at this 2-0 pitch, you're Kevin Newman. There for a strike, 2-1. And Kramer on first base with a pinch hit single. Then Newman awaiting the 2-1 from Brad Brock.
Ball inside.
High and inside, 3-1. Hitting on deck, Adam Frazier. Frazier's been on base all 3 times he's come to the plate. A single, a double, and a walk. But quite the day. RBI has a stolen base, couple of runs. The pitch. Rounded to first under the glove of a sliding Alonso. Will be a couple Kevins on the base pads for the Pirates. Kramer on second and Newman on first. His 3rd hit of the game. There is Adam Frazier, 2 for 2, RBI, 2 runs. Pitch.
1-0.
High, 1-0. Pirates, after falling behind 3 runs in the 5th, a chance to back into their newly found deficit. The 1-0 from Brock to Frazier. Big curveball generates a swing and a miss. Actually, a changeup from Brock, not curve, pardon me. Good way, good downward action, the 1-1. Tailing outside on the fastball, 2-1. Kramer on second, Newman on first, 2-1 pitch. In there for a strike. The changeup again working for Brock. Having a rough go of it. 21 pitches so far here in the 6th. And now the 2-2. Just misses 3-2. Ryan Reynolds waits on deck. Count pitch to Frazier. One is hit to left field. Coming in for it is Cespedes. He's going to play it on a hop. The bases are going to be loaded. 3 straight singles for the Pirates.
Number 10, Brian Reynolds.
Good piece of hitting from Frazier going the other way on that one.
Your attention, please.
That is going to do it for Brock.
Number 38.
He's only going to go a 1/3 of an inning, give up 3 hits, and rely on Justin Wilson to clean up his mess. Interesting to see brought in to face Reynolds, as Reynolds has been hitting well from the right side of the plate. His RBI double in the 3rd off of Peterson. Batting here with the bases loaded. The pitch. Find foul. Oh, if that one had stayed fair, that was going to at least get 2 runs home for Pittsburgh. Instead, it's the count 0-2. From Wilson. Inside, 1-2. It's threatening here, top of the 6th. 2 to Reynolds. Swing and a miss. I don't know what he was looking for. It was a slider that was high and he just flailed at it. No chance. Big swinging strikeout there. It will get the Mets 1 out away from getting out of this mess. Brad Brock on the bench hoping that Wilson can do it. Pitch to Bell. This pitch swing is a foul ball, 0-1. Bell put the Pirates in front with a solo homer in the 5th. That lead was not long-lived. Jeff McNeil, an RBI single in the bottom half of the 5th to tie it. Michael Conforto's 3-run homer brought us to our 9-6 score. Bell chops it foul, 0-2. Bases loaded. 2 outs, 2-strike pitch. Swing and a miss. Justin Wilson comes in with the bases loaded and 1 out and generates back-to-back strikeouts of Brian Reynolds and Josh Bell to get the Mets out of the 6th. No runs, 3 hits, 3 left on base of the 6th. It's Mets 9. Pirates 6. It is Robbie Erlin come on as the Pirates' 4th pitcher of the game. Brad Brock gives up 3 hits in a 1/3 of an inning. Ends up with no earned runs against him thanks to the pitching heroics. Justin Wilson. Will be Cano, Ramos, and Nimmo to face Erlin. All 1 high. Happen to be located on the East Coast where it is 7 o'clock Eastern now. You may be hearing some cheering outside your window. The 1-0 pitch is inside, 2-0. For San Diego Padre Robbie Erlin. Cano to pop this one foul. Just missing the camera well on the first base side. Count 2-1. Pitch. Drifted to left field, moving over for it, and filling under it is Adam Frazier. Makes the catch. The first down at the bottom of the 6th. Bring up Wilson Ramos, and Ramos, the only Mets to reach base today. Strikeouts and a flyout for the Mets catcher. Even David Peterson is able to get on with a double of his own in the 2nd. Ramos trying to add to the Mets offense here in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch, he crushes it. Is it going to be fair or foul? It is foul. Wilson Ramos trying to get himself going. A huge swing at that Erlin pitch and just got out in front of it. Fastball inside, 1-1. One misses, 2-1. EBTO in the Twitch chat saying, I hope Seinfeld is in the ballpark to see Kramer and Newman back to back. To argue that. One misses, 3-1. Certainly imagine maybe a Kevin Kramer scores. Newman knocks him in. Now 3-2. I can just see Seinfeld sitting in one of those comfortable seats behind the plate. 3-2. High, so Wilson Ramos does reach base. He doesn't do it with the bat. He does it with patience. It's a walk on a full count pitch. The Mets have a base runner with 1 out. Here is Brandon Nimmo, 1 for 2 with a double in the 3rd, walk, and scored in the 5th. Pitch on the lefty-lefty matchup misses 1-0. Nimmo has returned out of the 9 spot. He is in the 8 though. Swings badly at this. It's 1-1. Returning to a more traditional National League lineup construction. Mo still has been struggling, which is why he's hitting down at number 8 as opposed to number 1. Rosario, though, rewarding Luis Rojas. A 3 for 4 games so far and 3 runs scored. Mo ahead 2-1. The pitch. One is ripped to right field. This is going to get down. It's going to be another extra base hit. Rounding second, moving on to third is Wilson Ramos. Filling in with his second double of the game is Brandon Nimmo. And the Mets have 2 runners in scoring position with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Almost certainly that will bring forth a pinch hitter. Imagine Justin Wilson will hit for himself. And here is Eduardo Nunez. Nunez joining the Mets organization as a non-roster invitee to spring training. In the roster, and has made most of it to an extent. He is as a pinch hitter, 13 for 45. Well, mostly as a pinch hitter. He has started a few games here and there, spelling other players. As he takes this one inside 2-0. What Eduardo Nunez does not have in the middle of May is an RBI. This is a perfect spot to do it. Ramos on third, Nimmo on second, 2-0 pitch. Is low, 3-0. Well, he can't get an RBI if he gets himself on base via the walk. Keeping the line moving would be just as good for the Mets, trying to add to their 9-6 lead here in the 6th. From Erlin to Nunez. Outside, ball 4. Eduardo Nunez comes off the bench and works himself a walk. Second walk issued by Erlin. And will roll the lineup over for trip number 5 for the Mets in the 6th inning. Ahmed Rosario. Pitch to Rosario. This one is going to be hit into right center field, and it's going to get down, and it's going to be trouble. Ramos scores. Nimmo scores. Rounding third and coming all the way around to score is going to be Eduardo Nunez. It is a 3-run double for Ahmed Rosario, and it doubles the Mets' lead. They are now up 12-6. This pitch swinging for Rosario. It's hit right into the right center field gap with Nunez running from first base. Got a great read, struggling to pick that up a little bit as Reynolds and the Mets have blown it open. A 6-run lead now. That is going to do it for Erlin. Erlin had come in to start this inning. Not going to see the end of it. Michael Feliz will be the Pirates' 5th pitcher. He faces Jeff McNeil. It's a strike, and running to third base and safe. Ahmed Rosario, his 7th steal of the year. A straight steal of third with a 6-run lead. That is a bold choice by Rosario to try and take third there, but he does it. Now Feliz deals. McNeil pulls it fair. Up by Bell, he steps on the bag, and as a result of the third, Ahmed Rosario gets himself home on the RBI ground out for McNeil. 4 runs home now for the Mets in the bottom of the 6th, and it'll bring up Pete Alonso with the bases clear. Pitch to Alonso. This is 1-0. The third RBI for Jeff McNeil. He's done it across 5 at-bats. Or 4 at-bats. He walked in the first. So to Alonso. Swung on and lifted to right center field. Heading back on it is Reynolds, and he's going to make the catch, slamming into the wall. That one carried and carried, but it didn't have enough to get all the way out. The Mets had 4 more runs here in the 6th inning. They do it on just 2 hits. 4 runs, 2 hits, nobody left. After 6 innings, it's the Mets 13, Pirates 6. Paul Sewald will come on for his 10th appearance. Get to work a 7-run lead.
Leading off for Pittsburgh, the right fielder.
The Polanco, Moran, and Gonzalez. Robbie Erlin just going a third of an inning. See his numbers momentarily. This pitch to Polanco, a strike from Sewald. And this one to Polanco is fouled off, 0-2. For Erlin, he struggled in relief. Just the 1/3 of an inning pitched, hits, 2 walks, 4 earned runs. This one is hit by Polanco to the right side, and between Cano and Alonso, a leadoff single. Gregory Polanco in the 7th.
Next for Pittsburgh, the third baseman, Colin Moran.
The Pirates with a lot of work to do if they want to get back into this one. 13-6. That's lead. Ball to Moran now, in there for a strike, 0-1 on the 2-seam fastball. Moran singled and scored in the 4th. A pitch. Fouled off, 0-2. Both teams now on their 5th pitcher of the game. Currently in position to win and lose respectively. Oswalt, position to win for the Mets. Stephen Brault currently on the hook for the Pirates. 0-2 pitch. Foul against the Pirates dugout. Will keep it 0-2. Big apologies to everybody on the rest of our bot ball schedule today. There has been a lot of firepower in Queens. 0-2 is low, 1-2. Two pitch. Lifted into right field. Edging over a few steps, Conforto makes the catch. First out of the 7th inning.
The batter, number 2, shortstop.
Bring up Eric Gonzalez. Gonzalez and scored in the 4th. Unclear if the Pirates have it in them to come back. They've only got 8 outs to back from 7 runs or more. Grounder back up the middle. Rosario flips to Cano on to first. High throw. It's an E4 on the throw.
Now batting, the catcher.
So it's going to be a fielder's choice for Gonzalez to assume the double play on the wild return throw from Cano. Gonzalez will find himself standing on second, 2 outs. Polanco is retired on the play. Gonzalez reaches on the fielder's choice, 6-4, advances to second on the E for first error for the Mets. Hollings first pitch swinging. Alonso makes the strange throw to Sewald. It's about as straight line throw as you could get. But call it a 3-1 and call it the end of the inning. It is stretch time in Flushing, Queens. It's 13, Pirates 6. If you're watching along at home, remember, listen to Lazy Mary by Lou Monte. Full 7th inning stretch experience in City Field. The stretch is over. We move to the bottom of the 7th. Michael Conforto leading things off for the Mets. Last at bat, his 3-run homer opened things up, giving the Mets a 9-6 lead. First pitch, a fastball high and inside from Feliz, 1-0. A pitch. On and missed. Might have even been a foul tip. 1-1. Feliz presumably will get to go the full length of the 7th inning. One pitch. Long on by Conforto. Hit against the defensive shift in the outfield, and going back on it is Reynolds making the catch on the run for the first out of the bottom of the 7th.
Now batting.
Here is Yoenis Cespedes. Cespedes, one of 2 starters without a hit. Both he and Wilson Ramos are 0 of 3 with a walk. Cespedes 0 for 5. couple of walks in the series so far. Pitch to the Mets left fielder. Grounded to the left side. Scooped up by Gonzalez. A bit of a high throw, but reaching for it is Bell for the second out.
The batter number 24, second baseman.
And that'll bring up Robinson Cano. Cano is 1 for 4. Field in the third. An RBI fielder's choice in the fourth. With a 7-run lead here, bottom of the 7th. Pitch from Feliz to Cano is hit over the glove of Josh Bell. His second hit. It's Robinson Cano. His pitch swinging, got out in front of that and just laced it over Bell, who did not have the time to react to that hard hit ball. We'll bring up Wilson Ramos. Pitch to him is low and away, 1-0. Almost walked and eventually scored on the Rosario double in the 6th. And now the 1-0 the Mets catcher on the way. And a miss, 1-1. They'll have Jacob deGrom on the mound tomorrow against JT Brubaker for Pittsburgh. 1-1. Lifted by Ramos into left center field. Moving over, making the catch is Reynolds, and that'll do it. So the Mets get a 2-out hit, but nothing more. No runs, a 1 hit, 1 left. Through 7, it's the Mets 13 and the Pirates 6.
Your attention, please.
Hitter for the Pirates here will be Jose Ozuna. Lead off the 8th inning. Pirates will go to their 6th pitcher to start the bottom half. Sewald continuing. Present a strike high to Ozuna. Michael Feliz in relief. Inning and 2/3. The 1 hit allowed. Allow an inherited runner to score in the form of Ahmed Rosario. Count now 1-1 to Ozuna. Rosario taking advantage of Feliz and stealing third. Feliz's first pitch. Now 2-1 to Jose Ozuna. Wall just trying to keep things easy on the mound. 2-1. Got a miss by Ozuna. Count now 2-2. Well, it doesn't have a lot of velocity. You see that fastball coming in at just 89 miles an hour, but he does supplement that with placement, too. There's a well-placed changeup. Ozuna has to just foul away. Count stays 2-2. 2-2. Pulled off again. Once again, it is deGrom and Brubaker tomorrow, and then in Monday's series finale, it'll be Michael Wacha facing off against Joe Musgrove. One misses, count now 3-2. Kevin Newman waits on deck. He for 4. RBI and a run scored. Count pitch. Into the right side, Cano reaches down. Throw first out of the 8th inning.
Up next for Pittsburgh, the second
One night after getting shut out, Luis Rojas decides it's time to reconfigure the lineup with Ahmed Rosario, the catalyst, at the top. They have rewarded that decision with 13 runs. Rosario, in particular, 4 for 5, 4 runs scored, 3 RBI, and a steal. To Kevin Newman. Is lifted into right field. Drifting back Conforto. Makes the catch. And there are now 2 outs in the 8th. Adam Frazier, who's reached base every time he's come to the plate. 3 for 3 with a walk. Doubles in this game. Frazier's got one of them. He started the scoring with an RBI double in the first. pitch from Seawald. And a foul ball at a high fastball, 0-1. Oh, 1. It's fouled off again, 0-2. 0-2 from Seawald. Oh, and inside 1-2 for the Mets in the bottom half of the 8th inning. It'll be Nimmo, pitcher's spot, so a pinch hitter, and then Rosario for the 6th time. The 1-2. Inside 2-2. Not often you get 6 at bats, a 9-inning game, but Ahmed Rosario is going to get there. 2. In there, strike 3 call. Paul Seawald finishes up 2 innings of relief. The strikeout looking of Adam Frazier. It's a 1-2-3 8th inning. We head to the bottom half. Still Mets 13, Pirates 6.
Your attention, please. Now,
Richard Rodriguez will be pitcher number 6 for Pittsburgh. Two errors against the Mets. I'm not sure where the second one is. Check the box score later. Here's Nimmo to face Rodriguez. In there for a strike, 0-1. Pitch. Side, 1-1. So Nimmo now back in the number 8 spot. He's also had himself a solid day at the plate. 2 for 3, 2 doubles, a walk, 2 runs scored. And he's now ahead 2-1 against Rodriguez. Richard Rodriguez just hoping to a calm 8th inning, get things on to the 9th where the Pirates can attempt to make a monumental comeback. Pitch. Fouled off by Nimmo, 2-2. Use their 3rd pinch hitter next. Grounded to second base. Newman makes the throw for the first out of the 8th inning for the Mets. Will it be Jake Marisnik or will it be Luis Guillorme? Questions abound. There is a mystery.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it will be Luis Guillorme, glove first infielder, getting a chance to pinch hit here with the 7-run lead in the 8th inning. Guillorme's got a couple of RBI on the year. First pitch to him. Swung on, lined into the glove of Moran down at third base. 2 outs. And opening, grand closing for Guillorme there. We'll bring up Ahmed Rosario for the 6th time today. 4 for 5, a double, 3 singles, 3 RBI, stolen base, and 4 runs scored. Mets shortstop. First pitch from Rodriguez. Side 1-0. Paul Seawald in 2 innings of relief allows just the 1 hit. It's a strikeout as well. 0-2 Rosario, low and inside, 2-0. Mets will also turn to their 6th pitcher of the game. Hopefully, for the Mets, be a easy way out of the 9th. Go to Rosario. Off 2-1. Rodriguez running that upstairs at 95 miles an hour. More games of the series to come once again. Tomorrow, Sunday, and then the series finale on Monday. 1. Rosario gets into this, pulls it down the left field line. Just goes foul to those seats on the first base side. Personal anecdote near those seats, I'll tell you after the 2-2. It's low, 3-2. I almost accidentally interfered with Eddie Rosario trying to catch a foul ball. Didn't, but it sure was real close. There's even video evidence of it. Count pitch from Rodriguez to Rosario. Did the left field. Moving back on it is Frazier. He's moving back, and it's Ahmed Rosario. The Ahmed Rosario show continues. His 3rd home run of the year. fifth hit of the game, and the Mets now lead it 14-6. That one just carried out of here. It looked like Frazier was going to have a play on it. He ran back towards that left field wall, and he ran out of room. Ahmed Rosario, the day to write home about, and then tell all your friends. 5 for 6, 5 runs scored, 4 RBI. This is what Ahmed Rosario is going to be doing in the leadoff spot for the New York Mets. They might yet have a 8-season run in them. A remarkable day for Ahmed Rosario. Here's Jeff McNeil for the 6th time. It's a strike. Still 2 for 4 with a walk, has a couple RBI and a couple of runs scored. With 3 RBI. Lead it 14-6, the pitch. The other way, foul into the netting, 0-2. Rodriguez brings the 0-2 home.
The count is 1-2.
Clearly clips McNeil, just misses him, 1-2. Be DeGrom and Brubaker tomorrow, Waka and Musgrove, 2 pitch. And a miss. Jeff McNeil strikes out. The Mets add to their lead with an Ahmed Rosario solo home run, his 3rd of the year. It puts the Mets up 14-6 as we head to the 9th.
Your attention, please.
The Reynolds, Bell, and Polanco to face Jeurys Familia. Familia has struggled considerably with an 8.05 ERA across 23 appearances. Us looking to have a very low impact 9th inning to finish off this big Mets win. The Brian Reynolds, Josh Bell, and Gregory Polanco. Reynolds 1 for 4 with an RBI double in the 3rd. Pitch from Familia, outside 1-0. Off was taken in the chat. Rooting for Brian Reynolds here, but it's going to take a lot more than just Brian Reynolds. Right the ship here for the Pirates in the 9th inning, down by 8. Getting a strike over with the sinker is Familia, 1-1. Now the 1-1. There for a strike, 1-2. Two pitch. Owled off, still 1-2. Two misses, 2-2. A 2-2 from Familia. And having trouble with it is Rosario, so it is going to be a lead-off single for Reynolds. That is ruled an error. Definitely a base hit all the way. They rule it an error. How about that?
The first baseman, Josh Bell.
Need to actually step out of the booth momentarily. Hopefully somebody will join you to bring you the rest of this call. Hang tight. I'll be right back.
I got a ball, 1 strike. Quick. 2 balls, 1 strike. Hey, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Full count, 3-2. Nope, that's down. Ball 4.
Now batting, right fielder, Gregory Polanco. Up next for pitch.
It remains to be seen if the Mets
third
are going to
baseman,
Met here.
Colin
I guess.
Moran.
Don't know if we're experiencing technical difficulties. I was invited in here by Mr. Big Fun. Hope things are going okay for him. I am DJ Ingve Amish. We're getting ready for the next game, which is the Marlins taking on the Rockies. Outside. What's going on in the game? So, okay. Will do. Just got to catch up what's going on here, but, you know, doing show notes and that kind of thing as you prepare your booth for back-to-back tech cuts. What are you going to do? So Mr. Familia in a familiar situation, I guess. I don't know.
Howdy, I'm back. What'd I miss?
He's up by a touchdown. I mean, the Mets are up by a touchdown right now.
Did L singled and Polanco singled? That seems like a solid guess.
You know, I really don't know. I was kind of just throwing in this big fun, so.
That's totally fair. Thanks for hopping in. As Jerry's Familia struggling, giving up 2 runs. If somebody in the Twitch chat maybe wants to fill in what exactly has happened to get the Pirates 2 runs home with no outs, as Familia is going to be done after no innings pitched. They're going to turn to Seth Lugo and get through the end of this. But in the Twitch chat, and kind of fill in what has happened between that Colin Moran RBI single, basically what just Bell and Polanco did. Reynolds has scored, now Bell has scored, and Polanco is on second. An opportunity, double play after the first 2 guys on, but threw the ball away. That's how the first run scored. I'm not even sure how to write that one down. So here's Seth Lugo trying to clean up the mess. It's now up 14-8. Top of the 9th. 1-0 from Lugo to Gonzalez is crushed. And all of a sudden, it's a 3-run game. Pirates have scored 5 times in the 9th inning and no outs recorded. A 3-run homer for Gonzalez. It brings home Polanco. It brings home Moran. It brings the score to 14-11. All of a sudden, this game is now a potential save situation. A huge home run for Gonzalez. Lugo's still going to keep going, although Devlin Betances is getting warm. Jacob Stallings now 1 of 4 with an RBI. This pitch to him misses 1-0. Now the 1-0 from the go to the Pirates catcher. This misses 2-0.
2 balls, no strikes.
Dylan Betances getting loose. Seth Lugo, the 7th pitcher for the Mets. Series Familia recorded 0 innings pitched here in the 9th. Continuing to struggle. Go from Lugo. Hollings grounds it to short. Rosario or across, and finally the Mets have their first out of the top of the 9th.
Now batting, the pitcher, Richard Rodriguez.
Hitting for the Pirates here,
Ladies and gentlemen,
Gerard Dyson.
pinch hitting for the Pirates.
Dyson, not really a threat
Gerard Dyson.
long, and cut the lead to 14-12. He could very well get himself on base and cause trouble. Pitch from Lugo. Fouled off, 0-1. Kevin Newman, like Ahmed Rosario, will get a 6th to the plate in this one. At the top of the lineup. Reynolds, Bell, Polanco, Moran, Gonzalez have all come around to score for Pittsburgh here. 0-2 quickly to Dyson. Dyson, best known for his time in the Kansas City Royals organization. Two. Getting a piece of it is Dyson. Fouls it off. Keeps it 0-2. Go. Big wind and the pitch. Missing with a curveball. No, a slider. Slider just misses. It's 1-2. Seemingly out of nowhere, it's now Mets 14, Pirates 11. 55 combined runs. The bats exploding in Queens tonight. 2 to Dyson. Bang, and a miss. And the Pirates are down to their last out. Are considerably behind schedule here on Major League Baseball. We thank you for sticking with us. Remember, we got 3 more great games coming up after this. It's the Rockies and the Marlins next. Nationals and the D-backs after that. The Tigers and the Mariners. Close it out, and coming on to try and close it out is Dylan Betances. So Hugo comes on, allows 2 inherited runners to score on the Gonzalez home run, then gets Stalling to ground out and Dyson to strike out. Now trying to get the save, the very unexpected save, is Dylan Betances, and he's ahead 0-1. Betances looking for his 5th save in as many opportunities. Needs 1 out to do it. The 0-1 to Newman. Missing high, 1-1. I'm not sure. This might be the longest 9-inning ball game we've had so far, as this one misses 2-1. And that one is in there for a strike. So the Pirates down to their last strike. They have fought back valiantly here in the 9th with 5 runs. They still need 3 more. 2 from Betances to Newman. In there, strike 3 called, and the Mets in a wild one, 14-11. Corey Oswalt picks up the win with his 1 inning of relief back in the 5th. Dylan Betances gets an unexpected 5th save of the year, and Brault takes the loss, and the Mets take Game 2 of this 4-game set, once again by the final score of 14-11. A wild one in Queens. As we get the opportunity to dip out of this and get ourselves up for the next game. Look at that. 11 runs, 15 hits, no errors for Pittsburgh. 14 runs, 17 hits, and a ridiculous 5 errors for the Mets. They do win it. Player of the game, no surprise, Ahmed Rosario. We can hop right out of here. We don't need the box score. We don't need the highlights. We're running about 25 minutes behind the Rockies and the Marlins with DJ Inguiamish and Famous Amos. Let's get out of here and get y'all.
I think the Mets are just catching up on early in the season. I just got to say that much for you before you go.
I certainly appreciate that. Well, I'm not going to waste any time. I'm going to let myself go here. But for Scott Sudikoff, who joined me for the early part of this game, I'm the Big Fund, Eric Garment. Catch myself and Scott again on Tuesday at 5:30. We're going to be bringing you the Rays and the Red Sox then. But for now, it's the Rockies, it's the Marlins, it's Ingwe Amish, and Famous Amos. You're watching Major League Botball on Twitch.tv.
Thanks once again, Big Fun. Yeah, wild finish. I welcome my broadcast partner. I am Famous Amos. Amos, last night the Rockies scored 2 in the first, 2 in the sixth, and they held on to beat this Miami team by a final of 4-3. David Dahl, 2 RBI. Josh Fuentes comes in, spells Nolan Arenado, gets some rest, and he provides a 2-run homer in the ball game as well.
Yeah, it looks like, battle of two teams hovering around the 500 mark. The Rockies coming into the game 23-21, facing the Marlins that are at 22-23. And surprisingly, with both of those records, each team is still in the race in their respective division. So,
yeah, it was 8 strong innings for Kyle Freeland last night. He scattered 4 hits and 2 earned runs with just 1 walk and 4 strikeouts. Jose Urena goes 5 for the Fish. He gets 2 earned on 5 hits. And kind of the story of the night, too, is the Miami bullpen, which we've seen the Rockies bullpen, Amos, be pretty rotten. I'll get to more of that in just a bit. But Sterling Sharp, he's pitched very well out of the pen, but he gave up the 2-run bomb in the sixth. That was the difference last night.
Right, as you can see, the 2 starters going into tonight's game, Lambert versus Yamamoto. 2 pitchers that are still trying to, looks like they're definitely trying to get those ERAs figured out, as the Rockies have a good offense, and, you can't really sleep on the Marlins with their nice little pickups of Jonathan VR and Jesus Aguilar. So,
yeah, I mean, the average,
which pitcher has more.
Yeah, the average doesn't show up for VR so far, but he's coming on strong. With that power bat, he's got 10 home runs already. Lambert in just his 3rd start. It should be interesting on the mound for Rockies when the Marlins come to bat. But let's turn it over to you for the play-by-play as Ian Desmond starts things off here.
All right, Ian Desmond hitting that cool 331 as he's got the tab of leadoff tonight. As here's Yamamoto's first pitch, and that is a ball. And something we just have to think about when it comes to these Marlins pitchers, a lot of young talent with these guys, of course, is growing pains, but I think along with Alcantara, Yamamoto is a very solid pitcher if he could just get his stuff together and locate a little better. As a point example here, the first 2 pitches he throws are balls to Ian Desmond.
Yep, and Desmond with the 23 RBI, looking decent with that 331 average for sure, and his 145 at-bats.
3 balls. No strikes.
Gets away there, 3-0, and Trevor Story batting 2. Definitely doesn't matter what the ballpark is. You don't want him up with people on base. So let's see if Desmond has the 3-0 green light or red light.
Ball 4.
There you go. It's a 4-pitch walk to start off the game. Desmond will take his base, and Amish, I know it seems like I ask you this in every game we play, but it's so nice to hear. Your amount of baseball knowledge, you're familiar with a lot of these teams, just like I am. And so my question to you is, and I asked it last time, if you're the Rockies, you're kind of facing, in some ways, a subpar type Miami pitching staff. Do you change your ways, or are you a little more aggressive?
Yeah, that is an excellent question. And, versatility is kind of the key in things. And really neither of these teams have, a great amount of depth, which is, kind of why they were predicted not to do so hot. As we see it pop up here.
We got away with one there. Story's going to pop it straight up there. That's got to be frustrating. And definitely a morale booster for Yamamoto. 4-pitch walk and a 1 pitch for a very powerful hitter in Trevor Story. So. As now here's the main man, Nolan Arenado, hitting at a also very cool 323. We'll see if he can bring some Miami heat tonight with that bat. As you can see, he's hitting 350 off of righties. So definitely a stat as I think I almost lost connection here. We'll get him right back, but definitely a stat that Yamamoto, I'm sure, is aware of. These Rockies hitters seem like they do very well against righties, more righties than lefties, so to speak. But with players like Nolan Arenado and Trevor Story, it kind of just doesn't matter. As once again, Yamamoto's fallen behind to Nolan Arenado 2-0, 1 out, 1 on. So don't exactly expect Desmond over there at first to steal. Arenado's going to ground out, round the horn, double play, and just like that, the inning is over. So that was VR, I believe, at third. I can't tell exactly who that is, but
Yeah, it is.
oh, okay, good. So there you go. I mean, it's gonna, with Yamamoto's control, a little bit questionable to say the least. You're gonna need that defense, and that's part of the reason VR was called, or excuse me, not called, but signed by Miami. So.
Yamamoto really stepped to the forefront here as the Marlins kind of needed to, as a couple guys lost from last season. But here's Peter Lambert. Here's another interesting story for the Rockies. I kind of sent you a little scouting thing. I mean, obviously, I can't get to it now.
Leading off for the Marlins, the third baseman.
5 different directions.
It's been a rough day, but I think the thing we can say about Lambert without looking at any kind of scouting and notes is that he's definitely not the pitcher that the Rockies are expecting him to be. With over a 6 ERA, and we all know how tough it is as a pitcher to pitch at Coors, but that kind of just doesn't excuse it in some ways. You're a big league pitcher. You're here to perform, and you are here to win. So, as we got Jonathan VR leading off for Miami, 243.
Yep, 10 homers and 13 steals, of course, on the leaderboards in the majors.
Yeah, it blows my mind at how many teams did not chase after Jonathan VR in the offseason, as he falls 3-1 there.
Yeah, you really called it, buddy. I tell you, and that salary, so would have been so convenient for so many different teams.
Right, and for those who don't know, Jonathan VR can be a solid, probably not top tier, but a very solid leadoff hitter. Of course, he's going to swipe bags. He was near the top of the leaderboard last year in swiping bags. So, and of course, he's versatile. Can play second, can play third. He's got some pretty average defensive capabilities, in my opinion. But still, for that money, you're getting all that for that money. It's kind of a steal for Miami in some ways. So here's the full count. VR swings at a pitch in the dirt. Strike 3, and he is out as Lambert gets his first strikeout. That's something we can say about Lambert. He's not afraid to go out of the zone and get you to chase these nasty pitches that he's got. And I guess in order for him to succeed, in my opinion, Amish, I think he's going to have to rely on Miami to swing at these pitches.
Yeah, he's really worked on his mechanics. The scouting report, I'm trying to dial it up here as I wrote it down somewhere. I know, it says that he's, been adding things to his arsenal within the past, 3-4 years.
We got Miguel Rojas sitting up, number 2 hole tonight, hitting 271 on the year, down 0-1. Here is the pitch. Way outside. 1-1.
Yeah, so throws a ton of strikes with 4 weapons. Solid average fastball. It touches, the mid-90s range. A well above average changeup, average curve, and slider. He just does not walk guys, Amos. 101 in his pro career across almost 450 innings.
That's indeed a very solid scouting report. And if you're the Marlins, you have to think that maybe that would signify that he may attack the zone a lot. And the Marlins definitely have some hitters that are capable of, as that is a called strike 3, looking for Rojas. And just like that, Lambert struck out the first 2 batters of the game.
Yeah, nice form here on this one. Just touches that top inside corner. Yeah, this spring he had been on the injured list, Lambert, with a strained forearm. And, got back to throwing, got back in the rhythm of things, and, the Rockies called him up.
Yeah, and as we said, he's not off to the greatest start this season, but with his capabilities, I think he could be a very solid pitcher. Now, would it be wrong for me to say that he is an ace type or not an ace type pitcher?
No, they're slowly, easing him up, developing his pitches. But so far, from what they've seen, they're thinking only a mid-range starter type at this point, Amos.
Right. And of course, I guess that wouldn't make sense. But I don't know, like, one of his strengths, to me, just watching, from this game is his ability to throw that curveball. And, if he's got a friendly umpire behind the plate there that's calling those little borderline pitches, it's going to make it a lot harder for Miami hitters to want to swing at these type of pitches.
Well, just like that, first inning done, as opposed to the last game we just had, where every inning was just beating each other up.
Leading off for Colorado.
Gotta love baseball.
I do too. It doesn't matter if the teams are 162-0 or 0-162. It's just, you got to play it on the diamond. We don't know. You never know what kind of game you're expecting.
Ball one.
Here's Daniel Murphy up.
One ball. No
Hey, I want to say hi to Akinator Bits in chat. Familiar with that name. How you doing?
There's another high call. So it looks like this umpire may be calling a little bit of a high strike zone.
Yeah.
So we'll have to pay attention to see if either Yamamoto or Lambert will go up there.
Good call.
A little more than normal.
I like it. Hot take.
Ooh, hot takes indeed. So there's that pitch in the dirt. Murphy's a pretty smart hitter. Doesn't chase a lot of stuff. There's 2-2.
943 OPS with his 338 average.
Hey, he's still got it, man. Even though at his age, he's still looks like he's killing it, so to speak. And very valuable bat in that lineup. Something he can do is he can make contact, whether it's for a hit or, unfortunately, in that circumstance, a ground ball. But
now this next guy is a story. You're talking about Chuck Nasty, moving him from center to right, hitting 265 at this point. Amos, how much left do you think he's got in the tank?
I still think Charlie's got a little bit more left in the tank. His averages over the past couple seasons are still looking very solid. I must admit, though, the fact that he is hitting 265 is there's a shot to first base. Nice pickup over there, and he is out on one pitch here.
Nice play by Garrett Cooper. Yep.
Garrett Cooper, nice play over there. But yeah, Blackman, the fact that he is hitting, well, I guess now 265, 264-ish, whatever it is now, it does surprise me a little bit. You usually see him about the 270s, 280s possibly, maybe around 300 as midway through the season shows up, as there's a high strike to Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers, it's his neighborhood now at second base at 22 years old, Amos. 87 at bats so far. They brought him in, a very struggling Garrett Hampson 102 average, and Ryan McMahon's 85 at bats is hitting 271, but they felt now was the time for Rogers.
Well, no joke. They definitely got some depth over there at second base. 3 great players that you named that have a specific strength per person. So we'll see what happens and which player can develop to be the top dog at second base. So we got the 1-2 to Rogers, and he's going to shoot one up through the middle. There's a base hit, first base hit of the game for the Rockies. As we'll see how Yamamoto does again with a runner on base. As there is your batting average leaders. We've got the Rockies hitting number 3 at a nice 268.
And they're hanging in there with the Diamondbacks and Dodgers so far. As are the Marlins in that crowded NL East picture, which who knows if the Mets will even climb back into it at this point.
Well, we can't forget at this point last season, around this point last season, the Nationals were 19 and 34, and we saw what happened with them. So we got the Marlins are 5 coming into today's game. As Walter's going to hit a fly ball. It should be easy peasy. Inning over, lemon squeezy. Let's see here. The Marlins coming into this game are 5.5 back, despite being 1 game under 500. While the Rockies, as I mentioned before, are 2 games above 500, and they are 4.5 back in the NL West. It's looking like a 3-team race right now. Padres are kind of falling off. The Giants are finally in the double-digit wins, so to speak, at 11 and 34. But yeah, you kind of have to think that will the Rockies hang with the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers as the season goes on?
Yeah, and you mentioned those Padres. Miami will be welcoming them in for the next part of the homestand here, Amos.
Big series in a way for those Padres, 18-27 as of right now. Something's not going right with that team, or maybe someone can fill us in on what's going wrong there. As Cooper's going to shoot one. Nice sliding play, a little bit of a bobble, but he gets it back up. Yamamoto covers first. Nice play over there at first. I believe that is Desmond Murphy over there.
First base for Rockies is Murphy.
Murphy, I'm sorry. That is a nice play by Murphy. Flashing the leather a little bit here. So here's Brian Anderson, the power threat in this Marlins team.
Yeah, you wanted to see him a little higher in the lineup, to start. He's usually familiar, 2-3 spots. Dropped him down a little bit. He is hitting .246, 3 homers and 16 RBI.
He's a very aggressive hitter in some ways, but I have no doubts that he'll pick it right back up. It's just, will we see it sooner or later? And, I'm sure Miami is asking the same question.
I like him, and he's that versatility in combination with VR.
Sorry, that was Lambert covering first base, not Lambert. Excuse me. It's going to do a nice ground ball. Nice pick by Lambert.
That versatility is something both these teams are kind of looking for, Amos. With a guy like Garrett Hampson, he played the outfield. I think it was left field last night in that win. They got Raimel Tapia, hanging in there with his .290 average. Going to get, some time in there with David Dahl in center field. And then this Sam Hilliard, I don't know what to make of this kid. He's a 26-year-old that could be making a jump again after a .273 average and 7 home runs and 87 plate appearances last year.
Yeah, no joke. They, it seems like the Rockies have some quietly good players. So we just have to see if they pan out or not. The Rockies are, Amish, the best way I would describe the Rockies are a team that's kind of in limbo. You kind of expect them to do better than what they actually do, but you don't expect them to tank, really. So it's hard for us to properly identify what kind of team the Rockies are. So,
and we're going to look at that pitching in just a little bit here. Hi to Green Frog, by the way, in chat.
Yeah, shout out to everyone else. Make sure to donate to the Meals on Wheels program if you haven't already. Any contribution helps. Someone in need could use it. And if you have, thank you either in advance or as a late thank you. I'm sure those people getting those money would appreciate that. And it's such a great thing. And we say it every time. It's a great thing that ML Bot Ball is doing with the Meals on Wheels program. So we get back to the game here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Nobody on. Another foul ball by Mr. Harold Ramirez, I believe is his first name. Yeah,
Mr. Harold in center there. They've tried out a lot of different guys. They're hoping he's going to be able to stick, with that .320 average so far in 103 at-bats.
Well, he's sticking into this at-bat right now with fouling off, I believe that was the 3rd straight foul ball. Well, let's see what Lambert does here. 2-2. Goes back to that same pitch. Ramirez did not bite it this time. Now you got a full count with Jorge Alfaro on deck.
Yeah, walk your way pretty big. Yeah.
Sneaky good catcher here. He's going to line one right over the Sega baseman's head. And there you go. Got a little bit of speed on now. About as bloop as you can get right there.
Indeed.
Just not enough for Mr. Rogers, I believe, to corral that one in.
Hey, Amos, got a second inning trivia question. I think we're going to start doing that every week on our broadcast here. Bring you some trivia for the game.
Oh, let's hear it.
Right after this out.
Right after the out. All right. Jorge Alfaro is up, hitting a 224, kind of struggling a little bit here. You know what? I must admit, Amish, I was pretty low on. I was really low on Jorge Alfaro, but it seems like the Marlins picked him up for a specific reason, and he is filling his role fairly nicely. For what the Marlins are looking for.
Yeah, they really scouted it out. They really scouted it out well when they made that trade for Real Muto.
Yep. Unfortunately, the trade had to be made, and I think given the circumstance of what the catching market was at the time of that trade, they made a pretty good choice. As Alfaro pulls one down the left field line. That's going to hurt foul.
Interesting stat I saw about him, Amos, as I was doing my research. 10 doubles already this season. His career high for a season is 16 in 2018.
Alfaro's going to hit one deep to left center, and it is crowded down. So could have been another double, but
close.
Fielder was there. I think that's Dahl was there.
All right, and before our 8-9 switcher, the pitcher has gone to the 8th spot. I could almost fake Heidi given the trivia. But you already heard this question today, Amos, so you're not eligible. But if folks in chat want to participate, who was the oldest player to play a major league game in 2019? Try not to look it up on the internet. We appreciate your brain over your internet ability.
Yeah, definitely no Googling or no binging. Come on, people.
Peter Lambert.
Now, did I read that lineup wrong, Amish? It looks like they got the pitcher pitching or hitting in the 8 hole here, as Lambert is hitting.
You got it.
David Dahl in the 9 hole. So.
Yep.
Entering. So when are we going to reveal the answer to that question?
Yeah, go ahead and start answering. I'm typing it in the chat.
Oh, no. As Yamamoto goes back to work here, 2-1 on the pitcher. Now, I don't know why he's pitching, despite the 500 average from Lambert. Don't forget he is a pitcher. He is probably not going to have a lot of at-bats. For all we know, he's 1 for 2, this season. But Yamamoto really needs to be aggressive here. And I think this is one of his flaws. Just based on what I've been seeing is Lambert's going to fly out. Someone's got... No, I'm sorry. That's a single. Excuse me.
There was some confusion out there. You could see the shortstop coming deep in
the center fielder
Rojas, and let's see what happened here in the lead. Exactly. So he comes over behind third base. Did you see that?
I don't know what VR was doing. He was definitely running the wrong direction. So maybe that caused some confusion off the shortstop there. So.
Yeah, and if he was calling or helping the left fielder there, that might have been the confusion.
The pitcher is on base, nobody out. Now David Dahl, same thing. If I can make a keen observation here, Amish, feel free to disagree with me. David Dahl, in my opinion, is in the same position as Brandon Nimmo is in for the Mets when we called that game last month between the Mets and the Brewers. Well, he's a guy that you expect to be the top of the lineup. You expect him to get some hits. He's struggling, and now they put him in the 9 hole, and he's going to hit that deep, and he's going to hit that gone. And just like I said, maybe a little bit of realigning of the lineup could spark some power. And there you go, David Dahl, 2-run shot. And here come the Rockies, up 2-0.
Yep, 7th home run, 25th and 26th RBIs as we see the sweet swing. And you really can place a lot of different Rockies in a lot of different positions in the batting order, and that's probably why they made the 8-9 switch, Amos, in this lineup.
Yeah, correct. I mean, but like I was saying, I think David Dahl and Brandon Nimmo are 2 players that are more alike than what we think. They're guys that are expected to hit, but they have not been performing. So they're trying the Madden effect. They're putting them in the number 9 hole to see if they can charter a response there, and we did see a response from Brandon Nimmo in that game that we called with the Mets and Brewers last month. And now we've already seen some dividends here from David Dahl as he jacks a 2-run shot, putting his team up.
You're not lying, and that's going to make that center field position very interesting down the stretch here for the Rockies.
So we flip the lineup here. Number 1, Ian Desmond, as he took a walk in his first at bat on 4 pitches. So Yamamoto got him 2-2. Strike 3 called. Up in the zone. Goes back to what I was talking about. Is that ump going to give that very top portion? Is he going to call it a ball maybe after the 6th inning? Or is he going to keep calling it a strike just like that? Because I believe that's the pitch he threw to Story in his last at bat, and it resulted in a pop-up. So.
Desmond did give him a look as he was walking away there, kind of like, okay, well, I'll remember it next time, but you better let me swing at it.
So here we go with Story back up here. He's going to shoot it to first base, and man, Cooper playing some nice defense over there. So he's going to take it himself and get out Story. 2 down.
Jumping around like a bean in a frying pan, man.
Here is Nolan Arenado, grounded out his first at bat. And
all refreshed from his rest yesterday. As we said, Fuentes getting the start at third last night.
I bet Arenado wasn't happy about that. He wants to start all 162. He's going to jump on the first pitch, and he's going to hit that ball high, and he's going to hit it deep, and it is going to hashtag warning track power. Jesus, he hit that ball far, but unfortunately, didn't result in none. But I'll tell you what didn't end in a bad way. The David Dahl 2-run shot, putting the Rockies up 2-0. Let's go to the bottom of the third, shall we?
Let us do that, and let us give you the trivia answer. We saw a couple answers in the chat. And yes, indeed, Ichiro Suzuki at age 43 in that 3-game series to open up the season between Seattle and the A's in 2019 is your answer.
It does count, even though they did not play it on U.S. soil. It still was under Major League Baseball, so it does count. Well, San Diaz is up. This hot little, I guess you could call him a prospect for this Miami team, hitting his first ever home run off of Jacob deGrom, which is something that's no laughing matter.
The jig is up to Franchise World in chat, by the way.
Yeah, no doubt some people may have seen that, but it's still a good question. Ichiro, of course, we probably won't get into that too much of that, but it just seemed like he didn't retire the way he fully should have. But in his defense, he did retire at his true home in Japan. So here we go. As we get back to the game here, Lambert at a 3-1 count on the San Diaz.
That's down, ball 4.
Yeah, let's see how good Lambert is at holding a lead now.
Right, and you can't really sleep on the Marlins, so to speak, even though they are still technically a rebuilding team. They have some nice hitting pieces. Yamamoto steps up to the plate. But they do have some nice hitting pieces and some pieces that want to prove they can still hit. Like Jesus Aguilar and like Jonathan Villar. He's going to put a sacrifice down. Easy peasy there. Lambert covers first.
Yeah, there are some guys on the bench, too, that want to prove themselves. We got a free agent signing out of Atlanta in Matt Joyce that's sitting there with 289 average and 3 home runs and just 45 at bats so far.
Yeah, I guess they were betting on him to be the Jesus Aguilar that he was for the Brewers back in, I believe, 2018.
Yeah, and he really provides that right field versatility we were talking about, moving Anderson back to his natural position of third every so often and putting Villar at another position like, say, center for Harold Ramirez, give him a spell. Villar can do so many different things in the field. And, I just continue to just love, your insight and thought into Villar as that free agent you're talking about earlier.
Yeah, there he goes. He's going to rip one. That is going to be caught. And looks like Diaz is going to tag up, and he's going to get to third as the throw is a little Eric's gubbing into the infield. Diaz is going to stay at third, though. Yeah, I mean, you would expect VR to get about 1 to 2 hits a game based on his ability to hit in any lineup, it seems. But so far he's 0 for 2 tonight. But yeah, it was just amazing how many teams could have used a leadoff hitter that could play some solid defense. There is a ground out right there, Rojas on 1 pitch, and that is going to do it for the third. But yeah, Jonathan Villar, man, he's such a cheap salary for a player of his versatility and speed, and like I said, not Simba type defense, but I would still have him on my team defensively.
Yeah, really, you could go into the thought too that because the Marlins are such an ever-changing team and kind of filling those holes, plugging holes as they go and try to redevelop themselves, you got to think at some point maybe he will be a trade chip. I don't know.
You never know what type of player you could get. These teams that are kind of just... I know I kept harping about it in the offseason for the Cubs to look into them, but instead they went to get the superpower known as Daniel Descalzo, and it was just... I think it was just a waste of opportunity, but... At the same time, I understand the Cubs had to shed a little bit of salary. They had to be very careful on how much they spent this last offseason. I'm just happy the Brewers didn't go back and get them, and they did the Cardinals. So.
Right, and that's the big thing as a Cubs fan, I'm sure.
We got Daniel Murphy back up. He's 0 for 1, 3-1 pitch. That is a walk from Mr. Murphy.
You know, before the Cleveland Indians got Cesar Hernandez, Amos, I was thinking VR would be a good fit in Cleveland.
I'm sorry, you'll have to say that one more time.
Oh, I was just said before Cleveland got Cesar Hernandez, I was thinking VR might be a good fit there.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you put him in front of Lindor or behind Lindor. Put him in front of Framil Reyes, and you've got a nice little more completed lineup as Blackman's going to put a charge into one, but that will die out in center field. Yeah, no joke. I mean, that's the thing with a player like Jonathan VR. A good, 25 out of the 30 teams could have used him in one way or another, whether it be primarily a starting position or even a backup position.
Right.
So we got Brendan Rodgers due up. He hit a single, I believe, his last time up. So 1 out, 1 on. Here's Yamamoto. Fairly good pitch count going into the 4th inning here. That was his 43rd pitch thrown. So both pitchers seem to be working very efficiently. These hitters seem to be very aggressive. So got a 1-1 count there.
Playing some baseball Jeopardy in the chat, Amos, from Big Guy.
Yeah, I was just reading. I just caught my eye just now, and I was looking into that there. It's Rodgers. 1-1. He's going to hit one. That is also going to be hit to center field. That will die out. Man, I'll tell you, 2 out. Yamamoto getting away with some of these pitches up in the zone. I don't know if he's trying to aim for that borderline call that he's been getting, or if he's just flat out missing. You know.
Right. Yeah. Which way is it?
We got Tony Walters up now, 0 for 1. So, Amish, what do you think about Tony Walters? What is your opinion on him as a catcher? And to help simplify this question, I want to give you 3 categories, and I just want you to think, which one would you put him in? You ready?
Go.
All right. Would you think of him as an above-average catcher on the defensive scale, as he's going to hit one back up to the middle there? Would you think of him as a placeholder on a team that doesn't really have a specific purpose but just to hold a roster spot? Or would you classify him as kind of an underrated catcher?
Well, I mean, I would go the third one in some ways, just because, you know, he does have one of the better plate presences, I think. Whoa!
What a catch out there.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson laying out, getting that jersey dirty, man. But what a catch.
The Matrix off the chalk.
The Matrix was broken. As Anderson ends the inning. Spectacular catch there. Getting Yamamoto out of some trouble. Let's go.
Yeah, but speaking of the catcher position, Drew Batera had a lat muscle strain. We're going to give you the injury report here in a little bit. He might be back next week, but we got Dom Nunez backing things up for now.
Correct. Sorry, I was reading the chat. And Corey Dickerson due up 1-1. You know, another, Amish, in my opinion, another sneaky good signing by Miami. Actually, I can't remember if he was signed or traded, to be completely honest. I believe he was signed, but please someone correct me if I'm wrong. Another sneaky good signing or acquisition, I'll say that, for the Miami Marlins. Getting a nice cheap hitter from the left side.
He was a free agent signed from the Phillies.
Well, there you go. I mean, you just got to wonder, though. I mean, you look at the Marlins, and you're like, oh, they're not going to compete this year, and they won't. But you look at the lineup, and, you know, when these hitters are at their best, they're not exactly a bad lineup. You know, got some power, and Dickerson, very ugly swing there as I'm talking nice about him, and he goes and does that to me.
Well, I think he kind of replaces that position they lost when they lost Starlin Castro to the Nationals in the offseason. You know, a guy that can get up there, make the contact, and you know he's proven it with that 323 average.
Let's see. Do we have any answers to Big Guy's question? I'm not sure reading that. Correct?
Yeah. I got nothing. I got nothing.
Allow me
really.
to reread that for those who don't know, like if you're just joining the chat and you don't see it. Big Guy put something in the chat that says, what do these players have in common? And he gave the names of Albert Pujols, Cap Anson, Alex Rodriguez, Babe Ruth, and Hank Aaron.
Well, Shark Shaver's first answer at least, was who are players who played 20 or more seasons. Nope,
right.
that wasn't right.
It was apparently wrong. Boy, that's such a good answer there. I don't know. I'll have to think on that one if he hasn't put it in chat already. So
I'll watch for it.
Lambert, 2-2 count to Mr. Garrett Cooper. He's going to swing and he's going to hit one right to center. Easy peasy out there in center.
Mr. Dahl.
Mr. Dahl. What a doll. This team, I mean, like I said, very aggressive. Well, I guess Lambert's at a slightly more concerning pitch count, but overall, both pitchers are looking good. Yamamoto just making that one mistake.
Yeah, and that second inning was key.
But even if the score was 0-0, I would still give my edge a little bit to Lambert in the way he's attacking the zone and keeping these hitters off base. So there's a high strike there to Mr. Anderson. No, slider up. Don't want to throw that to him.
Mr. Anderson.
Here's the 0-2, and there's an ugly swing again. What are these guys looking for? There's another strikeout by Lambert. Take a look at this again. Nice. I believe that was just a regular fastball. Just tried to jam him, and Anderson went for it. Strikes out swinging.
Inside.
4 innings done. Rockies up 2-0. See who's going to 9-1-2.
Coming up tomorrow, Amos, Rockies versus Marlins. It's Marquez on the bump for Colorado, 3-2 with 3.99 ERA against Pablo Lopez, who comes in at 4-1. He's got 2.67 ERA, and that's part of the reason the Marlins are doing really good is the pitching of Pablo Lopez.
Yeah, both very exciting pitchers for their own aspect, and I wish, hopefully I could tune in to watch that one tomorrow. That would be kind of a fun battle to see. As we got David Dahl in, the damage maker in this case. So Yamamoto got him a 1-1 count. Pitch count very solid, but we got to watch that control and see how he attacks. He's all way ahead of that one. Here's the 1-2. Oldest player was Ichiro, correct? So.
Yep, I'm not sure how I might have stated that wrong. I said oldest player in an MLB game in 2019.
Yeah, no, you're correct. I believe you said it right. That was Ichiro. So here's the 1-2 to Dahl. Swing and a miss. Dahl goes down. Second strikeout for Yamamoto. A little bit of revenge there. Gets a home run. First time, swings right under a pitch. He actually should have clobbered there. A lot of pitches up in the zone. Amish, we having that. I mean, it's just a matter of time for one of these Rockies hitters to connect again.
The rise in the humidity in Miami.
Here's Ian Desmond due up as he's 0 for 1. Just sorry, the chat keeps getting my attention as I try to call this game. Here's the 1-0 to Desmond. Check swing. Umpire says he went without getting help, so that didn't look like a swing to me. But I'm in the booth and not on the field, so. There's another check swing. So it's safe to say that Desmond is a little indecisive on what Yamamoto's going to throw right now, but has worked out in his favor.
Looking for low.
Here's 2-1. So let me ask you another hypothetical here, Amish, if I can. If you were the Marlins, and, of course, we don't know 100% what their plan is for this team. So I think that'll make the flexibility of the question a little more fun. Which player, in your opinion, has the most value as a trade chip? You're swinging this by Desmond.
Well, in some ways, I lean Anderson. In other ways, I lean Alfaro. And in what we were speaking of earlier, Villar should be the most valuable. But truly, is he? I mean, gosh, like you say, so many teams should be looking for that versatility and, salary-wise fitting in.
Big Guy asked, did we see the correct answer in the booth? Was it the 2,000 RBI answer? Big Guy? Here's Trevor Story. He's up. He's 0 for 2 tonight. He's very aggressive, man. Swing and a miss. So, there you go. 15 doubles on the Rockies. He's number 1 on the team. Doesn't surprise me. Of course, Trevor Story coming in after Troy Tulowitzki's time in Colorado was done. And boy, he is more than enough filled the shoes, in my opinion. Become a big threat in the batter's box. He's a threat on the field with his defense, and has even been known to, borrow some bags about taking them. As he goes down on 3. Every time I talk good about these players, they just strike out on embarrassing pitches. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, the answer was they all have over 2,000 RBI. Was the answer.
Oh, nice, yeah. Well, yeah, I guess that does make sense. I believe Pujols has over 3,000. I wonder which one of that list has the most. So, here we go. As Heidi is probably answering that question, but we can't hear her because Major League Baseball won't fix her mic. So,
get a budget for crying out loud.
See what Don Mattingly's talking there.
Talking with Mel Stadelmeyer Jr., well-renowned pitching coach.
Like I said, Yamamoto hasn't been pitching bad. Just made one mistake. Here's Harold Ramirez do up 1 for 1. Yeah, that was a good question though, Big Guy. I definitely did not know that. I mean, it's something that you look at, you kind of know it after the answer's given to you. But
okay, well, how about this? Next week we're on 5:30 Eastern. I'm going to debut the Name That. I don't know if you ever watched the Stump the Schwab program at ESPN back in the day. God, I love that program. He played a little thing where you give clues, and then the first person can name that answer to the clues given is the winner.
That was a fun, man. I think we did a test demo of that like months and months ago, and
yeah.
I don't think stump was the right word when it came to the ones that you were testing me on. But no, I hope people would be interested in that for next week, because you give some very solid clues, and it really does test your knowledge of how much you really know. So, as speaking of not knowing, Ramirez did not know which pitch was coming, and he strikes out. 5th strikeout for Lambert, and Amish, it's just like we talked about at the beginning of the game. Lambert's got some nice strikeout stuff. It's just, can it be shown? And so far, I think it's safe to say the answer is yes.
Yeah, he's just continuing to show consistency tonight, and this third start really could be the charm for him.
Only giving up 1 hit through 4 1/3 here as Jorge Alfaro is due up. He flied out, hit a ball really hard first time up, but I believe it was the warning track power shot. Here's the 1-0. He is going to get jammed, and that will not even get out. Well, yeah, it will. Excuse me. That will barely get out of the infield, so to speak, as he's going to fly out just like that. Alfaro 0 for 2.
Dahl just coming in a couple of steps, making the catch there. Continuing on with the schedule, Amos, both teams off days Monday. Again, we mentioned the Rockies, or we mentioned the Miami will host the Padres for a 3-game set. Rockies fly to Chicago for a 2-game interleague match with the White Sox. And then Friday and next weekend, we got Miami traveling to the nation's capital, taking on the Nationals for a 4-game set that ends Monday, while the Colorado Rockies return home to Denver. They'll face the Phillies, and then get this, 3-game set against the Dodgers a week from Monday.
Yikes. A little bit of a test there. See where this team is at. You know, are you competitors or are you not competitors, you know?
Yeah, loving that AL West thing. And like you say, it's going to be interesting to see if the Padres can, in fact, get something going.
Definitely not a lot of room to slack off with good teams like the Dodgers, and the Diamondbacks are having a very good year so far. So I guess the question is, can anyone keep up with the Dodgers? You know, the Rockies are certainly trying, but looking solid, but not great.
I'm enjoying the heck out of Douglas call, and he'll have it as the Nationals take on Arizona next. So make sure you keep it tuned right here on Bop Ball as Douglas calls Nats and Diamondbacks.
Take your base, ball 4.
That is a 4-pitch walk to Asan Diaz. I believe Diaz has some speed, so you got to be very careful. You know the right player. I believe he's got a little bit of speed over at first base. 2 outs, though. The bunt shouldn't be on.
The fun thing about Diaz is he's got 6 home runs on the season despite a .213 average. Of course, that one solo shot last night.
Definitely a player not a lot of people are catching or paying too much attention to.
Well, you brought him to my attention, and so I got to follow this guy a little bit closer.
I just noticed his swing and a miss by Yamamoto there. I just like the way he had his at-bat with Jacob deGrom, which he did hit his first home run off of deGrom. Like I said, no easy task, I'm sure, but of course he's got some issues striking out. But I think he's a very talented young player that this Marlins team is either going to build around or trade off. Who knows? It's the Marlins after all. So.
Yeah. Although they really don't have much in the system cooking so far as middle infield goes, Amos.
That's correct. So maybe they will stick with Diaz, and he could be a nice little player, develop into a nice little star. I mean, you just never know as Yamamoto's going to fly out. And we are already through 5. Amish, we have called some crazy games in the past. Where is the craziness?
It's probably coming. That's usually how it works for us. But yeah, Sixto Sanchez, he's that guy in the pen, that long reliever. As far as, guys that the Marlins are keeping an eye on. It is mostly pitching prospects. Of course, you got J.J. Bleday.
J.J.
He's ranked 51st overall so far, according to the scoutings in the majors. Jazz Chisholm, though, I want to talk Jazz Chisholm a little bit. He's a Double-A guy who's ranked 33rd overall. He's a shortstop, middle infield guy that could make some noise right away for them. Although they're thinking his fielding ability is still a little suspect. But this guy's got raw power off the charts and speed, that'll kill you. So we'll see if he improves his fielding enough. At 22 years of age, got a little room.
Right. I mean, you just never know about these prospects that come up in any of these teams. When it comes to a team, let's just say like Miami, sometimes it just takes one player to spark how good a team could actually be.
Yeah, I mean, for crying out loud, look at the outfield, Yelich, Ozuna, and Stanton. That, 2017, 16?
Yeah, those guys were decent.
They're okay.
They're all right. We got one of them that can't stop hitting, one of them that has probably one of the funniest defensive blunders I've ever seen, and one of them's made out of glass. But they're still very good hitters and very good players, and I don't think you should hesitate to have him on your team, as Arenado is going to ground out. He is at a rare 0 for 3 tonight. I don't know if you saw that, Amish. Marlins do have their bullpen warming up as they got Salt warming up. That's Brandon Kinsler. And I believe I saw... who was
the
that?
lefty? Was it the lefty Conley, maybe?
No, it was... hopefully I'll see it again. I want to say it was Sharp, but I'm not sure. Maybe I was
that would be interesting because he had a really horrible game last night.
That was a quick out there. You can see who was hitting. I believe that was Murphy.
But yeah, we should talk about the bullpen series. We start to see him warm up, Amos. And I got to look at first at that Rockies bullpen. And man, there's some ugly numbers Jake McGee, you know, one of the two lefties, 9.67 ERA and 22 and a third innings. You got Brian Shaw in 28 games with a 5.06 ERA. Chichi Gonzalez coming in. You know, he only has 5 games, but terribly performing in that long relief role with a 7.2. And then as you look at the setup guys, thank goodness you got a James Pazos who's played a lot of games and has a great 1.5 ERA with 6 holds. But Carlos Estevez hanging in there, 3.71 with 6 holds as well. And Scott Oberg just stinking it up at closer as far as his earned run average at 6 with 10 saves and 13 opportunities.
Well, no doubt we can attribute some of that to Coors if you're that kind of person, but no doubt this bullpen has not been the same without Adam Ottavino or
a more prime Wade Davis. I mean, he's at 3.91 right now.
Yeah, Davis has seemed like someone that's trying to make a proper comeback, and it's just not working out for him so far, as you see Charlie Blackmon in a very nice Chuck Nasty count, 3-1. He's going to get a pitch to hit, and he's going to hit it to right, but that will die. Easy peasy for Anderson out there.
So as far as, you know, some ideas that the Rockies might have in mind, you know, you got Jesus Tinoco, that reliever. They could call up Tyler Kinley. Phil Deal is the lefty that can maybe step in, you know, if McGee can't find his form at all. They got some options down there in the minors if you look at it.
Yeah, they need to find something quick because, you know, you don't want these other teams like the Diamondbacks to leapfrog you, which is very close to happening. And then we know how the Giants are. They're not going to stay down too long. You know, it's just the Rockies are in such a go-go type of division. As speaking of Jake McGee and Jairo Diaz, they're warming up for the Rockies right now. So a good call partner on that.
Yeah, and, you know, you're speaking about the Giants, and, you know, they got the assistant GM from the Dodgers to come up there, and he's done such a wonderful job. His name is escaping me at the top of my head, but let me know in chat if you think of it.
Help us out. I know my brain's a little frazzled, so I want to apologize for my lack of proper knowledge that I normally have with the game, as we are swings and misses there. That's the thing with the Rockies. Like I was saying, you know, the NL West seems like it's a constantly changing division with one team being a step ahead, and that's always the Dodgers. So now it's like, when do we go from competing to second place to actually challenging the Dodgers? And, you know, of course, this is debatable all day, but I honestly think the Diamondbacks have the best chance. Granted, of course, they don't blow it up again, so to speak, as VR's going to fly out to left, and he is 0 for 3.
And, you know, the Dodgers have been pretty lucky so far. You know, pitching injuries have not befell them. Justin Turner, you know, his usual self being injured right now, could be back by All-Star break. I didn't see what the injury was, but I did know he was on it, again, from last week. You noted that as well.
That's the thing with the Dodgers, you know, if we saw in some of their prospects, and Gavin Lux and Mr. May up there, and, you know, Carrot Top, the pitcher, the Carrot Top pitcher. No, I forgot his nickname that I gave him. But they're incredibly deep, deeper than what people think they are. And it's just the Dodgers just still got that grasp on the other teams in the division. And it's just, I don't know exactly how you take down a team like the Dodgers, as Rojas is going to shoot one to right. It's his first hit of the day.
Yeah, you just got to keep getting lucky in the playoffs like the Nats did against Mr. Kershaw last season.
Yeah, you know, I wonder if the Dodgers don't pitch Kershaw in the playoffs this year, they may actually make it a little farther. That's something for another game, I guess. The collapse of Kershaw in the playoffs. Pretty bad. Pretty bad. People don't know.
David Price asked before 2018, at least.
Right, correct. And it's just, you know, going back to the Rockies again, you know, ever since they made that wild card game against the Diamondbacks, they've just not been the same team in any aspects. You know, hitting, fielding, of course, and pitching.
Of course, you know, we can't forget, you know, 2018, probably their best performance, you know, beating your Cubs in the wild card before losing to the Brewers.
Oh yeah, no, that was that was absolutely well deserved. You know, the Cubs just sputtered, to put it even nicely, they sputtered going into the season. The Rockies took advantage of it, and they, well earned. But I'm sorry, the Rockies just didn't look like a team that, needed to be in the playoffs. As here's a double play chance, out at second, safe at first.
Fielder's choice, no hits. Still just 2 hits against Lambert.
Lambert's looking real good right now. Boy, that's a dead stare right there. The Rockies now had a couple more players warming up in that bullpen. I did not catch those names. We got. I
imagine Diaz might get the call.
Garrett Cooper is going to swing on the first pitch, and he's going to fly out. Thought he had one, but he did not. Caught by the left fielder, and inning over. Cooper, big 0 for 3. As we're going to go to the 7th now. Rockies up.
Now will be the question. Yeah, now will be the question. Are they going to pull Lambert in that 3 hole? I think it all depends, and if they have 2 outs by that point, I would think. Hey, it's the 7th inning, and we're joining the booth. Well, not the 7th inning yet. No, it's still the 6th, right?
Is it the 6th? I thought it was the top 7.
Oh, we are top 7. Here we are. Thank you. And thank you for the cue. I love it when Shark Shavery does this. Welcome to the booth, Shark Shavery.
Well, it's great to be here. And like Duggo said in Twitch, this game is cruising, so I don't blame you for losing track.
It's great.
So far, only 1 mistake, roughly, between both pitchers. David Dahl, out of all players, causing the damage. Shark, what has been your observation of this game so far?
Ball outside.
I mean, honestly, there hasn't been a whole lot I can really say that would contribute much. It's hard for me to say what either team should really do different.
Right, we take away that 1 pitch to David Dahl. I mean, this is still a 0-0 game, so despite the score, is considered a pitcher's duel. We got Brandon Kinsler out for the Marlins right now, so that'll be it for Yamamoto. Very good. I'm sure we'll see a stat line soon here, but very good outing despite the 2 runs he gave up. Got Brendan Rodgers due up as he is going to swing and foul one off. After Rodgers, you got Tony Walters and the pitcher spot, which we will have to see if they pull Lambert or not. Taking all bets, I think they will.
I'm still on the fence.
But we'll see if that is an ugly... Boy, that's something we could say. A lot of ugly strikeouts this game.
The catcher, Tony.
From both sides.
How late was that?
That looked like one of my swings.
That was a changeup, right? I think
Man, that could have been any pitch you wanted it to be.
Oh, no, I hope it was. I hope that explains why he did a weird swing.
Definitely fooled, expecting something. Yeah, Tony Walters in 1 for 2. Got a single, as you can see in the 4th inning. Besides Brandon Kinsler, though, not a whole lot to this Miami bullpen. As he is, Walters is going to ground out. Should be an easy play. Barely gets him. 2 down.
As we see what happens here in the 3rd spot, but Ryan Stanek has not performed in that setup role. Amos, 12 games, 10.2 innings pitched, and 5.06 earned run average. Looks like we're going to... Nope, here he is. Pitch hitter.
Mel Tapia.
Number 15, Raimo Tapia.
I like this guy. I like what he brings to the table. If we can just, I know he's hitting 290 right now. Hopefully he can keep his hitting up, but I like this player. He's got some speed, of course, and I think he plays the outfield fairly well. I mean, he's not the best, but like I said, when you're in a situation the Rockies are in, I think he's doing his role quite nicely. Of course, those dreads are ridiculously awesome to watch him running around the bases.
And no easy task, taking over for a guy like Chuck Nasty, of course, was moved to right field, advancing in age. But you'll see some more guys, as we mentioned, Sam Hilliard, a guy that may be coming up for them. You got Dahl, currently there, could play a dual role as well.
Tapia's going to pop it up, missing one right down the pipe, it looks like. And that'll do it.
All right, let's give it over to Shark Shavery. sir.
The right
Ooh.
fielder, Brian Anderson.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Thank you. I hope you guys have a great rest of your call.
Hey, thanks so much, buddy. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely, anytime.
All right.
Shark Chevrolet for everyone in chat who doesn't know. So, thank you, Shark, once again. Let's go to the bottom 7 here. We got a little bit of the meat of the lineup as Anderson gonna ground out a little bit of a throw, but no problem over there at first base. Man, I'll tell you, a lot of these guys, these guys that you were expecting to do some damage, has not been doing damage. You know, for example, you know, Trevor Story, Nolan Arenado combined 0 for 6. Didn't throw in Charlie Blackmon, a combined 0 for 9. Heading over to the Marlins side of the lineup here, Jonathan VR, Mr. Dickerson, and Anderson also combined for a 0 for 8 kind of. So it's just, man, these that's what I'm talking about. You know, you got some power hitters, but they just don't always produce like they should, and I think that's why both these teams are roughly around the 500 mark.
Yeah, you can't do it with just 1 or 2, you know, different guys. You know, Trevor Story on the Rocky side with that 13 home runs. Arenado, you know, filling in with 10. On the other side, Jonathan Villar's, you know, 10 home runs. Pretty much, you know, really notable power so far. I mean, Dickerson's got 6, but you want to see a little bit more from your lineups.
Here's Jorge Alfaro due up, seeing Jairo Diaz for the first time tonight. Diaz having a solid inning so far. Has only pitched, well, that's a 6th pitch now, but
as we look to the Marlins, you know, pen getting ready. We mentioned Ryan Stanek struggling a little bit with that over 5 earned run average. You might get to a point, Amos, where you put Kinsler in that setup role again with his, you know, very low 1.95 ERA and call up a guy like Alicia Hernandez or Brad Boxberger to, you know, to fill the late 6th or 7th role.
I actually had no idea they still had Boxberger. That's a name I haven't heard in such a long time.
Yeah, he's languishing around there.
So the pitch to Alfaro looks like a tad bit inside, and I've been trying to notice the strike zone by the umpire through the game, and it doesn't seem like a whole lot has changed, giving a little bit of room on the inside to righties, but other than that, he seems pretty consistent as Diaz charges a 98 up there, and Alfaro looking off saying, yeah, it was pretty good, fouls that off. So we got 2 outs.
I mean, you know, a few games behind the other guys, he's a little lower on the depth chart, but give him the 7th inning call tonight.
Looks like Desmond had some issues with lights a little bit, but he makes the play, and Alfaro is 0 for 3. We go to the top of the 8th. David Dahl, Ian Desmond, and Trevor Story do up.
Yeah.
There you go. There's Adam Conley and Sterling Sharp. That was the picture I saw. They are continuing to warm up. Looks like Kinsler is out for another inning, at least as of right now. He's been the player of the game.
I don't think they're going to let his pitch count go past 20. We'll see. I mean, he's been through the minimum amount of batters, I believe, correct?
Yes. So we got David Dahl's a lefty, Desmond and Story are righties. So we'll see if they... I mean, it wouldn't really make sense to bring in Conley here, but we'll see.
Well, it makes even less sense for Sharp. I mean, I guess I didn't see how many pitches he threw last night, but he really got shellacked, you know, and bumped his ERA from where it was.
Seems like it's a very common story with, you know, these struggling teams kind of bullpen. You know, like the Marlins, you know, someone just trying to make a name. And as of right now, Brandon Kinsler is pretty much the only one making a proper name in that bullpen, so to speak. You hear of Brandon Kinsler, and you're like, oh, I know who that is. And David Dahl. Amish, it's all you, buddy.
This one's deep. Gone.
How about that? 434. What a Dahl shot. Long feet. My goodness. There's another home run, and the Rockies add some insurance.
How many 9-hole guys have we called player of the game in this pop ball season? I don't know too many. Going to be a battle between him and the pitcher for me.
I've got to give it to Dahl. I mean, that's not taking away anything Lambert's doing, as Kinsler knew it was gone. So he whips his head around all evil style there. Looking at Dahl like, you know. That's going to be it. Looks like a double switch is lined up here.
Your attention, please. These changes for
There we go. We got Yimi Garcia coming in. All right, let's just throw that out there.
If anyone in chat hears what they said in the background of the double switch, let us know.
Number 5.
It's not Alfaro. He's standing out there, so I wonder who they could. It might be first base, maybe. Maybe they're bringing in Jesus Aguilar.
Now batting.
That could be. That could be.
We got Ian Desmond due up. He's 0 for 2. He struck out twice, but he's also walked. Man, what a shot by David Dahl. 434 feet. That was a tape measure shot. He knew it was gone. We all knew it was gone. And
almost hit it to Cuba.
Winning is gone.
Yeah, almost hit it to Cuba, man. Come on.
EB in chat says John Birdie is in, possibly center field.
Okay. Thank you very much, EB.
No, that's it.
Appreciate that. There's the inside call. That is a ball, apparently.
Yeah,
so
I would say Harold Ramirez would be gone. And if it is, that's a good call because you're with Alfaro. You're going to be up to Isin, so that makes the most sense.
So here's the 2-0 to Mr. Desmond. Swing and a miss. 2-1. It's going to pitch up. Yimi Garcia, man. Pitcher that, I must admit, I have obviously heard of Yimi Garcia. Could throw some straight gas and a little bit of a nasty break on his pitches. As you see right there that Desmond did not bite on. Once again, doesn't seem like a player that's performing to his full potential. So
yeah, I mean, free agent signing last year, obviously from the Dodgers at almost age 30. You've got about 4 years of service time in the majors so far with a lifetime 4.27 coming into this season. So we'll see if he catches on in this bullpen and see if he's the type of player that can kind of lead the pen as some of these older guys like Kinsler, start to fall out.
We see Ian Desmond reaching base for the second time tonight via walk. He's got quite a stat line, 2 strikeouts and 2 walks as Story takes a controversial first strike up and in. 0-1 to the big old power shortstop. Said he is 0 for 3 tonight. Does have a strikeout.
Ooh! Look at this, Amos.
That ball hit deep. Look it up. See ya. 2-run shot. Story time. That ball was, man, he went up and got that one. 381 feet. Just enough to get out of here. And Rockies continue to add on.
Boy, I was going to start to analyze, what can these Marlins do to get back in this ball game. And I was looking forward, to the bats, and, maybe Dickerson coming up in a key situation. But now you've got the insurance run 5 spot on the board. Not looking good at all for the Marlins.
Absolutely not. He's got Nolan Arenado. He's 0 for 3 tonight. Ooh, very odd first pitch call right there.
What was that?
Boy, what a shot that was. He went up and got that one from the looks of the view I've got anyway. So. But yeah, just like you talked about, this Miami bullpen, kind of a very splintered type bullpen. They were hoping to bring in some guys like Yimi Garcia and Brendan Kinsler to kind of right the ship a little bit, and so far it just ain't working. As Arenado flies out, he is 0 for 4 tonight.
The first baseman, Daniel Murphy.
Yeah, it's tough if you're a Marlin and you're trying to develop these guys, quickly as you can. They got so many guys, deep in the system, and guys in A-ball that you're seeing, that you're mainly looking to these, international type guys. I don't know. It's going to take a while if they're going to find something and, start getting a budget.
No doubt they have to strike it rich in the draft every year, and maybe they could pick up someone in the Rule 5. This team is, of course, still shedding a little bit of depth from the, I believe it was the Loria administration, so go on and on about him, but we'll get back into the game here. Daniel Murphy 0 for 2 tonight. He's down for an 0-2 count. He's going to foul a pitch off there.
Yeah, got to go back to that Moneyball philosophy thing, that I sent to you for your pregame thing in your show franchise last night. If you're the last dog at the bowl, malnourished one's gonna die. So you want to stay nourished if you're a Marlins investor.
Well, you definitely, when you say that, you think of that little meme of The Simpsons where it's like, stop it, it's already dead, It's about time for the Marlins to start, figuring out who's part of their team and who's not. Murphy, once again. Ugly swing. Down he goes.
He knows it, too. He knows it. Look at this.
It's just, I can't talk nice about these players without them striking out. I said Murphy can make contact, and there he is swinging at a ball that's basically at his thigh.
Oh, man. I don't want to start this whole sentimentality thing, about how the game has changed from the 80s and 90s and even the early 2000s to what it is today, Amos. But this free swinging has just got to slow down.
Well, let me counteract that with a question. What would you exactly? How would you? I'm not gonna say blame, but how would you distribute? Who should stop this kind of mentality? Or would you catch it in the minors first, which you think would be the solid answer? But you have some players that kind of skip minors. Like Horner for the Cubs, for instance. I think it was Horner or Amaya. One of them, they skipped. I believe it was single A or double A, and it's just. Yeah. Do you look at big league hitting coaches, or do you go to the minors and teach them early to not swing at this? Because you have to be careful when you do that, correct? Because if you do, the pitching style could change.
Yeah, you would think. Get these strength and conditioning programs. They just, I don't know if they're not concentrating on things they should, or if they are. I mean, analytics is such a finite thing, in baseball, and everyone is just jumping on that train of, well, this is what we're seeing. We're seeing, you got to go to these programs with these, special mechanics of machineries and
your attention, please.
Looking at what the stats are.
Colorado.
We see the Rockies are also pulling off a double switch here. Jake McGee, and look at that ERA, just tick under 10. Something you don't want to see.
Good point to work on.
Yeah, you got a 5-4 lead facing the bottom of the lineup here.
We'll see if Miami can take advantage.
See Diaz newly entered into the game, John Birdie, and then you'll go back to the top lineup with Jonathan VR. So let's see if the Fish have some flop left in them.
I like it.
Of course, we got, like I said, bottom of the 8th. Still 6 outs to go. We've seen crazier things happen, but boy, I tell you, man, these Marlins hitters just haven't got it together.
Will they have the backbone, or will they be filleted?
There's the Dark Knight. Just kidding. It's Brian Shaw warming up in that bullpen, just in case. A little bit of faulty lighting going on in that bullpen, guys. Got to fix that. Somebody's gonna get hurt. So
I was about to do my League of Shadows speech as Bane there.
And shout out to Spotball put in chat there, 23,000 views. Appreciate everyone that watched any game, whether your favorite announcer's been calling it, whether it's been us or somebody else, or even if you've been doing it. This has been a nice little community. It's a great thing that this channel does, and it's definitely scratching that itch a little bit for to make up for no real baseball. So
indeed. Thanks so much, everybody.
We'll keep it rolling the best we can. We got a lot of very talented, newcomers, and of course, veteran commentators. I know you've been behind the microphone for a long time in various jobs, and this is my first time commentating. First season commentating, so it's fun to do. If you're on the fence about it and you feel like you want to do it, go do it. Give it a try.
Give some chops at the Hot Takes corner, and look at it go now, baby. Nice job.
Takes the team. Birdie's going to ground out there. Side note on John Birdie, I totally forgot about his speed that he had.
Yeah.
A little bit of a bobble over there at third base. Almost cost him, a runner there, but thankfully you got Arenado, and he doesn't make a lot of mistakes. So.
And Birdie was 25 out of exactly 100, exactly 250 with 11 RBI before that at bat.
So he is struggling a little bit. Hard to say if he's getting the day off or if that is his role. As we go back to the top lineup, and Jonathan VR batting now from the right side. Right side of the batter's box there. He's 0 for 3. Maybe he can have better luck hitting from the right side against Mr. McGee, as he is going to hit one hard from the high and deep and at the warning track. Probably the hardest hit ball I've seen by VR tonight.
Yep, just not quite catching it for one reason or another. And we'll see how things play out the rest of the way as another lefty comes in. Southpaw tonight here.
Nice little Adam Conley coming in, 2.7 ERA, 23 strikeouts and 10 walks. Righties are hitting under 200 against him, which is surprising to me. Coming in to face a lefty, which I believe I saw that stat to say they were almost 300 hitting against him. So. And don't forget, guys, if you like ML Bot Ball and you're new to this, hit the follow button. Let's make this channel grow even more. It's some great stuff going on here. Some really cool, and as you can tell by big guys, Jeopardy question earlier, very knowledgeable people. So
we just hit the 7th hour of the day too, and we still got 2 games to come here with the Nationals and Diamondbacks, and the Tigers in Seattle is the night Bot Ball after dark.
Just kidding, of course. And shout out to BotBall. They are 3 followers away from 800. Let's do it, guys. Let's get them to 800. Let's get them past 800. Baseball is not dead. It is here. It is on Twitch. And everyone is a part of this ML BotBall community. As I believe that was Rogers. No, Walters. I'm sorry. That was Walters grounding out there. So here we go. Ryan McMahon up now.
I feel like being Jesse Ventura here. Well, you know something, McMahon? Get a hit.
You're fired. Man, if I do a McMahon voice, my throat will explode. Nobody wants to hear that. McMahon's going to go after the first pitch and fly out.
Our friend NJ does a great McMahon. I hope he'll stop by sometime.
Hopefully he does. He's a busy man. But he said he's caught a couple of bot-ball games, so I wonder if he
sees Brewers, Right. Don, I'm sure will be happy to show him around.
So here is the man of the game, Mr. David Dahl. He's 2 for 3 tonight with 2 home runs, including this mammoth shot up in the upper deck. My goodness, that's Ian Happ territory.
Oh.
We'll see how he does here against the lefty, Mr. Conley. Oh, you gotta stop. Mr. Dahl, have a game, sir. Another home run, 438. You really need to chill out feet.
Amos.
By David Dahl.
I think we have a player of the game for sure.
Oh my goodness. Well, Amish, I had my question answered. When is the craziness gonna kick in? And I never thought it would be answered by David Dahl saying, "Give me 1 sec, fam. I got you." 3 home runs.
New question, trivia question. Who was the latest to reach the moon for the USA? It was David Dahl.
Not only did he reach it once, I'm pretty sure he reached it twice.
Give that man an item, Casey Swearer says.
Unreal game by David Dahl. Once again, hitting in the 9-hole. Maybe that's the secret of batting lineups. Hit a struggling hitter in the 9-hole. Let's see if they hit 3 home runs. So.
Here you go.
Nice job by David Dahl, man. Accounting for, I believe, 4 of the 6 runs.
Yep.
I think I got that right. Story had the other 2-run shot. So yeah, he's got 4 RBIs. Shout out to David Dahl. Hashtag what a doll. Desmond is going to shoot one down the right field line. That's going to stay fair. I'm going to rattle around in the corner. He's going to go for 2, and he's in. How about that?
Up next for Colorado.
Yeah, if you didn't, folks, go to the emailbotball.com website. See all the matchups of the week that are coming up. You know, find all the stand-ins there. The stats page is great to look at and figure out what the latest is going on, you know, for the teams. A lot of fun.
As I answer Shark in chat here, all of these runs have. All right, let's just keep it going. Trevor Story connects. Oh, you think you're gonna get one story time? The Rockies are killing it, as he's got 2 2-run homers. My goodness, they are blowing it up.
Anything Dahl can do, Story can do better. Anything Story.
Well, Amish, I think it's safe to say that if Dahl hit the moon, that hit Uranus.
Oh!
Man. Or I could say Uranus.
Number 56.
That ball was smart. I did not catch how many feet that was, but my goodness, looked like it went over the batter's eye.
Man, home run, Story, Dahl. Hey, next week, Amos, we're going to be here 5:30 Eastern. Indians take it on Dodgers, baby.
Give you a little bit of interleague action.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
I can't wait to see the Dodgers this year.
That's going to be a good matchup there. We'll have to find out who's pitching that game. But 5:30 time, if you guys want to watch that game with us, please do.
And of course, Indians chasing my Twins. I want to keep them away, so I'll be a Dodger fan.
Sell out. I'm just kidding. maybe I'm just a little bitter against the Indians right now. Who knows? But here we got Nolan Arenado 0 for 4, looking to join the home run parade. That's oddly led by only 2 players. So you got Sterling Sharp in, and Arenado's going to shoot one the other way past Diaz. He is on base. That is his first hit of the night.
The first
boy, Amish, you called it, man. This Marlins bullpen showing their colors right now. So
I don't know what they're going to do, but they got to do something. I mean, you know, can you call up one of these, you know, starter prospects? Maybe, you know, use them. You got Edward Cabrera. He's one of the top prospect guys.
What's hard to say what Derek Jeter and Mr. Mattingly are going to do with this Marlins organization? Oddly down 8-0, and you think they would be a little more aggressive, possibly a little more careful with their decisions, because, you know, as we said, you know, the Marlins are only going into this game, they're only 5.5 back of the Nationals. If this game does hold out, they will fall to 22-24 if the score holds. So we have seen crazy things.
Yeah, you got tomorrow, obviously, but you know that makes this homestand against the Padres coming in for 3 even more valuable and strenuous for both teams.
There's Shark in chat, blowing up chat right now. He says a couple of funny things. Come on, why not? Let's hit double digits and dingers. Let's see it. Possible. Murphy could do it. He ain't gonna do it, Jinx. He ain't gonna do it. He's not gonna do it. See, I told you. Murphy down 0 for 4 tonight. Then he said, the real question is, does this call for the coffin dance?
Ah, interesting.
Let's go bottom 9. Let's see if this game will wrap up or if we're going to have another Mets-Pirates hoopla.
Well, obviously no, you know, save type situation for anyone. So is Mr. Diaz or McGee, I guess it is, continue? Might as well get down that almost 10 ERA as much as you can.
Yep, and he's going to be facing Rojas, Dickerson, and Cooper. So we know that Dickerson is a lefty. So you got 2 righties and a lefty in this matchup. It just wouldn't make sense to leave him in unless he, I don't know, gives up 8 runs. But
you know, there's an old country song by a band called Sawyer Brown. They were big on Star shirts back in the day. called Feed Jake. Let's feed Jake and get him a better ERA.
He's looking solid right now. Combined Rojas, Dickerson, and Cooper 1 for 8 with a strikeout. So surprisingly to see Dickerson without a hit right now, but we'll see if that changes here with McGee as he's got a 2-0 count to Rojas now 3-0. Not to jinx it, but let's get a 1-2-3 here and let's see if this game will end. If the scores hold up, of course, Rockies will improve to 24-21. Miami will fall to 22-24.
That's a ball. Take your base.
There's a 4-pitch ball. That's never a good sign.
I'm looking up the pitching matchups for tonight.
The left fielder, number 23.
I must admit, I have not been home all day, so I have not kept track of who's all played. So, good news on that.
Well, we started out Brewers, Reds. I have it in a second here.
He is 0 for 2 tonight, and he's going to get a hold of one, but he's going to pull it foul. There you go. Game after this, you got the Nationals and the D-backs. Nationals winning at 27 and 17, with the Diamondbacks second in their respective division at 25 and 20. Stay tuned for that one.
Ross against Mason Saunders, a.k.a. Madison Bumgarner.
Bad Bum.
And then you got Tigers, Mariners, the D. Gordon-less Mariners. I forgot to complete my injury list, by the way.
Oh, I'm sorry. I think I sidestepped you.
I forgot it. But anyway, Kikuchi, the lefty, against Boyd, the lefty. So a couple southpaws.
Yeah, an interesting matchup. Sure.
But yeah.
The 1-2 to Dickerson.
Red Sox, of course, Xander Bogaerts probably out to the All-Star break. Aaron Hicks, the Yankees, out sometime in June. He'll probably be back. You got that injury last week, the game right after ours, that Giants-White Sox matchup. Saw Eloy Jimenez go down with an inflamed hip. And he's hopefully back next week. Reds are kind of hurting, and that's good news for your Cubs. Joey Votto, broken hand out to All-Star break, and it'll be Jesse Winker, a fractured foot, out to All-Star break as well.
Reds are up right now. 27 and 18. As we saw Dickerson ground into a double play there. And just like that, the momentum is gone, kind of out of the sails here. It's up to Mr. Cooper to keep the game alive here. He is 0 for 3, and as you can see there, I think that's an 0 for 6 in the series. So,
can you erase the goose egg?
At least keep the game alive here as McGee. Wild first pitch there. You got Brian Anderson on deck. And then, of course, actually Ramirez ain't in anymore, I think. So there's that high strike call again. You got the 1-1 count.
Okay, so Amos, tomorrow, Bopal, if you're going to be with us tomorrow, we started off with the Blue Jays taking on the White Sox. Then you got Cardinals taking on the Phillies. You'll see a day matchup between the Tigers and Mariners, followed by Milwaukee and Cincinnati. Doug will have the call again tomorrow night, 9 Eastern, Washington at Arizona. And night Bopal after dark, my Twins take on the Indians with Beardy Buddha.
Beautiful matchup. We see the last out of the game being recorded, and the Rockies shut out the Fish in Miami 8-0. David Dahl, of course, got to be player of the game. Trevor Story, close second.
Yeah, coming in down the stretch, I guess. And kudos to our number 3 MVP, Mr. Paul Lambert, in just his third start. 2-hit performance. You can't ask for much more than that from number 5 pitcher in your rotation.
Excellent job. 6 innings, 2 hits, 5 strikeouts, walked 2. Regardless, like I said, Yamamoto didn't do that bad. Only gave up that home run to David Dahl. That 2-run homer, I should say. Other than that, he was fairly similar to Lambert. It was definitely the bullpen that imploded for Miami. So a tough loss for Yamamoto there. As you say, David Dahl, your player of the game. Trevor Story going 2 for 5 with 2 home runs and 4 RBIs. And then Ian Desmond and Charlie Blackman with a hit apiece.
Again, tomorrow, Marquez against Lopez is your matchup. I think Miami can get back in this one with Lopez on the mound. It's going to take a little more disciplined swinging, though, from their hitting lineup. We'll see what they go with as far as a lineup, too, but should be an interesting one tomorrow.
We have Duggo that just joined us in the booth here. We see the little highlights. The David Dahl, might as well call it the David Dahl Show, because that's what it was. And Duggo, hello, sir. How are you?
Doing all right. Thought I had a partner for today until I checked the schedule and realized, nope, totally don't. So kind of had to punt, and I expanded my breadth of statistics in front of me. I think I got like 8 or 9 like sheets in front of me of various numbers. So let's see what we can do with that.
How's that?
One of the best, man.
How's that pitching rotation looking coming into the week, Duggo? I know they've had a few things go in and out.
Couple things. I mean, they went rough for a hot minute there. They came into a series against Chicago about 2 weeks ago, and they've been 5-10 since. They came in at 20-10, and it's just kind of been rough, to say the least. They've turned it around a little bit. There's been a lot of tough losses. There's been, I think, 3 or 4 shutouts in that time too. So it's a lot of rough losses, a lot of 0 or 1-run games, kind of things. So they've woken up a little bit. They're actually hitting better than the Nationals so far in this series. Something they haven't done in a minute. So,
well, I know we're looking forward to the call of the Dodgers, obviously, next week against the Indians. Do you know when the next series is, Diamondbacks-Dodgers?
D-backs-Dodgers doesn't start till June. Wow. I can find it here. I know it has to do with the new scheduling that they've got going on, which I'm not a huge fan of that. I don't really agree with that. The move to go to the automated scheduling instead of having that couple that had been doing the scheduling by hand for, 30 years or something like that?
Right.
First Diamondbacks and Dodgers game is going to be at the Ravine on June 15th.
All right, there you go, fans. So, watch for that as Duggo continues to set up, this matchup, with the Nationals. Obviously, we close this very interesting look at the Rockies, Miami. Amos, any other thoughts of this one as we head toward our game next week?
Well, the only thing I got to say is thank you guys so much for watching and listening to this game. We hope you enjoyed. Of course, stay tuned for Duggo and his game. The only thing I got to say about the game that we just watched, I think everything that we just said kind of showed itself. Is Lambert that good starting pitcher the Rockies need? Do they have that power still in the lineup capable of hitting those bombs? And I think that was answered. And then you look at Miami. How is Yamamoto pitching, along with a slew of, kind of no-name starters that they have? And then, of course, how bad or good is the Miami bullpen? And I think that was answered, at least in this individual example. So, good win for the Rockies. Tough loss for the Fish.
All right, let's give it over to Duggo then. Nats, Diamondbacks coming your way.
Sounds good. I appreciate it, you guys, as we head over to the friendly confines of Chase Field here for Game 3 of a 4-game set. These Washington Nationals coming to town after embarrassing the Diamondbacks just 2 weeks prior over at Nationals Park in D.C. So these Diamondbacks looking to right the ship. As I was saying earlier, that about 2 weeks ago they came into a series at the actual friendly confines at Wrigley Field. They came into that game 20-10, and in that time since, they have been 5-10, including splitting these first 2 games of the series here. They won Game 1 on the back of a strong pitching performance by Zach Gallen. Final score was 5-2. Patrick Corbin also came to town and picked up his 3rd loss of the year. His 4th loss of the year. Tough outing for him. Gave up 5 runs before he got yanked. And last night we saw Anibal Sanchez get his 5th win of the year, and Mike Leake catch another hard loss in what was a final score of 2-1 Nationals over the Diamondbacks. But tonight here, got a strong man going for the Diamondbacks, so they're looking to get number 2 of this series and try to help turn things around and make a series out of it, make a streak out of it. Madison Bumgarner, Mason Saunders, as some of us down here know him, and many on the professional rodeo circuit know him, comes into play with a very strong record. His 6 wins are tied for the National League lead with one of his teammates, Robbie Ray and John Lester.
Leading off tonight for Washington, the shortstop.
His first task is going to be Trey Turner stepping to the plate here to start the game, and he's going to start it off strong as he gets a first pitch strike here to Trey Turner to start it all off.
First pitch, 5-10.
Diamondbacks come into play, you see there. 25 wins and 20 losses. And second pitch is swung on hard by Trey Turner, but Gold Glover David Peralta is out there and left and scoots over just a few steps to make a catch. So 2 pitches and 1 out here for Madison Bumgarner. Snakes come in, as I said, 25 and 20 is good for second in the National League West now, trailing the Dodgers by 3 games. Dodgers have been on a tear. Right now they have won their last 6 games, and they've been just rolling, now sitting at 27 and 16. Adam Eaton is going to take the second pitch he sees right up to Bumgarner. Good job getting the glove on that. So now 2 away and only 4 pitches. I want to talk efficiency, folks. Can't get a whole lot more efficient than that.
Juan Soto.
One of the biggest names here in this matchup, Juan Soto. You see in his last 4 games, only 2 for 17. In this series right now, he is 1 for 8 with a strikeout. So the Snakes have been able to keep him quiet. Has not aided in any of the runs so far in this series. As he swings on the first pitch he sees, foul. Oh and 1 here to Soto. Swings on that into the shift, but that's going to get through the shift, folks. Could have been right, an easy play there for Ketel Marte if he was playing in his typical position. But instead, we're going to see that squib through between the shifted second baseman and shortstop. So Juan Soto gets just his 2nd hit in the 3rd game of the series. One of the biggest points I was looking forward to in this series was watching the RBI battle between Eduardo Escobar and this man here at the plate, Howie Kendrick. Came into play at 43 and 42 RBI, respectively. Eduardo Escobar came in at 42 and 44. 1-1 now to Kendrick. Eduardo Escobar has put one up, so he now leads 45 to 42. 1-1 pitch to Kendrick is low, now 2-1. So he's been kept quiet along with a lot of the rest of his team. He's so far in this series, he's 1 for 7 with a walk and a run scored. So interesting to see how he's been kept at bay by this pitching staff. It's fouled off now, 2-2. He's had a tough time, though. It's been Zach Gallen and Mike Leake have been the majority of the innings pitched here for the Snakes, both stingy folks in their own right. Though it was Mike Leake that got dinged around a lot, but somebody who's not getting dinged around is Madison Bumgarner. Gets Howie Kendrick to go down on strikes for the 3rd out of the inning. So 1 hit, no runs for Washington here. As we now head to the bottom of the 1st, Snakes looking to push something across and start off strong here. So Joe Ross takes the mound here. 3-3 record, 3.40 ERA. Whips a little bit high there at 1.35. Back in game 2, just 9 days ago.
Leading off
Ross's line was 7 innings pitched, 3 hits allowed, no earned runs. 5 walks is the first time Starling Marte sees a pitch. He lays that down for a bunt, but that'll be just foul. Now 0-1. Starling Marte has done a good job of keeping defenses on their toes and using his speed to his advantage. 0-1 pitch to Marte. They'll say that just catches the zone. Now 0-2. 0-2 pitch to Marte is inside. Now 1-2. Both times that Starling Marte has reached base so far in this series, he's made the most of it. Stolen 2 bases on his 2 times to first as he swings on that one way out of the zone. Tough play by Trey Turner, but he gets him by a step. Good job of Trey Turner and getting that there on time for the first out of the inning. The Black Ink boys start here. Ketel Marte steps to the plate for the first time today. First pitch he sees is a ball high. During that last series with Washington, he was one of the lone bright spots. He went 4 for 12 with a double. No runs scored. And so far in the series, he's been 2 for 6. He's walked a couple times and swings through that one. Splits the count 1-1. 1-1 pitch to Marte. He is outside 2-1. In the season, he's benefited greatly from Starling Marte reaching base and keeping opposing pitchers on their toes. Diamondbacks also going to Tim LeCastro in the 9 spot has helped with that as well. As he swings on that one in the dirt. Not sure what he saw there, but tips it foul for 2-2 here. Two-2 pitch to Ketel Marte. That's swung on above the zone. Long run for Eaton out there. Camps under that in the gap, and he'll be there for the second out of the inning.
Batting third, the third baseman, Eduardo Escobar.
Now, Eduardo Escobar, where do I even start with what he's done this year? Comes into play, rocking the slash line, 350, 414, 684. Unreal, folks. Currently top 4 in the National League in each of those categories. 0-1 pitch to him is swung through. 0-2. Not a stranger to free swinging. He's sitting there at 41 strikeouts on the year. Done a good job of walking as well. As he lays off that one wisely. No bite on the waste pitch from Joe Ross. 1-2 pitch. That's fouled off. Escobar has been very good at being choosy. The 1-2 pitch to Escobar. It's hit high, but that jams him. So we'll see Victor Robles out there in center. And he'll get the glove on that for the third out. So no hits, 1 through 3 here for Arizona as they go down in order. And we're at the end of the first. Donuts all around.
Leading off for Washington, the first baseman, Ryan Zimmerman.
Mr. National Ryan Zimmerman steps up, and he's had a very resurgent year.
Whoa, that's down.
Definitely wouldn't expect him to have the numbers he's had so far in this season. I thought it was going to be mostly lip service the time he got this year, but he's made the most of it.
1-1.
So he takes a changeup for a strike there. Now 1-1. Many folks thought he'd be splitting a lot more time with Eric Thames over at first base, maybe even Howie Kendrick.
Whoa, that's kicked out.
Changeup is outside now, 2-1. You see that line? He's done a good job. 7 home runs to his name as well. And 2-2 now. Good cutting action on that one by Bumgarner. Bumgarner looking for a second strikeout of the day. He's not going to get it. Cole Calhoun gets on his horse and camps under that one. Out in right field, and he puts that away for the first out of the inning.
Batting fifth, the catcher, number 28, Kurt Suzuki.
So around the horn for these Diamondbacks. Infield is Escobar, Ahmed, Marte, Walker from left to right. Outfield is going to be Peralta, Marte, Calhoun. So the standard lineup against righties that they've rolled out all year.
Inside, ball one.
Kurt Suzuki takes a fastball inside 1-1, and Kurt Suzuki has just been a menace to this team. Whether it was that last series or even this series. Takes that down the chute for strike 2. So far in this one, he's 4 for 8 with a home run, 2 RBI. Currently accounts for 40% of all of the hits in this series. Just kind of ridiculous. 2-2 to Suzuki. Fouled off. So Bumgarner unable to get just as an efficient inning as he had back in the first. Kind of hard to do. First two batters have battled him here. Another foul ball by Suzuki. So maybe they're seeing a little bit more of him. I need like a little bit less swing and miss stuff out of Bumgarner. And don't need the swing and miss when you don't have to swing at it. Curveball gets Kurt Suzuki looking for the second out of the inning, second strikeout of the day for Mason Saunders. Now Starlin Castro. Just going to leave it at that. If you're listening, you've probably heard me go off about Starlin Castro already, so I'll spare you that one. Career numbers against Bumgarner, pretty good. 16 for 40. Bumgarner looking to make it 16 for 41 here as he's ahead 0-2. Curveball's been seeming to work for him today. See if he goes to it here.
Nope.
Does not. Goes to some of the straight stuff. Cutter misses inside 1-2. One-two pitch to Starlin Castro.
2-2 down.
He does go to a changeup, low and away. Pretty effective pitch, but a little bit too far out there to get Castro to bite. So the 2-2 pitch to Castro. Gets the third strikeout back-to-back here for Madison Bumgarner. So he sets down the Nationals in order as we now head to the bottom of the second. 4, 5, 6 due up here for the Snakes.
Leading up for the Diamondbacks.
Going to be the freight train David Peralta coming up here for his first plate appearance of the day. See those numbers, just also otherworldly. Third in batting average in the National League. Trails only the Nationals' own Adam Eaton and Howie Kendrick. 0-1 is fouled off, so he's late on 2 changeups, so protecting here is David Peralta. Not sure why he's protecting in an 0-1 count, but 0-2 to Peralta.
Outside, that's the ball.
Outside, now 1-2. One-two pitch from Ross. Swings at that, and it's almost a pitch out right there. Gets him on a fastball high and away. Peralta just swinging freely. I'm not sure what he saw. Not a good start to Peralta's day. Now the 4th strikeout of the series.
Ball, that's inside.
Christian Walker takes a ball there, 1-0. Walker now seeing his playing time reduced to just against righties as his splits are pretty gross. Hitting below 100 versus left-handed pitching. But hitting well enough against righties. And his average is still up there at 241. We see his first hit of the day. The Diamondbacks get their first hit of the day. A nice single by Christian Walker through the right side of the infield. It's his first hit of the series as well. Another guy looking for his first hit of the series is Cole Calhoun here. Comes in 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Been a doubles monster all year, mostly though with none on and a shifted outfield. So see what he goes to here. Holds up wisely. Cole Calhoun in his first season with Arizona. First 7 years of that career with the Los Angeles Angels. So he chops at that one, and that's going to see the gap. And we're going to see Christian Walker go first to third on that. He'll be in there safely on an offline throw. So a nice little chopper there by Cole Calhoun. Not sure exactly what happened. That went over the head there of Trey Turner at shortstop and just continued to roll. So back-to-back singles for the Snakes. He was in a good spot. Nick Ahmed here at the plate takes a strike for his first pitch. He's got runners at the corners and only one out, so nice sac fly could score him here. Ahmed here with a single, double, and a triple on the series. Just needs a home run for the series cycle. One's going to fall foul there. Not the most improbable thing for him to do. Third on the team with 8 home runs. Swings at that, and that's going to be just past the third baseman, right down the line, so doesn't even need to record an out, but he'll get another RBI. The offline throw doesn't mean anything to the runners, but Nick Ahmed over there fired up at first base, and I can't blame him. Nice piece of hitting. He just ropes that down the left field line. And the Snakes are going to have their first run of the game. Diamondbacks now on top, 1-0 over the Nationals. Talking about the platooning that Christian Walker's been doing. It's Stephen Vogt. He's swinging on the first pitch he sees. Going to see the runner tagged out, advancing to third, and over there to first for the 5-3 double play. So good job by Starlin Castro. I don't think I've ever said that in my life. Actually, with the heads-up baseball, getting the tag and the throw for the double play to end the inning. The Diamondbacks are able to push one across. 3 straight singles by Walker, Calhoun, and Ahmed. So now top of the third. Snakes up 1-0. Victor Robles takes his first pitch from Baumgartner as a strike. And he plunks him on the second one. So don't even need to worry about trying to dig up fun facts about Victor Robles, as he's hit by a pitch to start the top of the third here. We'll see what the pitcher Joe Ross can do with a bat in his hands. I'm sure he might get told to bunt here to get the speedy Robles over to second. And we'll see bunt. Hard hit bunt, though. Walker goes to second, gets him there. Flip back to first, and not in time on the 3-6-1. So no sacrifices. That was just hit a little bit too hard on that bunt. Just squibbed that quickly to Christian Walker. Good job to get the speedy Robles at second, but turn would not be in time to get Joe Ross back at first. So fielder's choice for Joe Ross. Lineup card flips over, and Trey Turner comes back to the plate. Flew out to left to start the game here.
Ball 1, no strike.
looking for his first hit of his career against Bumgarner, 0 for 8.
Nope, that's down.
2-0 here to Turner. And even if he does allow Turner on base, as long as he's got Joe Ross ahead of him there, a lot of his skill set will be neutralized. These speedy legs, hamstrung by the pitcher. 2-1 here to Turner. Piped, so 2 straight fastballs with no swing for Trey Turner. Now tied up 2-2. Two-two pitch to Turner. Swings at that low and away and just gets a piece of that foul. Just over the heads of those fans there in Section AA. 2-2. And he gets his 3rd strikeout of the day. Excuse me, 4th. He gets Trey Turner going down swinging for the 2nd out of the inning. As I said earlier, Kershaw and Lester and Robbie Ray are the other 3 with 6 wins on the year. Bumgarner looking to get number 7 and lead the National League. He's in a good spot here as his team has been able to give him a lead early on here. Just 1 run, but a lot of these Arizona-Washington games, 1 run is all it's needed. Starting out to Adam Eaton. He takes the 2nd pitch he sees and flares that into the gap. Long run by Starling Marte, and he gets there to prevent any damage. So good job of Starling Marte getting to that one to bail out Madison Bumgarner. Now head to the bottom of the 3rd. Snakes looking to push a couple more across.
The pitcher, Madison Bumgarner.
Madison Bumgarner steps to the plate. And he swings at the first pitch he sees. Great diving stop by Starlin Castro. And I've never seen so much defensive prowess out of such a mentally inept player. He's such a heads-down baseball guy, Starlin Castro, but he's already made 2 great plays so far this game. I don't believe it. Starling Marte comes up looking for his first hit of the game, and he's going to do the same thing again. First pitch he sees, he tries to lay down for a bunt. So 0 for 2 on that.
I got the count.
Swings through that, so he's sitting 0 for 2 in the count. Good sinker there by John Ross. Able to make some contact there, but does the same thing he did back to start off the bottom of the 1st. Grounds out to Trey Turner. 6-3 for the 2nd out of the inning. Ketel Marte is looking for his first hit of the ballgame. Flew out to Adam Eaton over and right for the 2nd out in the 1st. And he takes a looping curveball just on the inside edge there for strike 1.
No, that's down.
Takes that low 1-1. Ketel Marte comes into play, tied for 1st in the National League with Jeff McNeil for doubles. And he swings at that one. That's hard. That might be another. That's just past the glove of Trey Turner, and he will be going for 2nd. He's going for number 17. He does. He gets there on an offline throw by Victor Robles, so bring it up, and it happens. That's number 17 on the year for our boy Ketel Marte. Actually, I'm not going to lie. I wouldn't be surprised to see if they called that a single advance on a double.
Count 1-0.
But we'll see. Eduardo Escobar takes a curveball low for the first ball. He's got a runner in scoring position. Good spot for him to pick up number 46 on the air. Even better spot is Joe Ross might have to challenge him as he's behind in the count now, 2-0. See those 62 hits, best for first in the National League. Just behind him is Adam Eaton at 61. Fouls a sinker off now, 2-1. So between these black ink boys and Eaton and Kendrick, it's just the best offensive players in the best league in baseball. The only league in baseball that matters, folks. The National League. 2-2. Gets some of that, but so does Kendrick over there. And he's going to ground out 4-3 for the third out of the inning. So nothing happens on that 2-out double by Ketel Marte. As we are through 3. Diamondbacks at 1 run on 4 hits, leading the Nationals on 0 runs on 1 hit.
The left fielder, Juan Soto.
First pitch of the 4th inning is a strike to Juan Soto. It's clearly not a correct statistic. He is not batting .917 over 2 seasons. His OPS maybe .917 over 2 seasons. I believe that.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Takes a ball high. Soto is the only hit so far of the game for these Nationals. Single back in the first.
Nope, inside, ball 2.
Getting a little bit of Soto shuffle here as count runs to 2-1. Now 3-1. Shuffle gets a little bit more aggressive. Three-1 pitch to Juan Soto. Swings through that. Could have been on base, but instead swinging at a pitch inside. So now we'll see a full count here. And the payoff pitch from Bumgarner is in the dirt and gets past Kelly. Doesn't matter as he's aboard there with a walk to start off the top of the 4th inning. Always dangerous spot now as we talked about the RBI abilities here of Howie Kendrick. Must have done a great job of crushing the ball as well. He's a top 5 guy in slugging percentage with his 11 doubles and 13 home runs to go with those 42 RBI. 0-1 pitch to Kendrick. He hits that, but Nick Ahmed, looks like a tailor-made double play ball to him. 6-4 to 3 it is. Howie Kendrick rounds into yet another double play ball here for this Nationals team. First one today. But Starlin Castro has done a good job of making sure that we don't go a game without a double play ball here for the Nats. Great turn by Ahmed. You love to see Ketel Marte back in the infield this year. So now Ryan Zimmerman steps up looking for his first hit of the ball game.
Ball 1, no strike.
Going to be a tough one there against Bumgarner. You saw 4 for 23 career. Both these guys have had long storied careers. (2-0) to Mr. National. Misses low. So Bumgarner threatening to walk his second man of the day and second man of the inning here. See what Zimmerman does on 3-0. Checks his swing, but that was in the zone, so could have done something dangerous. Instead, takes it for 3-1. Likely going to be free swinging here, so see where Bumgarner takes this if he tries to waste it and hope he's auto swinging on 3-1. Pitch comes in. It's in the zone, but he's going to get the ball just over the bat of Zimmerman as he pops that up to Cole Calhoun out there in right. So both plate appearances for Ryan Zimmerman end on flyouts to right field, as we are now heading to the bottom of the fourth. Score unchanged. Diamondbacks 1, Nats 0. First pitch to Peralta is a ball low, as he struck out for his 4th strikeout of this series.
2-0.
Outside 2-0. I'd like to take this time to remind you folks that everything we do here on Bot Ball goes to charity. All of your subscriptions, all of your donations, all goes to benefit Meals on Wheels. Great charity right now, helping a lot of folks. So if you're feeling generous and you have the means, we always appreciate it, as do the beneficiaries of those Meals on Wheels. 3-1 pitch now to Peralta is taken. So Ross able to get back in it. His first 3 pitches go for balls and able to get back in it. So payoff pitch to Peralta. Swung on right at Trey Turner at shortstop. Easy throw over for him. Gets Peralta for the first out of the bottom of the 4th. So Peralta still looking for his first hit of the series. Christian Walker started. Nice little hit parade for these Diamondbacks. 3 straight singles. Helped push across the first run of the day. The only run of the day. As you see there, had a rough game though, so made up for it just a little bit with that single. One pitch to Walker. Big breaking ball at the top of the zone. Excuse me, a sinker. A lot of action on that sinker. That fooled me. Almost gets him there. Now 2-2. Walker swings through that, and that is now the 4th strikeout for Christian Walker.
Now batting.
First of the day. Second of the day for Joe Ross. Now Cole Calhoun steps up with 2 out and nobody on here. Bottom of the 4th, looking to keep the inning alive. He's done a lot better, it seems, hitting with nobody on this year. His ability to slap doubles to left field with the shifted outfield has been a real godsend for him. Going to say he went now 1-1. And that'll be through the shifted infield, so he is just loving what the shift is doing. Able to knock that down, but not get the glove totally on it is Trey Turner. So nice infield hit there. Cole Calhoun now 2 for 2 on the day. So we're going to see the man who pushed across that first run of the game. Nick Ahmed steps to the plate. He's got a man on first and 2 out to work with. Slider outside from Joe Ross. .1-0 pitch from Ross. Goes high, 2-0. Starting to wonder if we're going to see it's kind of a mirror image of the last time these two pitchers faced off. Ross went 7 strong in a shutout. A 1-0 game. Bumgarner got chased after 5 1/3 after giving up a handful of hits on that one costly earned run. So we may see a reversal of fortune here, folks. 3-0 here to Nick Ahmed. misses inside, so he's going to allow 2 straight base runners to COL and Ahmed.
Now batting.
Might be happy to see, though, that the next man up is Stephen Vogt. These Diamondbacks just haven't found their answer at catcher this year. They do have a man, Dalton Varsho, waiting in the wings. One of their top organizational prospects. Has not done a sterling job down in Pacific Coast League Reno so far this year. The 1-0 pitch to Stephen Vogt. That's hit hard, but that's hit foul. Stephen Vogt was brought in as the new backup catcher for this team. They've stuck with Carson Kelly after acquiring him from the Cardinals back in that Paul Goldschmidt trade. Holds up now 2-1. Kind of had a revolving door of backup catchers in years past. They had Alex Avila for a little bit. And Blake Swihart kind of came in the same utility backup catcher role that Stephen Vogt is in at the moment. 2-1s hit hard, but hit foul for a long strike, for strike 2. Jeff Mathis, Caleb Joseph. 2-2 pitch is high, now 3-2. Long inning here for Joe Ross. 13 balls to 10 strikes in this inning alone. We're going to see what can really happen here as runners are going to be in motion on the full count pitch with 2 away. So if Vogt can squib this through, it's probably going to be an RBI. Instead, he's going to swing through a high fastball. Not surprising to me as he heads to the bench now. Kills any opportunity with 2 on here. Score unchanged at the end of 4. Diamondbacks 1. Nationals, nothing. And I can absolutely agree with Heidi Watney checking in about Kurt Suzuki. As we said, right now he's 4 for 9 in the series with a big home run. Home run last night put the Nationals up 2-0. But the Diamondbacks were able to get a late game run across on the backs of a nice little performance in the 9th inning by the team, but nothing ultimately came of it. So that Suzuki home run helped us avoid extras last night. And like I said, he also murdered this team back in their first series of the year. His 6 RBI on 2 home runs buried the Diamondbacks. Game 1's final score was 10-6. Mike Leake chased after just a third of an inning pitched. 0-2 pitch to Suzuki's in the dirt, so no bite on a big curveball by rodeo legend Mason Saunders. The 1-2 pitch here to Suzuki.
I got to count 2-2.
I'm going to say he didn't go around on that. So 2 very good curveballs here by Bumgarner, but no swing.
3-2.
That's another there. Man, I'm surprised Suzuki didn't swing on any of those. Now, full count here. Pipes that one to him, but Starling Marte is out there in center field to get there on a line out for the first out of the inning. Coming into play, Bumgarner just hasn't... It's not just getting the wins in close games. It's been keeping that ERA low. Comes into play 4th in the National League. Also 3rd in the National League in innings pitched, so he's been a workhorse for his team at the top of the rotation. And also 9th in whip, so it's been a bevy of all things good here out of Madison Bumgarner. Loser of his last 2 starts, looking to get back on, and he's been looking for the 7th win for 2 weeks now. Now Starlin Castro's up in a split count 1-1. Starlin Castro has made some amazing defensive plays so far in this game. I don't believe it. I'm refusing to accept that reality. 2-1 pitch is hit hard. David Peralta's on his horse, but he's there just shy of the track for the second out.
The center fielder, number 16, Victor Robles.
So you see Madison Bumgarner, been fairly efficient there. About to get through 5 full if everything goes his way. At a reasonable pitch count. At 62 at the moment. Number 63 comes in and swung on and missed by Victor Robles, who was looking for his first hit of the series as well. Comes in at 0 for 5 with 2 strikeouts and a walk. Hit by one that ran away from Bumgarner back to start the third inning. The 0-2 pitch is inside. Maybe Bumgarner needs to go back to what's worked and being aggressive in the zone. He does there, but it's fouled off late by Robles. One-two. Swings through that one. So Bumgarner gets his 5th strikeout of the day. Number 5 there for Madison Bumgarner, as he is through 5 innings, untouched in the runs column. He's going to be the first man up here to start the bottom of the 5th. Snakes have been blessed by pitchers that can hit lately. Bumgarner takes a ball outside, 1-0. It's the trio of Bumgarner, Greinke, and Mike Leake, who over the past decade have the best stats for pitchers in the hitting department. Leake and Greinke exiting and leaving, or coming and going on the same day back at the deadline just last year, July 31st. Bumgarner's making Joe Ross think enough here, as Ross still hasn't thrown him a strike in this at-bat. Now ahead, 3-0. A 3-0 pitch to Bumgarner. Lays off that one as Joe Ross gets a borderline call there. Fastball low and away. Said just to get enough of the plate. Kind of generous there. And you're right, Casey Swears. I can't forget that beautiful wild card game triple by Archie Bradley. I've got the Archie bobblebeard sitting here behind me. And the payoff pitch to Bumgarner is high, so Bumgarner takes a walk. It's the second walk issued today by Joe Ross. Now we'll see Starling Marte come up with a man on and no out. He's grounded out to Trey Turner in both of his at-bats. He did that now. Will likely be a double play ball. So looking to avoid that fate here is Starling Marte as we start off this Marte Parte. Now 0-1 here to Marte. And yeah, my mic's working. There's just some issues with outdated hardware and bad drivers, as that one's grounded aggressively to first base to Ryan Zimmerman. And they're going to call that a double play. He's able to get the tag onto Bumgarner, trying to slide back into first. So just bang, bang, 3 unassisted double play. Tough break there by Marte. So now the second half, Ketel Marte looks for brighter fortunes here.
1-0.
Doubled in his last plate appearance. Nothing came of that with 2 outs, so He could do the same thing again and just hope that his teammates behind him help him out. Flares that out into foul territory in front of the Golden Glover over along the left wall. 1-1 pitch. This is outside. 2-1. So Joe Ross there about to throw 75 pitches, trying to get through 5 full. It's outside now, 3-1. It's a good spot here for Marte to get back on base for the second time today. Ooh. That sinker really is working here for Joe Ross. Just able to clip enough to run it full. So another batter he's run full against in this inning. 3-2 pitch. That's hit hard, folks, and if that's fair, Ketel Marte is walking out of this one with number 11 on the year. And he is, folks. Ketel Marte could have been nice with runners on, but thanks, Starling Marte. Instead, it's a solo shot. Ketel Marte with home run 11 on the year. Came in leading the league at 40 runs scored, and that'll be number 41, so he's going to stay on top in that category as well. Nice little shot down the line. See that? Goes 420 feet out into those bleacher creatures in 101. Usually what happens in this kind of situation, Eduardo Escobar gets a little bit RBI jealous. Not to be outdone, usually can muscle one out on his own. You'd like to see that. Comes into play leading the National League at 15. Could we see number 16 here, folks? Could we see the confidence of Joe Ross wane a little bit after giving up that 2-out solo shot? His pitch count's getting up there. He's allowed some hard contact, and that's some hard contact, but not in time, so Eduardo Escobar fouls that off 1-1. See what happens here, 1-1. He's swung on, good changeup. Bounces in the dirt, but gets Escobar to swing at that, so 1 strike away from getting out of this inning is Joe Ross. See what he does here. Ooh, good job of Escobar laying off that guy there. Now 2-2. 2-2 pitch is outside, so yet another full count in this inning. We saw Ketel Marte able to go yard on a payoff pitch. We saw Madison Bumgarner take a walk on a payoff pitch already. We'll see what Eduardo Escobar can do. Payoff pitch is inside, so 2 walks and a solo shot for Joe Ross in just this inning alone.
The left fielder.
So now Peralta's got a man on first here. And Davies going to give him the hook. Joe Ross able to get through 4 2/3 innings pitched. 3 walks.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention
3
please.
strikeouts as well.
Now pitching for the Nationals.
And Austin Voth is going to come in here.
Austin Voth.
Long man for these Nationals. See there, 25 games and 35 innings pitched. Done a good job of limiting runs. The ERA just above 2. Interesting move, though, by Davey as the pitcher spot for the Nationals is due up to start the top of the 6th. So unless some double switch occurred here, I didn't hear it. Austin Voth just needs to get this 1 out.
That's ball 2.
As he's quickly behind Peralta, 2-0. They walk back-to-back batters here. That could be far from ideal, but honestly, if you're going to walk 2 guys in this lineup, it's probably Escobar and Peralta, and I don't blame him. Hit hard, but over to Zimmerman at first, so all of the outs in this inning come on the glove of Ryan Zimmerman. But Ketel Marte able to just smash that boy out into the bleachers and double the score here. Diamondbacks now leading 2-0.
Pinches for Washington. Number 13, Asdrubal Cabrera.
So Austin Vaught, the long man, is tasked with only getting the 1 out. It's a very weird move there by our boy Davey Martinez. Asdrubal Cabrera comes in to pinch hit here in the 9 spot. And he's quickly behind 0-2 to Bumgarner on the nicest pitch of the game, folks. For 2 becomes 1-2. So far in this series, Washington has not seen any production out of the 9th spot in the order, be it pitchers or pinch hitters. So far, they've gone 0 for 6 with a strikeout and a sacrifice. 2-2 to Cabrera. Hit hard, but that'll be a long strike. Two again is low. So we saw Joe Ross have a lot of trouble running counts full in that last half inning, and you see Madison Bumgarner start off the pinch hitter Asdrubal Cabrera with a full count as well. Payoff pitch. Swung on and missed. So Asdrubal Cabrera comes off the bench to pinch hit and proceeds to strike out against the tough lefty arm of Madison Bumgarner. Number 6 on the day. And as folks know, that means we are 60% of the way to Polar Pops from your local Circle K. Swinging on the first pitch, Trey Turner. That loops just foul over the first base bag. Could have been trouble with the speedy Trey Turner. 0-1. Trey. And is swung on and missed 0-2. And Bumgarner doesn't get him to bite on that one wisely. You see he stayed fairly efficient. Had a little bit of trouble in the second inning, but outside of that, stayed under where you want to see a pitcher. It's usually about 15 pitches an inning. 1-2. He is fouled off, so we'll do it again. Turner looking to avoid going down in strikes in back-to-back appearances. He's doing a good job avoiding it as he keeps fouling him off here. One-two to Turner. No bite on a big curveball in the dirt. So 2-2. That gets him. So back-to-back strikeouts in the inning and 3 straight for Madison Bumgarner, number 7 on the day. Stuff's just working here for our boy Madison Bumgarner. Adam Eaton still looking for his first hit of the day. That lefty-on-lefty matchup not doing him any favors. Rounded out to the pitcher and flew out to center so far.
1-1.
And splitting the count there. As Bumgarner finally gets somebody in this lineup to bite on one of those curveballs.
Count is 2-1.
Said you do it once, will you do it twice? He won't. Adam Eaton, also a former Diamondback, for those that remember that time. 2-1 to Eaton. Those patented long strikes. Those fans over in 109 going to be happy about that one. 2-2. That will be hit down there for just the second hit of the ball game.
The left fielder,
That is just the second hit of the ball game. You see that line from Bumgarner. He's done really well. 5 2/3, only 2 hits. 1 walk, so 3 base runners is it. Excuse me, 4. Victor Robles hit by a pitch back in the 3rd, but 7 strikeouts. So that whip coming into play just above 1, and if everything stays where it is, it's going to be even lower, folks. So trying to get out of this inning and keep the shutout intact. Got Juan Soto. Now tied up in the count, 1-1. See those 15 doubles for Soto could prove costly. Eaton's got some wheels, so something in the gap would get him home. Soto singled and walked so far today. Successful day lefty on lefty. As that's going to go over to a diving Nick Ahmed, but able to just knock it down, not able to do anything productive with it.
now batting.
As I'm sure we'd see at least runners on the corners if that got by him, if not worse, folks. So our golden boy, golden glover Nick Ahmed, stops that from getting any worse. So back-to-back singles here with 2 outs. 2 strikeouts followed by 2 singles. A little bit of life and rally here in these Nationals. As now the go-ahead run stands at the plate, and it's a toughie. It's Howie Kendrick. Extra base hit machine, RBI machine, second only to the man standing at 3rd. As that's hit on a line to Ketel Marte, he's able to get the glove on that. So nothing comes of that. Madison Bumgarner avoids disaster. We now head to the bottom of the 6th. Nationals still getting shut out, 2-0. Talking about that man that made that beautiful play to end the inning, Ketel Marte. His solo shot in the last half inning, providing much needed insurance here. As many of these ball games between these two teams have come down to just a run or two.
Ryan Harper.
We're going to see Ryan Harper, no relation, come in here to try to get his boys through the bottom of the 6th here.
Leading off for the Diamondbacks, the first baseman,
Christian Walker hits righties well, so we'll see what he can do. 0-1 here. We were talking about those splits there for Christian Walker. Hits righties above 300, hits lefties below 100. It's not what you want to see, especially when you already got Jake Lamb sitting on the bench, who's made a career so far out of doing just that. Interesting, though, is Walker hits right-handed and is paltry in those opposite-handed matchups. So 1-1 to the first batter. Harper faces out of the pen. Loops that in. That could have been trouble. Would love to see Walker turn on that one and crush it. See a lefty and a righty getting loose. That was Wander Suero and Roenis Elias. As he gets a hold of that one, folks, is that a home run? Is it? At the wall and gone just over the fence. So as we were talking about it, love to see Walker turn on one, and he gets there. So Walker gets his 8th home run of the year. 2nd home run of the game. Tough breaks for Harper. First guy he faces out of the pen takes him yard to start off the top of the 6th. Now Diamondbacks sitting a little bit more in the driver's seat here. 3-0 over these Nats. So that just scraped the wall there. 387. Bleacher Bums loving this one. They've seen a couple come their way. See you folks in there clamoring about the same thing I'm thinking about, and it's tacos. Still 2 runs away from tacos, folks. We got Jumbo Jacks, folks. We got that back in that last inning. Off that solo shot by Ketel Marte. That Jumbo Jack by Ketel Marte. One and one to Cole Calhoun. He's 2 for 2 today. He's looking for more. He can't be outdone by this home run parade. He's had 5 of his own. He's done a good job of hitting those doubles. 15 of those, though. But you'd love to see number 6. So maybe I can just will this into existence. Right, Cole? You got home run number 6 in this at-bat coming, right? 2-1 pitch. Oh, my God. That could have been it. That could have been it, folks. We're going to see Ryan Harper get pulled from this one. Not sure exactly what happened there. But he comes up lame, and trainer walks out. And surprised we haven't seen this more, as folks figured this might be the way that folks get around the 3-batter minimum.
Ladies and gentlemen,
here
your attention, please.
With the new rule set. We will see Roenis Elias come in here. The other long man for the Nationals. He's done a very, very good job there. You see that ERA below 1 in 22 innings pitched. So he's looking to keep this at a save situation and nothing more for these Snakes. You'd love to see it limited there if you're a Nationals fan, which means Archie Bradley is inevitably coming in. And folks know the roller coaster that Archie Bradley is. He's been perfect in his 10 save opportunities, but ERA is still up there, man. I only want to see him come into those save ops with 3 runs or more. Call him Hollywood because it's fireworks every time he steps on the mound. It's 99 miles an hour to the backstop. It's 108 miles an hour to the seats. As Cole Calhoun gets his 3rd hit of the day. So 3 singles for Cole Calhoun. He's doing it this time against the lefty Roenis Elias. So both these guys come out here in the 6th and get hit on the first batter they have to face. Nick Ahmed looking to give us some tacos. If he could just get his 9th home run of the year, I would love to see it. 1-0 to Ahmed. Swung on hard. That won't be tacos, but that'll be a base hit. So 3 batters come to the plate in this inning, and 3 batters successfully record a hit. Back-to-back singles for these Snakes now. We're going to see Stephen Vogt come up with 2 on and none away. Honestly, wouldn't hate to see a pinch hitter here. Just throw Carson Kelly in as a defensive replacement here in the later innings. But we'll see what Stephen Vogt can do, lefty on lefty. Probably not going to be pretty, but one can hope. 1-0 to Vogt. It's fouled off. So Calhoun standing on second. Ahmed at first. 1-1. Piped middle high.
1 and 2.
Fastball for 1-2. So that's in the dirt. Runners are going to advance. And Calhoun gets thrown out trying to advance. And a good stop there by Suzuki. Not sure what he saw or what Tony Paris-Chica saw over there at third that gave him the green light to go, but it was a late jump. So tough there. And next pitch, Stephen Vogt goes down swinging, so might as well been a double play. as Ahmed takes second on the steal. Calhoun's thrown out at third. And Stephen Vogt goes down swinging on the next pitch. It's a double play ball in my eyes. As Bumgarner comes up for his third at-bat of the day. Certainly earned it so far. Oh for 1 today with a walk after taking that one to a full count. He's got a runner in scoring position, Nick Ahmed, standing there at second. Bumgarner, after spending 10 years in San Francisco, walked in free agency and came over here to division rivals. He might be in his first hit, but that's a nice running grab out there by Victor Robles to end the inning. But not before Christian Walker gets the second home run of the day for the Snakes, his first in a while, it feels like, as it is now Diamondbacks 3, Nats nothing.
Leading off for the Nationals.
And look at the time, folks. It is the top of the 7th inning, so that means I am joined by bot ball organist Shark Shavery. What's going on, Shark?
Not too much. Was hoping for tacos that last inning, but oh well, still time.
1-0. Still 9 outs to go, or more likely 6. These Diamondbacks still hold on to this lead.
I would prefer 6.
I would prefer 6 as well. As you see Rondon and Chafin up there getting loose. They've been great late inning options for these Snakes. Maybe Chafin not so much, but always good to have that lefty available if you need to yank Bumgarner early and you still want somebody to go and get Eden and Soto later.
That's ball 2.
You know, 2-1 to Zimmerman.
Speaking of yanking Baumgartner, how long do you think he'll last? Do you think this is the last time we'll see him this game?
Well, let's see here, Shark. Bumgarner just threw his 94th pitch of the game. So far, he has allowed only 2 hits, a couple walks, struck out 7, and now he is through 6 1/3 as Zimmerman grounds out to Escobar for the first out here in the top of the 7th. I don't see him coming out to start the 8th when the bullpen actually... There's options in that bullpen that have been good. I mean, there's options that have been atrocious. Not to name names or anything, Kevin Ginkel.
Count 1-0.
You know, so as long as you don't go to Ginkel, you know, you toss it over to maybe Juan Lopez. Silvino Bracho has looked good for the most part, as that's going to be another ground out over to Marte at second. Suzuki goes down, so now 2 away. I don't see
go down.
Oh, I love that. That's great to. He's just been such a huge force so far against the Diamondbacks all year. As now he who will not be named steps up into the box. But honestly, I don't really see Torrey throwing Bumgarner out there after he goes over 100 pitches. Just for that sake. You know, the bullpen hasn't been extremely taxed so far this series. Though there's like a part of me that says like Bumgarner's stubborn and they might want to save something in the bullpen as it's going to be John DePlantier going tomorrow. I don't know, man. I think this is going to be it for him. I think this is the last batter he sees, and it's a good one. He's striking out here, so love to see that. Number 8 on the day for Bumgarner. Gets Starlin Castro going as we head to the stretch. God, I just love it, man. I love every time they come in and do that.
Well, I love doing it. Thanks for having me, and hopefully these Diamondbacks can keep things going, get at least 2 more on the board, get a couple more strikeouts, and get those free tacos and Polar Pops.
Give me free tacos and Polar Pops. Don't drive down Van Buren because you might get
now catching and batting 9.
Love it.
Yeah. Hope you have a great rest of your call, man. Take it easy.
I appreciate it as we see a double switch here by Davey Martinez that brings in Hunter Strickland here to pitch. As this lineup flips over for the fourth time. Third time flipping over. Fourth at bats now for Starling Marte. As he takes 2 called fastballs for strike. Excuse me. That was a change up there. 2 pitches now. 0-2. Marte, Hunter Strickland working quickly. And he gets him to pop up. It's kind of a no man's land. Long run there for Juan Soto, but he gets there. Now that's a good way to start the inning here for Hunter Strickland. Starling Marte has been held hitless today. The man who has not been held hitless is Ketel Marte. Home run and double so far today. Big difference maker. You know, even if he didn't do anything big on that double back in the third, it was enough to maybe plant a seed in Davey Martinez's mind that his starter there, Joe Ross, might not have had it. So 1-0 becomes 2-0 to Ketel Marte. Just want to throw that out there. If anybody who's listening caught what happened on that double switch, let me know. That'd be great. I'd love to see what happened there. Is now 3-0. So Strickland looking to pitch around Ketel Marte, but not the wisest thing is that's Eduardo Escobar. RBI machine. Stands on deck, so 3-0. Nice movement on that four-seamer. That stays over the plate, now 3-1. The 3-1 pitch to Marte. Swung through that. Nice job of Hunter Strickland somehow getting that ball to avoid the bat. That could have been big trouble. If I had to guess, it's Wilmer Defoe probably standing at third in lieu of Starlin Castro. 3-2. Swung on and missed. First strikeout of the day for Hunter Strickland. And for Ketel Marte as well. Now 2 away. And the machine, it's not Bert Kreischer. It's Eduardo Escobar. Comes up with 2 away here in the inning. Familiar spot. Every one of his plate appearances today have come with 2 away. He was the last out in the first and third innings and took a walk to avoid the same fate in the fifth. Could have been a lot cooler of a story if you just grounded out there too. So 1-3-5-7, you kill the inning. Takes a fastball look and splits the count 1-1. So 1-1 to Eduardo Escobar. Pitch finally comes in. And he takes that foul. Just early on that one from Strickland. So Strickland's looking for back-to-back punch-outs and keep Eduardo Escobar so far neutered today. And he does. Back-to-back punch-outs by Hunter Strickland. Side goes down 1-2-3 on the 1-2-3 guys of this dangerous Arizona lineup. Good job by Strickland working out of the pen. Heading to the top of the 8th.
Leading off for the Nationals.
Starting to run out of outs here to make up this deficit. And we will see Madison Bumgarner actually come on at over 100 pitches. So Bumgarner maybe giving Torrey the Scherzer treatment. Screaming at him, no, you're not going to take me out of this game. This is my thing and I'm going to finish it. 1-0 becomes 2-0 to Victor Robles. So sure the leash is going to be short if he starts getting into trouble. I'm sure Davey's got somebody like
Count 3-0.
Hector Rondon lined up probably to come in. Now 3-0 here to Robles. You wonder if he walks him, if that's the last batter he faces, and he gets yanked after 7+. Just able to get that four-seamer over the plate. Bumgarner right now, as we said, was looking for that league-leading 7th win, and unless something drastic happens, he's in line to do that. 3-1 pitch is fouled off, so full count here to Victor Robles. Not sure who's on deck, who came on in that double switch. As 3-2 is going to be flied out, and Starling Marte is able to get there for the first out of the inning.
The catcher.
Bumgarner stays untouched. And Jan Gomes is the man we're going to see come in. So the pitcher moves up to the 6th spot. And Jan Gomes catching. Comes in batting 9th now. He also takes a first pitch ball from Bumgarner. Now, Bumgarner has just not been as aggressive in these later innings. We've seen him fall behind in these counts. Throwing a lot of first pitch balls to these guys as well. He's done a good job of battling back and making sure that he gets that out. As we said, just 2 outs issued, or 2 walks issued in this game so far. Right over the head of the Golden Glover in left field. That'll be foul. Now 2-2. Like we said, he's been able to get himself back in these counts. And no bites, so yet another full count here. Now to newly entered into the game, Jan Gomes. Payoff pitch. Swung on, and Cole Calhoun doesn't have to go very far for it. 2 balls hit to the outfield, but 2 balls that hit leather.
The batter, number
2 away.
Shortstop, Trey Turner.
Now, see, this is exactly what I'd love to see. I'd love to see Bumgarner go out by getting Turner to strike out 3 straight times and get number 9 on the day. Be better if it was number 10. But I'd love to see that. So all 3 batters he's faced, he started out with balls. So we haven't seen the aggression out there. Yet another 2-0 count. Tell me if you've heard that before. 2-0 to Trey Turner, as he's looking for his first hit of the ball game in 4 appearances, or in his 4th appearance. 2-0 becomes 2-1. Yet again, is this just his game plan this inning? You lull him into a false sense of security, get back in the count, and have him lazily fly out to the outfield? As that one's closer to being a gapper. Long run, diving. Stop, but no catch by Marte. Throws it back in the infield, and not in time as Trey Turner gets his 9th double of the year. Just the 3rd hit allowed by Madison Bumgarner. And almost there was Starling Marte. Maybe a year ago, he got there. Torrey's going to trust him to get out of this himself, as the tying run is now on deck. But he's just got 1 more out to get out of this one unscathed. So Adam Eaton steps up. Ground out, fly out, and a single. Anything that sees outfield is likely going to score Trey Turner. We'll test that theory. Running back on that is Nick Ahmed. And great job of getting that one over the shoulder. Nick Ahmed that is my Gold Glover, folks. And I hope he's yours too. Madison Bumgarner untouched on 4 hits through 8 innings. Only 3 hits allowed. Or 4 hits, I'd just say.
Leading off for the Diamondbacks, the left fielder.
So now Diamondbacks got 3 more outs to get themselves some more insurance. Things stand where it is here. Sure, Archie Bradley will come in for his 11th save opportunity of the year. Almost like to avoid that and maybe see somebody like Rondon or maybe even Chafin come in. Peralta takes the second pitch he sees and pops that out into center field. Playable for Victor Robles, 1 away. As Hunter Strickland gets his 4th out of the ballgame, comes on to his 2nd inning of work. Now Christian Walker, just not swinging, not sure why. He's 2 for 3 today. 2 of those runs that have crossed the plate have been him. His single back in the 2nd, he came across to score. And that solo shot back in the 6th really helped break this game open. Swings through that, looking more like the Christian Walker I know. Big slider away and a big hack for strike 2. 1-2 pitch. And that'll ring him up looking. Tough call. Great slider there by Hunter Strickland. Credit where credit is due. See that? Just, oh, beautiful pitch by Strickland. 2 away here for Cole Calhoun, who's been perfect today. 3 for 3 on 3 singles. You'd love to see number 4 here. And so just as much as he got that last call on that slider, he did not get the call on that fastball. Yeah, don't give him that look. You're lucky to get that strikeout looking in that last at-bat. (1-0) from Strickland to Calhoun. Swings and fouls that off. Over towards his own dugout. Diamondbacks looking to crawl half game closer to the Dodgers. Came into play 3 games back. These Dodgers have just been on a streak. They've won their last 6 games. Cole Calhoun gets right past the diving Darlin Castro. So he's made some great defensive plays out there at third, and not going to see one here, thankfully. I don't think I could have taken that many heads-up plays by Starlin Castro in one game. Cole Calhoun, 4 for 4 day with 4 singles. Hats off to Cole Calhoun, even if they're just empty singles. And no runs scored, no RBI on him, just healthy job of working counts on these pitchers and maybe rattling a little bit of confidence for him. So Nick Ahmed, he's got 2 singles and a walk today. He didn't get thrown out on that double steal. Cole Calhoun caught the wrong side of back in the 6th. 1-1 to Ahmed. It's going to be popped up in foul territory. Playable for Mr. National, and it will be just right before he almost runs down the stairs in his own dugout. So nothing happens on that single by Cole Calhoun. And we now head to the top of the 9th. Washington got 3 outs to get 3 runs, stay alive. And finally, Madison Bumgarner will get yanked after 8 innings pitched, 4 hits, just 2 walks, 9 strikeouts, and no earned runs. 113 pitches or something nuts. 120 plus pitches. And Archie Bradley, we have brought in the beard, folks. He is 10 for 10 in his save opportunities this year. Diamondbacks have had a history of having closers come in and did hot starts and totally melting down. somewhere around that 15th save. So hopefully that doesn't come here in this 2020 bot ball season. No bite on Juan Soto on that big knuckle curve by Bradley. 2-1.
I got 3-1.
Big fastball. It's high now, 3-1. So Bradley's got 3 runs to work with. Probably need all of them. Soto hits that one hard. Peralta's running. He's on the track. And comes in just shy of the track to put it away for the first out. But not before giving fans a little bit. So look at that beautiful line by Madison Bumgarner. Great quality start. 8 innings pitched, 4 hits, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts, and no earned runs. 118 pitches, man. Came in at one of the biggest innings eaters of the year, and that's going to be a flared single here for Howie Kendrick, so he finally gets on the board today.
Now batting.
And what's most likely his last appearance. So, what's an Archie Bradley save without just at least a little trouble brewing? Zimmerman, he's held hitless today. 2 flyouts and a ground out to his name. Righty on righty matchup would be a good spot for Bradley to notch his first strikeout of the day. The 0-1 pitch to Zimmerman is low. Fastball coming across at 96. Really about where Archie sits. And almost plunks Zimmerman there. His knuckle curve gets away from him. Diamondbacks fans know Archie is a former starter who originally wasn't super sold on his move to the bullpen, as that's outside, 3-1. But he has learned to love the role as he can just go out there and leave it all on the field and just throw gas. 3-1, fouled off. See that up there at 98. You see, he just loves that, man. It's the kind of stuff he feeds on. That's why it's called Hollywood. Full count here to Zimmerman, and he walks him. So Diamondbacks fans, tell me if you're surprised, as Archie Bradley now allows the tying run to come to the plate.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Going to be the pitcher's spot, but we will see Wilmer Defoe come up, the switch hitting infielder. Done a good job of hitting so far this year. See a 340 average and a limited sample size. So he represents the tying run. Kendrick on second, Zimmerman on first. Just grooves in that curveball, but that'll be right in front of Starling Marte. And we will not see Kendrick advance any further than third base. So now base is juiced. The winning run now comes to the plate. So after getting the most dangerous man arguably in that lineup to fly out, Juan Soto is allowed a hit, a walk, and a hit. So this is prime Archie Bradley if you've ever seen it. But Starlin Castro is currently 12th in active double play balls grounded into.
1 ball, 1 strike.
So this would be a great spot for him to get another one. It would be his third of the series. And he'd really be number 1 in my heart here. Just kidding, he'd never be number 1 in my heart. 1-1 to Castro. It's low. Changeup. So he's going for that ground ball pitch. He knows Starlin's capable of it. Can't blame him. You always got to try. 2-1 here to Castro. Swung on, now 2-2. So he's closer to getting out of this one by another strike. So bases juiced, only one out. Top of the ninth, Nats down by 3. Pitch comes in, that's way high. A little bit too much excitement coming out of Archie Bradley here, as he could walk in a run if he loses Castro on this. See how aggressive he gets. Full count pitch. Misses low, so Archie Bradley walks one in. You know the thing about Archie, he always tries to walk it in. A ludicrous display out here in the top of the ninth.
Your attention, please.
Starlin Castro with the RBI walk, as that'll be it for Archie Bradley. We will not see his save here. We will see Andrew Chafin come on. Interesting choice. The former loogie will face Victor Robles, the righty. See what he can do. Not sure I agree with that, but not sure I've ever agreed with anything Torey Lavello's done. So he starts off Robles with a slider high. The Sheriff comes in. 2 straight balls to Robles. And I am just in shock, folks. This is a Mariners level meltdown here. 2-0 here to Robles. That's hit hard. 5 to 4 to 3. And he gets it done. The Sheriff notches a save on the year after Archie Bradley does some Archie Bradley things, almost blows it. And these Snakes get out of this one in what shouldn't have been this close or this exciting, but I will take that excitement much as it sucks. I'll take it, folks. Diamondbacks take game 3 of the series and go up 2-1 here against the Nationals, looking to exact a little bit of revenge after getting utterly destroyed in their first series just a couple days ago. So, not quite a series win, Casey. There is still game 4 to be played tomorrow. As you see there, Madison Bumgarner gets the win. Great pitching line from him. 8 full, 4 hits, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts, and no earned runs. Gem of a quality start for Madison Bumgarner as he gets his 7th win of the year, the first man in the National League to do that. Joe Ross gets the tough loss. Saw there 4 2/3 pitch, 3 walks, 3 strikeouts, and didn't get hits and earned runs out of that before we pushed over here. There we go. 6 hits, 2 earned runs for Ross. So actually very eerily similar to the line Bumgarner threw up in the last mirror image of this matchup. So it's a great shot. But we saw Archie Bradley come in here and look rough, walked in a run. And we saw the Sheriff, Andrew Chafin, get his first save of the year by getting a double play ball out of Victor Robles to end the game. So Snakes fans, it was a heart stopper, but it's a win all the same. Roll out the lovely crab rave, and that's the game, folks. Diamondbacks take game 3 on a final score of 3-1. And I'm joined in here, as we've somehow stayed on time, by Cookie and Brother Beard. What is going on, fellas?
Oh, how's it going, Duggo? Caught me a little early.
It's going beautiful, man. I'll take that heart stopper, because that's a win either way. You always know Archie Bradley's going to keep it interesting. Hopefully, you don't want it to be that interesting, but no blown save either way.
Yeah, he definitely made it interesting, as opposed to your average everyday 3-run lead. Gotta load the bases, make it interesting. Put the game actually on the line. Get somebody's heart rate up. They've been sitting all day.
No, honestly, I gotta give player of the game over there to the sheriff, Andrew Chafin, for getting us through that one. That could have been a lot scarier than it was. You know, I mean, it's hard though not to give it to Bumgarner, that big old start. You know, some of these guys in the bullpen have had rough years. They've been trying to do a good job of working the Reno Express to keep the arms fresh and working well out there, but going into what's going to be an interesting game in Game 4. You know, I love to see that. Game 4 is going to feature the Husky Max Scherzer going for his 6th win of the year versus John Duplantier going for his first win of the year. He's had some tough losses. His debut against Scherzer, he went 6 full, allowed 2 earned runs, which were the only 2 runs of the game. Final score was Washington 2, Arizona nothing. So Duplantier has had a couple rough losses, looking for his first win of the year. Who better to do it against and try to exact some revenge against these Nationals and Max Scherzer? As Game 4 of this series is going to be a doozy, folks.
Well, it certainly sounds like it.
Yeah, man, this is the kind of monologues I get to go on when I work by myself.
Sounds like Madison Bumgarner did Madison Bumgarner things all day today. It's always good to see that as a fan of pitching myself.
Right? It's a good time watching him go out there. You know, he picked up 2 rough losses. He went 6-0 to start the season, then picked up those 2 losses against the Mets in the Nationals. And instead, we get to see number 7 finally here out of him. But I'll get out of your way, guys, as I'm looking forward to watching this one. Some Tigers and Mariners American League action. So it's always good to see the booth split along allegiances, man. It always makes for something exciting because no matter who's doing something good, somebody's getting excited.
Speaking of, I haven't heard anything out of my dear friend Cookie. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Excited to get this one started. And Dougal, I mean, you say someone's excited no matter what in split booth, but I mean, let's be honest. I mean, for me and Brotherbeard, Mariners and Tigers both suck, so there's really no hope in the grand scheme of things for either of us.
Oh my god! I mean, somebody's got to win, right? Like, it's not like asteroid season where like just no, everyone's dead, nobody wins. Like, so somebody's gonna walk away like excited about something. Hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, at least here at Bot Ball, it's definitely not the asteroid season. I think we could safely say this is probably an asteroid season of life.
We're not gonna see this Mariners Stadium burn down tonight.
God, I hope not.
Okay.
All
right. Well, I'll leave you guys to it. Catch Game 4 tomorrow, folks. Tune in, catch that game, but keep listening here, as this is going to be a fun one. So, guys, take it away. Have fun.
Thanks, Duggo. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another edition of Mariners baseball here in Seattle. Game 2 of this set with Detroit. Of course, Mariners looking to avenge their loss yesterday. Yusei Kikuchi going to get the start for the Mariners. He's making his 10th appearance of the season, 1-4 record. ERA sitting right around 5 across 49 1/3 innings of work. Giving up quite a few hits and racking up sub strikeouts, giving away some walks. So he's struggling so far this season. Be looking to turn things around here today. We're gonna get underway here at 7:52 local time. First pitch. Mariners sitting at 20-27 in the AL West. Good enough for 5th. Yay!
Yeah, I saw they just moved down there yesterday with the loss to Detroit. So, not the best place for Seattle. I think, didn't Seattle come out of the doors pretty hot to start the season?
As they've done the last couple of years, yes, they did. And the AL West is definitely split between the Athletics, as this one's going to be lifted all the way down the left field line, a long foul ball, strike 2. The AL West is very much split into the Athletics leading the league and everybody else just trying to hang around, arguing for second place. As the Athletics out to about a 7.5 game lead over the rest of the division. This one's going to get lifted out to right field, but that'll go foul as well. Count remains 0-2 here on Maben.
Yeah, Maben's doing a great job in this at-bat. He's spraying it down both foul lines, but just not able to find something that stays between them.
Well, as this one's going to find a hole on the right side, out of reach of the second baseman Shed Long out there. So Cameron Maben finds a single in that gap between first and second. Just like that, Detroit's got somebody on the base here, top of the first. We'll see Victor Reyes step in now. First pitch swinging. This one's getting lifted out to left field. Kyle Lewis ranging back for that one. That'll be an easy catch on the run. And the runner will retreat back to first base.
Reyes got a good swing on that. Got it close. Looks like it might have had a chance at first, but left fielder able to make the play, run away.
Nope, outside.
So in steps Austin Romine. He says first pitch is going to be outside, ball one to start off this at-bat. He's determined to let this one go more than a couple of pitches. As he comes back with the slider in there for strike one.
Tiger's been aggressive early on, and Brother Beard, you mentioned Kikuchi's strikeout numbers not the best, and as a consequence, not having really the best season. That can go hand in hand when you're having the ball be put in play against you, as it seems like he's a bit more one of these pitch to contact kind of guys. You'll see a lot more of those balls drop in, like, you know, we saw Maben, lots go foul, but eventually you'll find a hole and such like that.
Be rolled up into an easy 4-6-3 double play. So sorry to cut you off there, Cookie, but that seeing eye single through the right side, not really amounting to much, as Shed Long's able to roll up the double play here.
Yeah, absolutely. Cut me off. I need to be cut off more often than not.
So we'll see Matthew Boyd stepping in now, making his 10th appearance of the season. 1-4 record for him as well. A little better ERA, sitting at 3.51 across a little bit longer innings of work. He will face off against this Mariners lineup today. Looking to get some quick at-bats. If there's one thing I can tell you about this lineup, it's that when they have patience at the plate and wait for their pitch and work deep into counts against opposing pitchers, they will have success more often than not.
Yeah.
High with that slider.
We'll see if they can stay patient, get their pitch here, and Boyd, Tigers ace, he's going to be looking to quickly come out here, just get a 1-2-3 inning, hopefully go pretty deep today, give the Tigers a win, and hopefully keep that momentum to keep them over the Royals for fourth place in that AL Central.
We'll see a 3-1 pitch now from Boyd. That one is going to be ball 4. So a leadoff walk here issued to Malik Smith. Always a danger when you put him base on balls. When you put him on first, he is prone to attempt stolen bases. And I've yet to see many throws that can get him out. First pitch to the second baseman, Shed Long, misses for ball 1.
Yeah, and you mentioned Malik's speed, and Boyd's already had control issues early on, issuing the walk, so now we'll see if those get even worse, because he's going to have to keep an eye on that runner at first, try and do his best to prevent him from getting over to second. So we see the check over to first base, so, you know, Matthew got to find the strike zone and got to probably throw some fastballs, work from the stretch.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, as he takes that advice, comes back with a fastball in there for strike one, 1-1. Of course, that fastball coming over at 93 miles an hour. So it's got some heat on it, but not as much as we've seen become more prevalent across the league as Smith will take off. And in there, with plenty of time, that'll be a stolen base. I believe that's his 20th stolen base on the season.
Yeah, he's a really fast guy. I mean, Smith's a guy, you could even see him try and go for third here like we talked about last night a little bit. He just can zoom. It reminds me of the Flash, almost.
Here's the 2-2 pitch from Boyd, as Shed tries to turn on this one, but instead completely misses. Strikeout here. That'll be Matthew Boyd's first strikeout of the ball game. So we'll see Mitch Haniger step in now. Runner out on second. He'll drive this one deep into right center field. That'll get down to the wall. Smith will score from second. Haniger's legging out to third. Slides and safe. So twice in 2 days, Mitch Haniger legs out a triple on a very similar hit to the one from yesterday. Just a lazy double out into the outfield that runs all the way to the wall. Gives him plenty of time to hustle around the bases and slide head first into third base.
He did a great job just to take that pitch and work with it, hit it the opposite way. And I thought he was going to hold up at second. I was kind of surprised to see him keep chugging to third. But, you know, maybe that triple from yesterday fresh in his mind. Tried to go for it again, and it pays off. Second triple in as many days for Mitch Haniger.
Well, we'll see Daniel Vogelbach trying to drive him in here. Swing and a miss, 1-1 now to him. Mariners leading 1-0 after that RBI triple from Haniger. 1-1 pitch. This one misses low. Ball 2.
I want to see a Vogelbach triple.
Oh boy. Yeah, we're going to need some fielding errors then. This one will be lifted out to center field, and he will try it. Haniger's going to tag up and go from third. He's in there in plenty of time. They throw to the cutoff man, so a sacrifice fly out to center. That'll drive in the run, and now the bases are cleared with 2 outs. Mariners lead 2-0. In steps third baseman Kyle Seager. Hitting is contagious. In there for strike 1.
Yeah, you mentioned hitting's contagious, but I gotta imagine with 2 out and the base is empty, even though your team's just scored 2 this inning, there still has to be almost a little bit of a like helpless, empty feeling because there's no RBI sitting out there waiting for you, and you know, even if you get on, what are the odds the guy behind you manages to hit you in? Probably like 2, 3, and 10. So.
See, now you're thinking like a Mariner. Getting all defeatist on me already.
You know, that's just the way I think. When I'm up there hitting 2 outs, nobody on, it's unless you can do something like this.
As this one is lifted all the way. Goodbye, baseball. Kyle Seager hitting a home run. 411 feet here out to deep center field. That's his 11th home run on the season. So the hit streak continues as Kyle just absolutely lifts this one.
Yeah, I mean, you just said it. The base is empty, 2 away. I mean, the only way you can really guarantee you're going to come around to score is if you get one out of the park. And right as I was about to say that, he goes ahead, hits it out, and shows. Mariners got some fight in them today. They're hitting great, and we'll see if they can try and even up this series. They did a great job negating Detroit in the top half of the first. Really, I think the thing is going to be is seeing later in this game how Detroit fares. Their success coming late yesterday.
Well, we've still got a lot of ball game here left to go. As you say, we're still in the first inning here. 2 away. Kyle Lewis looking at a 2-1 pitch. This one in there for strike 2. So Matthew Boyd already 23 pitches so far here in this first inning. As he misses high, ball 3, full count, 3-2. And this will be grounded back to the pitcher. He'll take it himself cleanly, and the easy throw over to first for the 3rd out. So Mariners putting up 3 runs on that beautiful triple by Haniger, the sacrifice by Vogelbach, and that absolutely beautiful home run from Kyle Seager. We'll see Senor Miggy stepping in now.
Slow start for Miggy.
Sad to say, but he's rocking a 192 batting average. Oof. Of course, Miguel Cabrera having a great night at the dish last night.
Yeah, he started out 2 for 2 yesterday. I'll take a 2 for 2 start today as well, and I think Miggy will too.
Yeah, you can only work on improving that batting average 1 game at a time. 1 at bat at a time, really. Here's the 2-0 pitch from Kikuchi. And Miggy will ground this one over to Lopez at shortstop. That'll be an easy ground ball out. It'll be an easy throw over to first for the out.
Yeah, and Miguel Cabrera grounded out to short right there, but I actually have a little bit of excitement in seeing that ground out because that was a ground out to the full side, which means
Miguel Cabrera learned how to hit again.
He might be on the right track right here. Who knows?
Well, if we can help one of the greats, I suppose it's our duty as Mariners to help you fix that, I guess. Jonathan Shoup looking at the 1-1 pitch here from Yusei. Missing high, 2-1 now. Kikuchi off to a quick start in the first inning here. The second one going a little bit longer. Here's the 2-1 pitch. This one will be grounded. Evan White making the field there, and the throw over to Kikuchi covering first for the 2nd out. It's a great defensive play there with the glove by Evan White.
Yeah, not every day you see a first baseman make throws like that, but he did a great job, and quickly 2 out.
We got a first pitch swinging here. That one will get fouled on the right field line. Chamber Candelario looks at a slider in here for strike 2. Quickly in a hole. And staying alive here as that slider was in the zone. He'll foul it off. Count remains 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Grounding, foul. Nice little battle brewing here in the top of the 2nd. Kikuchi kicks and pitches. This one will be grounded to the first base side. That'll get past Evan White and out of the reach of Longs and through the infield for a base hit.
The shortstop, Nico Goodrum.
You see there, the Tigers tied for the lead as a team, batting average leaders, tied with the Blue Jays and the Rangers.
That average looked reversed with the lowest first. So I think they're tied for the worst in the American League. Even though it said best.
I thought maybe that looked a little weird, but we're trying to look on the positive side, or, just read the card. This one will be grounded over to Kyle Seager. He'll go to second for the third out. So that'll be an easy second inning of work here for Kikuchi. Nothing doing for Detroit. We'll see Evan White step in to lead off for the Mariners here in the bottom of the second.
Leading up for the Mariners, the first baseman, Evan White.
Boyd delivers the first pitch. That one's in there for strike one. You see there, Evan White, one of these first-round draft picks that Seattle's brought in and are trying to build this team of the future. There's quite a few of those guys working their way through the system right now. Evan White's going to lift this one out to center field for the first out. Mariners, of course, trying to build around the prospects they've been drafting in the last 5 or 6 years, trying to help develop the young guys and get them ready for the major leagues here in a couple of years. Evan White on the more polished end of that spectrum, getting some work here at first base. Tom Murphy's going to lift this one up to center field for the second out. So a quick 1-2 here for Boyd after that long first inning. See Tim Lopez in the 9th spot.
Boyd's working a lot faster here, and Brother Beard, my benchmark I kind of look at is I hope every start a pitcher can throw a Maddox, complete game, 9 innings, 100 pitches or less. So take that 9 innings, divide 100 pitches by those 9 innings. That's kind of that target mark we see nowadays for max number of pitches we'll see a guy throw. You do the math on it, you should be averaging about 10-11 pitches an inning. You're on track for a complete game Maddox situation. And
Tim Lopez is going to roll this one over. That'll be out to the shortstop, and the throw will be a little off key, but he's able to pull it in for the third out. Nothing doing here for the Mariners. We'll go to the top of the third. CJ Cron's going to lead it off for Detroit.
Yeah, Boyd about 30 pitches. He's a little bit above that because of that rough first inning, but still, even if we get 7 or 8 out of our starters in today's game, that's considered a win. Kikuchi threw 2. I mean, if we're going by those about 11 pitches an inning, he should be at about 22. He's at 25, so he's right about on track to try and get that 7, 8, 9 inning game.
Yeah, Kikuchi working rather efficiently. It's when he gets behind and gets into trouble that pitch count usually starts to go up, as he tends to, as you had said before, he tends to pitch to contact. He's trying to keep it over the plate, but he's also trying to keep it low so that anything that you do hit is either going to be ground ball or it's going to be something easily played. You see the 1-2 pitch to CJ Cron, missing inside with that one. Trying to run a slider in on him. Here's the 2-2 pitch. This one's in the dirt. No offer at that one, so we'll go to a full count now. Kikuchi kicks and delivers. This one's right down the heart of the plate. He looks at the fastball. You say Kikuchi racks up his first strikeout of the ballgame here at CJ Cron.
Yeah, took until the 3rd inning, but he gets it, and You know, Cron's a guy who struggled a lot early on this season, so I'm not surprised to see him go down. And, well, what are you going to do if you're a Tigers fan?
Well, Jacoby Jones is going to take a crack at it. He'll watch the first pitch in there for strike one. And he takes a swing at this one, but somehow manages to get contact with it, but drives it foul. So quickly 0-2 here. Kikuchi kicks and delivers. This one's popped up to the first baseman. Evan White's there to make the catch. That'll be 2 out.
The right fielder, number 4, Cameron Maben.
We'll go back to the top of the order. Cameron Maben stepping in now. First pitch in there for strike one. 0-1 now. This one will be grounded to the right side. That'll be foul. Cameron Maben quickly 0-2 here. Seems to be the plan here. Get him early deep into pitchers counts. 0-1, 0-2. Attack the strike zone. Then make him chase something out of the zone.
Yeah, and I love when we see batters chase. It really is the safest thing you can do as a pitcher, because 90% of the time a pitch out of the zone, they're not going to be able to make solid contact on.
Yeah, and with that wonderful downward action on those sinkers of his, pretty much anything, as long as he's throwing it right, is going to be not great contact. This one's going to be lifted for the third out to left field. Kyle Lewis making the catch. Still nothing doing here for the Tigers. We'll go back to the top of the order. Alex Smith stepping in, looking for his first at-bat of the day. He walked back in the first.
He'll take another walk here, too.
Well, he'll try and lay down a bunt is what he'll do. Of course, Alex Smith with them speedy legs of his. He's legged out a number of bunt singles so far this season. He'll go swinging after this one. 0-2.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy, no matter how he has to do it, if he gets on first, he's basically already on second, so.
And, you know, if he's on second, he might as well already be home.
Exactly.
Yeah. 0-2 pitch. He'll stay alive as he fouls this one off. Count remains 0-2. Got him swinging through this one. Got him to chase a fastball high in the zone. That'll be the second strikeout that Matthew Boyd delivers today. And he'll see the guy who racked up the first strikeout of the ball game, Shed Long.
Yeah, huge out for Boyd there. You can't stress enough the importance of getting a guy like Smith out, because now, instead of what will very quickly end up being a runner on second with nobody out, now you have no one on with one away.
Yeah. And he'll swing at this one, give it a ride down the right field line, but it'll hook foul. Try to get him to chase this one out, way out of the zone. Nothing doing though for Shed Long. Here's the 1-2 pitch from Boyd. He'll check his swing. The umpire says he didn't go, and he missed the zone. So ball 2, 2-2.
I got 3-2.
Again, trying to get him to chase it outside. 3-2 is the count.
Yeah, Boyd needs to find the strike zone.
Full count pitch. And he missed the strike zone, so that'll be ball 4. So instead of having Malik Smith on with 1 out, he's got Shed Long on over at first base with 1 out.
Brother Beard, I'm not too familiar with Mariners. What are we looking at in terms of Shed Long? Is he a speedy guy or is he a bit slow?
He's a younger guy. He's not exactly known for his speed, but he's got plenty of potential there. I wouldn't say he's nearly as fast as Malix, but I would probably put him in there, racking up maybe 10 or 12 steals throughout the season. Some opportune base running type of a situation.
Gotcha.
Here's the 2-0 pitch now to Haniger. This one missing high, ball 3. Boyd kicks and delivers a 3-0, catches the top of the zone for strike 1.
Well, Brother Bird, I'm watching this fan right behind home plate wearing that gray sweatshirt. She's eating a hot dog. She had a pretzel just a few minutes ago.
Well, Mitch Haniger's going to take ball 4, so we'll have runners on at first and second. That'll bring the pitching coach out to have a word with Boyd. What do you say to Boyd if you're the pitching coach?
You're better than this. Find the strike zone. If you're not throwing strikes, you're not gonna win battles. You're not gonna get outs, and you're gonna end up getting hurt. So trust your stuff. Get back in the strike zone, and everything will fall into place.
Well said. Well, that seemed to work as he comes back here, strike 1 with the first pitch. 0-1 to Vogelbach. Getting ahead 0-2 here with a little bit of help from Danny. He'll foul this one off to keep it 0-2. Trying to sneak that curveball into the top of the zone there. The 0-2 pitch got him chasing. So strikeout number 3 on the night for Matthew Boyd.
Now batting, third baseman, Kyle.
Second of inning too.
Yeah, I got him to chase a fastball way too high to be able to do anything with. In steps Kyle Seager. He'll watch the first pitch miss high, 1-0. Of course, he put up a solo home run back in the first.
Yeah, that home run was an absolutely beautiful shot, and 2 on right here. Seattle looking to see, even if he doesn't hit another home run, a single, a double, something to help cushion this lead. Still, technically would be a safe situation. You'd love to see this turn into a blowout here, Seattle.
Yeah, as Kyle will wait for him to throw a strike. He does here, so the count now is 2-1. Quickly, it's even now, 2-2. That fastball catching the zone. Runners on first and second. The 2-2 pitch. This will be grounded over to second base. Runners will advance, but not before they get the out at first. That will do it here in the bottom of the third. Score remains 3-2 as Mariners strand 2 runners on the bases.
Leading off for Detroit.
Great job by Boyd to work out of trouble there.
Victor Reyes.
So we'll see Victor Reyes step in. First pitch to him will miss low, ball 1. Kikuchi kicks and delivers a curveball that misses the top of the zone. Ball 2.
Brother Beard, what I'm looking for now, we're getting into the middle innings. It's the heart of the Tigers' order. I want to see Kikuchi work fast and furious here. Get these Tigers retired, because if he can do it here, there's a good chance that'll be able to carry over for the rest of the day.
Well, he manages to induce the pop out to Malik Smith out in center field here with this one. So quickly he's got one away on a couple of pitches.
Yeah, I'm looking at our pitch speed comparison, 94 for both Boyd and Kikuchi on the fastball. And Brother Bird, you mentioned earlier, a little bit slower than we're used to seeing a lot of guys in the league nowadays, but both these guys are lefties. Lefties tend to throw a little bit softer, so 94 from a lefty, you'll definitely take that.
Well, Kikuchi will get this curveball in there at a blazing 76 miles an hour. The 0-1 pitch missing high, ball 1, 1-1. Romine still looking for his first hit of the ball game.
Ball 2.
This will miss ball 2, 2-1. And I gotta agree with you, I would like to see Kikuchi attack the zone more here. He's definitely dancing around it. And I would like to see him attack it a little bit more directly.
Yeah, I mean, just attack, and get these guys down fast and quick. I mean, then you're working bottom of the order, or kind of middle bottom of the order, and then bottom transition to the top in the 5th and 6th. And this is a weak Tigers lineup, so odds are you're going to get through 6 scoreless if you can have a good 4th inning here.
Austin Romine working himself into a full count here. Kikuchi with the double kick and the delivery. Strike 3 here to Austin Romine as he gets him looking.
The designated hitter.
Corner paint.
As it slides right off the corner. In steps Miguel Cabrera now. Missing inside, 1-0. You say Kikuchi taking his time out there. 1-0 pitch. This one will be lifted out to center field. Ranging back is Malik Smith. On the run, he makes the catch at the warning track. So a fancy long third out here for the Tigers. Still nothing doing for him. Yusei Kikuchi working right along here through the middle of the 4th. We'll go now to the bottom. Mariners leading 3-0.
Brother Beard, Miggy pulled that ball too. That one was high and deep, so maybe next time he pulls a home run. That's the first thing I took away from that. The second thing, seeing Malik Smith, the speedy guy, chase down very slow Miguel Cabrera's fly ball. Got thinking, what if we see a Miguel Cabrera, Malik Smith sprint race? I think that would be fun.
If you can get Miggy to agree to it, I'm sure I can get Malik's on board. The first pitch to Kyle Lewis misses for ball 1.
Maybe we can get Heidi Watney to help us set that up in between innings.
Hey, there we go. She does seem to have the in every stadium, so I'm sure she's got connections. Here's the 1-1 pitch now from Boyd. Missing high for ball 2, 2-1. Kyle Lewis gonna swing in and miss at this one. Fastball on the outside at 92 miles an hour. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Got him swinging. Come back with a curveball. That'll be Boyd's 4th strikeout of the ball game.
Yeah, great curve there. Got him to swing over it. That's what the curveball typically does. Nothing really out of the ordinary.
Well, we'll see the first baseman, Evan White, stepping in now. First pitch in there for strike one. He flew out back in the second.
And, you know, when he was up in the second, I was going to say, I'd love to see him do something great offensively after that beautiful defensive play in the top half of the second. But before I could even say it, he was already out on the fly out. So maybe he can do it here.
Boyd kicks and delivers the 0-2 pitch. Thanks for that, Cookie. Thank you.
Cha-ching.
As Boyd racks up his 5th strikeout of the ball game.
You know, it's okay, Brother Beard. Mariners have the 3-0 lead.
Well, from 1 strikeout to the strikeout king, Tom Murphy. First pitch misses inside for ball 1.
If he can get the strikeout king to strike out here, he'd get 3 strikeouts in the half inning. That would be
1 ball, 1 strike.
nice if you're Matthew.
I think that'd be nice if you're Cookie. Tom Murphy's going to dribble this one down the third baseline, but it'll go foul, so he'll have to turn around and come back.
You're not wrong.
Here's the 1-2 pitch. Murphy connects with this one and sprays it down the right field line, but fouled off into the stands.
Now, looking at Matthew Boyd's pitch count, I know this next pitch, no matter what, is going to be very nice.
Murphy lifting this one out to center field. That will be the 3rd out. So nothing doing here for the Mariners. Jonathan Scope gonna lead it off here for the Tigers.
Told you it was going to be a nice pitch. Harmless flyout.
Heidi, we gotta hook up that foot race. You go talk to Meggie, because clearly you were just talking to him. Go talk to him.
It's like camera guy focusing on manager Ron Gardenhire and Austin Romine. Maybe Heidi looking at alternate contestants. You know, both probably about as fast as Mickey.
Leading off for the Tigers, the second baseman.
Jonathan Scope's going to step in now. He grounded out back in the second. First pitch from Kikuchi gets over for strike 1. Yusei kicks. This one will go foul as he pulls it. 0-2 is the count now to Jonathan Scope.
Go. Difficult last name.
So this will be an easy ground ball over to the shortstop.
Now
the throw in time to White. That'll be the first out. Jamer Candelario stepping in now, 1 for 1 on the day. He singled back in the second.
Oh, that's out.
First pitch missing, ball 1.
Brother Beard, that double leg kick like thing we're seeing from Kikuchi, I really don't know how else to describe it other than that, is it can really trip up a batter's timing.
Yeah, it's seems to be effective. It's good for the rhythm of his pitch. I've seen a couple other Japanese pitchers use something very similar. It seems to be something that's taught over there, and in the Pacific baseball leagues, more specifically. The 1-0 pitch, and this one, if it stays fair, it's gone. So Goodrum racking up a solo shot here out to left. 384 feet. That puts the Tigers on board.
Yeah, 4th home run of the year for the shortstop, Nico Goodrum, as you see him. Take that ball. It was up high. He swung at it. He got under it a little bit. Not too far under it, but under it just enough to get that beautiful launch angle, send it right inside that foul pole in the bleachers to make this a 2-run ball game.
Now batting, the first baseman, CJ Crone.
So Detroit cutting the lead to only 2 now, as we'll see CJ Crone swing and a miss at the first pitch here.
One and one.
You say coming set, delivering the 1-1 pitch now. That'll miss inside, 2-1. Two-one pitch, and that distinct double kick. That'll get fouled off, 2-2. Two-two pitch. CJ Crone tries to turn on this one, but just a bit early, as that'll go foul.
Yeah, saw it, but a little bit early.
This one will go foul. Staying alive here is CJ Crone.
We got 3 and 2.
Kikuchi just missing with this one, so working the count full.
Yeah, no matter what happens at this point, if you're CJ, you're happy with the number of pitches you made Kikuchi throw this at bat.
Well, and he'll get the base on balls here as he misses outside for ball 4. So a long at bat and drawn the walk. That's a good plate appearance. We'll see Jacoby Jones step in now. He popped out to lead off the 3rd. This one will be lifted out to the right field and get down for a base hit. Runners will go station to station. We've now got runners on 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, I don't really got much to say here. Maybe a little bit Texas League-y. No, it wasn't that bad. He just sliced it the opposite way, got down in front of the right fielder, just nice contact, nice base hit, took the pitch, went with it, and extends the inning for C-May, Cameron Maben. New nickname.
C-May?
C-May, yeah. I don't know.
But maybe we'll just switch that around and call him Macy.
Ooh.
This one's going to be grounded over to shortstop. He'll go the short way to 2nd for the 3rd out. Nico Goodrum putting the Tigers on the board here in the 5th on this solo shot. Mariners still leading 3-1. We'll see Tim Lopez lead off here in the bottom of the 5th. 0 for 1 so far here today. First pitch swinging, this one's going to be a ground out to 2nd base. So that is very efficient pitching for Matthew Boyd.
Yeah, and I was... oh, great. I sound awesome, don't I? I was about to say, Matthew Boyd, he needs an efficient inning here to be successful and go deeper into this ball game. Obviously, 69 pitches through 4. Now it's 70 through 4 on a 3rd. you just want to have a quick inning or two so you can hopefully go 5 or 6 if your guys in the bullpen a little bit of a rest. We do see arms up there now in case they should need to go there and not let this game get out of hand. Tigers only down by 2. Or I suppose from your perspective, Mariners only up by 2. Yeah.
Well, Boyd catching the strike zone there with a little bit of help from his friend behind the plate. 1-1 the count now to Malik Smith. A little bit of help from Malik Smith getting the strike there, 1-2.
Yeah, and for Boyd, this is key batter to get out.
1-2 pitch. Got him to chase that one, so that's 2 strikeouts in a row here for Alex.
The batter, the second baseman,
Brother Beard, you don't know how much I'm yawning right now. Off mic.
Are you gonna make it?
I hope so.
Well, Shed Long stepping in here, missing the first pitch, missing the zone, 1-0.
2-0.
Again, missing just a bit high with that fastball. 2-0. Neither team showing any interest in getting this game over quickly. As we see the count run to 3-0 here.
Well, you know, last game of the day, they want us to go late because as soon as this game's done, Bopball's done for the day, and nobody wants that.
Well, Shed Long drawing a walk here in the 5th. So with 2 outs, we'll get a runner on for right fielder Mitch Haniger. He tripled in his first at-bat, drew a walk in second. We'll see how he does here. First pitch to Haniger, missing ball 1. One-0 pitch, this one in there for strike 1.
Yeah, you know, strike there, but Boyd's been missing a lot. Obviously just walked the last batter, so gotta think. If I'm pitching coach Rick Anderson, I might come back out there again and be like, remember in the 2nd inning when I told you to throw strikes because you're good enough? Yeah, you need to do that again.
1-2 pitch. Didn't get the call there. Ball 2.
If I manager Ron Gardenhire, I just got tossed out of the game arguing that one.
So a full count here to Haniger. Boyd kicks and delivers. Haniger lifts this one out to left field. Ranging back to the track, to the wall. This one, goodbye. It's out into Edgars out there, left field. This one is a 2-run shot for Mitch Haniger. His 7th home run of the season. That puts the Mariners up to 5-1.
Well, Haniger's had a monster of a series, couple triples and now the home run, and I mean, he got great contact there, hit it out, beautiful shot, right over the fence. So I have to say, if I'm Matthew Boyd or the Tigers, I am going to remember that missed what looked like strike 3 that should have been called, that was instead a ball. And think about the consequences that's had on this ball game.
Yeah, indeed. Mariners fans really excited about that, but I could see where Tigers would have a gripe to pick there. You know, fortunately, you can't review balls and strikes, so not really much we could do about that.
Yeah, and you know, baseball is a game of luck too, so...
Yep.
You know, sometimes calls will go your way, sometimes they won't. There's nothing you can really do to mope and whine about it.
Vogelbach lifting this one out to deep right center field, but he is there to make the catch. So Mariners putting a couple more on the board here on Haneker's big bomb out to left field. Lucky fan out in Edgar's is getting a souvenir. Mariners lead 5-1.
Leading off for Detroit, the left fielder, number 22, Victor Reyes.
We'll see Victor Reyes stepping in now. 0 for 2 with a couple of flyouts here today. Still having a good season at the plate, hitting .294. First pitch to him in there for strike one.
Yeah, it's been solid contact on his 2 flyouts. So we'll see if we can get something to drop in here. Tigers now down by 4. Need to make a dent. Kikuchi, working with a 4-run lead, he can get a lot more aggressive here, and doesn't really have as much pressure on him at this point. So, although you can't get too complacent, and Mariners definitely keeping that in mind with a couple of righties up firing in that bullpen.
Yeah, they're getting ready, as you say, is pitching his 72nd pitch of the ball game. As this one's grounded up the middle. Lopez there to make the play in time with a throw. That's a bang-bang play over at first, but Lopez, an amazing defensive play up the middle for the first out here. Austin Romine stepping in now.
That was a beautiful play.
Count 1-0.
Get that man a web jam. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I just show my boomer card?
I don't think those are real.
Oh, this one's gonna get foul. Counts even now, 1-1.
Okay, Austin, just hit a 4-run home run here.
I'm pretty sure you gotta have runners on in order to hit a... in order to go building that sandwich.
Yeah. Typically that's the case. Usually you'll have 3 runners on. You'll call it a grand slam, but... I just believe tonight in Austin Romine to make the impossible possible.
All right. Welcome to Hogwarts Nights, everybody. We're Shed Long ranging out into right field to pull this one down right in front of the right fielder, Haniger, for the second out. We'll see Miguel Cabrera dig in for his 3rd attempt tonight. Fly out and a ground out in his previous plate appearances.
Yeah, Miggy here, I mean, he's been pulling the ball today, 1 on the ground, 1 in the air, so we'll see, can he keep that trend up against Kikuchi, and can he maybe, get one down for a double or even a single, maybe a home run if we're feeling sprucey to that left side of the field.
The 0-1 pitch to Miguel, missing outside, 1-1. Here's Kikuchi's 80th pitch, in there for strike 2. One and 2 now. This will be low and inside, ball 2. Kick, and deliver. Missing with that one. 3 and 2. We got a full count here to Miguel Cabrera.
Yeah, full count, 2 outs. No runners to put in motion, but Miguel could be that runner for the next batter if he can do something here.
Well, he turns on this one, but just a bit early as it'll go foul. The full count pitch. This one will be grounded up the middle, shed long there. Fields it cleanly. Throw in time for the third out. So nothing doing here for the Tigers. We'll go now to the bottom of the 6th.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Detroit.
We'll see Ronnie Garcia making his 20th appearance on the season.
Garcia.
33 innings of work, a 6.27 ERA.
Yeah, Ronnie, the Rule 5 pick, gonna get some work here with the game looking increasingly out of reach for the Tigers. And he'll look to try and keep it at least close, but no, I don't think Detroit will be devastated if he gives up a few runs here. I think they've mostly given up on this one.
Well, Kyle Seeger lines this one straight to the first baseman, as that was a solid rope down the line and a good a tentative glove out there at first base. It was just right at the first baseman.
That's what we call self-preservation, because if you don't catch that, you got a black eye.
Yeah, I've caught quite a few of those in my young softball career at first base.
You know, they call them softballs, but they're not really that soft.
Not when they're coming that close. This one's going to be laced up the middle for a base hit. So with one out here, we got a runner on first.
The first baseman,
Kyle Lewis getting a base hit up the middle.
Yeah, step back on the curve.
We'll see the first baseman, Evan White, step in now, looking to get something done with the runner off first here. Ooh, he wanted that one, as that's a big cut and a miss. 0-1 here to the right-hander, Evan White.
You know, he's saying, throw it again, Ronnie, I dare you.
0-1. And he connected with this one, but not quite enough, as that's just a lazy fly ball out to right field for second out. Ooh, Ronnie Garcia is clutching his elbow. Trainers are going to have to take him off the field, go get an MRI taken. So we'll make a call to the bullpen and hope that he is okay going forward.
Yeah, you always hate to see a pitcher go down, and especially a young guy like Ronnie Garcia, but
Your attention, please.
for the Tigers front office, the good news is if he is hurt, he can go on the DL, and you know, that's just less time he spends in the majors. Next year, he'll probably spend some time in AAA getting some seasoning, being a Rule 5 pick, so you know, gotta look at the silver lining, I suppose, is you're not going to be overexposed to the majors before you're ready.
Now batting, catcher, Tom Murphy.
Well, we'll see Gregory Soto come in relief here in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch here to Tom Murphy will miss for ball 1. Here's the 1-0 pitch. He'll get him to swing through that one. The 1-1 pitch is over the strike zone, but Tom Murphy can't connect with it. He is my strike zone strikeout king. 1-2 pitch. And there you go. Get the man his crown. There's another strikeout to put on the mantelpiece.
Yeah, great job by Soto. Come and get the strikeout. Of course, like you alluded to, Tom Murphy, maybe not the most challenging of opponents, but I still think this is a guy who can be a great back of the bullpen arm. Gregory Soto came up in some spot starts last year, really struggled, but I feel like as a hard-throwing lefty in the back of a bullpen, he really has the potential to be great.
the second base.
Well, we'll see Eric Swanson come in now, making his 22nd appearance of the season here for the Mariners, working in relief. Top of the 7th, he'll face off against Jonathan Scope. First pitch missing, ball 1. Right on that fastball in there at 95 miles an hour. You know, this is a guy with an ERA under 3. He comes in and gets some solid work done as a right-handed relief pitcher. Middle to long range. He's got all of the tools needed for a couple of innings of work, and has been able to keep his ERA under 3 so far.
Yeah, we'll see if we can keep up that trend here.
A 1-2 pitch to Scope. This one's lifted foul. We'll see another 1-2 here. Missing inside, 2-2 now. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Got him looking, as he says this one caught the bottom of the zone for the first out. Swanson racking up another strikeout here.
Third baseman, Candelario.
Sure.
Agree to disagree. Hello, boys. How's it
I was
going?
like, who is that? It's
Shark and water.
Jerry. How you doing?
Oh, you know, seeing Garcia go out just adds injury to injury at this point. So,
yeah,
you know, it's still baseball, but, you know, it's the Tigers expected at this point.
Nope.
Well, we'll see Swanson working into a little bit of a pickle here. 2-0 to start this at bat. Jamer Candelario.
Outside, that's the ball.
You got it.
Yeah.
I prefer to just call him the Candy Man.
I like that a lot.
That sounds a lot easier. I like to hit myself over the head with a 2x4.
To
Why
each
do
their
you
own.
do that?
I mean, if you're a fan of Mariners baseball, which is preferable? Same thing with Tigers.
You know, at this point, it's kind of a 50-50 bargain.
That good of odds?
To which I would prefer Mariners baseball or getting hit over the head with the 2x4? Yeah, I'd say it's about 50-50.
Who says you can't do both?
I mean, it's basically the same thing, so you might as well be doing both. Swanson working the count here full. Candelario lifting this one down the third baseline. It's getting foul all the way, almost all the way to the fans.
Yeah, no bicycle souvenir there.
Candelario fouling this one off, so making Swanson work here in the 7th.
Is this the 9th pitch at this at bat? Something crazy like that?
Something like that.
Nope.
And he misses inside, ball 4. Candelario with very much earned walk there. That's not an actual thing, but he earned that walk.
He did. He got 4 balls.
Uh-huh.
Looking at Nico Goodrum, I could use a good strong drink. Get some good rum.
Get some good rum from Nico. He'll foul this one off. Nico will watch this good rum hit the strike zone. 0-2. He'll foul this one off. Staying alive. 0-2 here. Swanson delivers CO2 pitch. This will be lifted up into the infield. Lopes is there to make the easy catch.
The batter. The first
2 outs
baseman,
here.
CJ
Runner still at first base. See CJ Crone stepping in now. Swanson kicks and delivers. Fastball right down Main Street. Strike one. If you're CJ Crone, are you kicking yourself for watching that pitch?
CJ Crone, I'm kicking myself for batting under 200 a month and a half in the season.
Yeah, that's basically what I was going to say, looking at that, 199? Ugh.
Yeah?
You hate to see it.
He's struggled.
Well, come talk to me when the whole lineup is looking like that.
They're pretty close, I feel like.
Yeah, outside of what Reyes and Romine, really not much
Crone
else.
lifts this one. That'll be a ground rule double. Is that
How's that?
just hit on the warning track?
Jacoby Jones.
So he saves.
Oh, okay.
The
initial look, I'm like,
runner has to stop at third, so no runner score here.
Oy.
Runners out at second and third here with 2 outs. Jacoby Jones stepping in.
So if the home plate umpire knew how to do his job, then Jacoby would have a chance to tie it up right here with a single.
Cookie's going to be salty about that call all night.
If I'm up all night. I'm
You're gonna be
slowly
dreaming about it.
I'm drifting off as we go on. Every so often I snap back to the game. I'm like, what happened?
Do you need me to take your place after this? Do you need nap time?
No, I don't need nap
All
time.
right.
I'm not going to be able to fall asleep forever. I just might not be the most insightful of color commentators. You'll have a lot more of those CJ Crone hitting 4-run home runs with, or what was that, Austin Romine hitting 4-run home runs with no one on base. Yep.
It's okay, we got to do it all again tomorrow. We can get you then. So Jacoby Jones is going to look at a 1-2 pitch here from Swanson. This one will be right back up the middle. That'll be a base hit. Runner comes around to score from third. The throw is off the mark, and both runners will score.
And the game is tied in my heart.
You took the words right out of my mouth. This game is tied.
This commentary booth went from 50-50 to completely outnumbered in the home ballpark.
I mean, it's Seattle. What were you expecting?
I didn't expect the Canadians to invade for the Tigers. I expect it for the Blue Jays. I expect it for the Boston Red Sox. I even expect it for the dreaded Yankee, because they're the Yankees. I did not expect it for the Detroit Tigers.
Detroit's basically Canada. It's right next to Windsor. We got a bridge and a tunnel.
I was going to say, it is basically Canada as far as geography.
I mean, for that matter, so is Seattle.
Well, there you go.
As this one will be lifted out to left field. Kyle Lewis there to make the catch. And that will do it here in the top of the 7th. Take it away, Shark.
Get a good stretching, Cookie.
Thank you for that, Shark. We always
Get a good
appreciate
stretch in?
good stretch.
Big stretch. And a
It
nice
was-
out already.
It was so big that Tim Lopez felt the need to ground out before you were finished. As Malik Smith seems to be following in suit with him, as he almost beats that out, but not quite. So just like that, we have 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th.
Looks like the stretch worked. Yes. Anyway, I hope you boys have a good rest of your golf.
All right, take care, Shark.
Gotta love Shark stretches. I got up during that. I did all sorts of aerobics. I feel like a new man now.
There you go. Drink some water. You'll be all right.
Oh, that's out.
This one's gonna miss outside, ball 1. Taking a look down at the Twitch chat, the Canadian invasion is real. The Canadian invasion is real. Although not so much since the border was closed, but, you know, that's to be expected. Here's the 2-0 pitch. This will go foul. 2-1 now.
Yeah, Soto made quick work the first 2 batters. Shed long, putting up a bit more of a fight.
Not too much, as he grounds out to his counterpart at second base. That'll do it here in the 7th. We'll go to the top of the 8th.
Part of the order for Detroit looking to take the lead in a tie ball game.
Reyes, Romine, and Cabrera. They'll face off against one Carl Edwards Jr. His 16th appearance of the season. 12 2/3 innings, 6.39 ERA. Just look to get some outs here out of Edwards.
Saw Edwards last night, didn't we?
We did.
Not
They
many
make some-
relievers.
They make some interesting relief pitching calls.
Gonna say the relievers we saw last night didn't do the best in general for Seattle, so we'll see if that holds true again today.
Yeah, Edwards delivering the 2-0 pitch here, getting him to swing through that 2-seam fastball. 2-1's the count now. This one will go foul, 2-2. Two-two pitch, got him swinging at the changeup or at the curveball. Excuse me.
That was a beautiful curve right there. We look at our starter comparison though. The lefties duel. One gives up 5 runs in 5 innings. One gives up 1 run in 6. And well, that definitely tells the story of who pitched better today.
Yeah,
And who's winning.
Kikuchi having a lot of success out there on the mound today. It's good to see that from him. Look to have more outings like that.
Back outside. Come on.
Edwards missing with this curveball outside, 1-0. Getting that one in there, strike 1, 1-1.
Nope, outside.
1-1 pitch missing outside, 2-1.
Romine 0 for 3, so I think he's due.
Edwards comes set, delivers the 2-1 pitch. Curveball in there for strike 2. Two-two pitch, tries to get him to chase a fastball high and outside. 3-2. We got a full count here to Austin Romine. Edwards delivers. That'll be a ground ball back up the middle. That'll get out to the outfield for a base hit. So 1 out here for the Tigers and a runner on first base.
Yeah, Romine put that right back where it came from, made Edwards do a little dance right there to avoid a foot injury. Or not really an injury, but kind of being hit by a laser on the foot, I suppose. And yeah, it gets into first base.
First pitch in there to Miggy is going to catch the top of the zone, strike 1. Here's the 0-1 pitch. He'll turn on this one. 0-2.
Old Mickey, that's a home run right there.
Yep. Got him looking here, strike 3. Miguel Cabrera did not like that call. Thought he got the good take there. Set him down looking. 2 outs here in the top of the 8th. First pitch to Jonathan Scope, in there for strike 1. Edwards kicks and delivers. The 0-1 is strike 2.
Edwards looking a lot better today than yesterday.
Got him chasing this fastball at the top of the zone for strike 3. And that will set down the Tigers here in the 8th. Nothing doing. Mariners still lead 5-3.
The jinx didn't work.
And we'll see the star of this ball game so far, Mitch Haniger stepping in now. He hit a home run, a 2-run shot, and a triple. Driving in all of the base runners. 3 RBIs today. 2 for 2 on the ball game. Plus he drew a walk. First pitch swinging. This will be grounded over to second base. That'll be an easy out number 1. Here to start off the bottom of the 8th.
Now batting, number 20.
First time he's retired today.
I see Cookie isn't the only one salty about that call.
Yeah, EB from Toronto saying Haniger hero of the game with special assistance from the ump, and
Oh, that's off the plate.
I mean,
maybe for Tigers fans, you want to give the player of the game to the umpire.
wouldn't be a bad choice. Of course, looks like Soto got the benefit of the doubt on the call on that slider there.
That's the magic of the umpire calling strikes and balls. Is generally that strike zone is usually the same for both teams. Generally. Got him to chase this one. Vogelbach still hitless here today.
Really wanted to see him hustle out a triple today. I'm kind of upset.
The third baseman, Kyle Seeger.
I'll be happy if he can hustle out a double. Kyle Seeger stepping in. He homered back in the first. Soto winds and delivers the 0-1 pitch. Kyle's out in front of that one. That'll go foul down the first baseline. 0-2 here.
I don't want to jinx Soto here with the 0-2 count, but how about this guy came in to relieve an injured teammate, and he's about to be through, what, 2 2/3 now of scoreless work and relief.
On 20 pitches. As he strikes out Kyle Seeger here with that slider to end the inning. So Soto having a lights out relief appearance here for the Tigers.
Your
but
attention, please.
pitching doesn't put points on the board, my friend.
Number 53. Dan.
We'll see Dan Altavilla come in to try and get the close here in the top of the ninth. 21st appearance on the season. He'll face off against the Candyman, Jamer Candelario. First pitch to him misses outside, ball 1. This one will go foul. One pitch, and oh, that's a hit by pitch there. Dan Altavilla running that pitch in on the hip.
You hit Jamer Candelario, you deserve coal for Christmas. This guy is just the embodiment of candy and baseball both.
Number 30, Harold Castro.
Well, we're gonna see. I don't know who that is. Harold Castro pinch hitting here.
I should have helped you out there. Yeah, it is Harold Castro. Been getting a lot of playing time of late, and look at those numbers. That tells you why.
Here's the 1-0 pitch. This one will be low, ball 2. Here's the 2-0 pitch. That'll be inside. Ball 3. So Altavilla not able to catch the zone for against Castro here. Big guys here with the trivia question for the game. Who is the Mariners leader in saves? I mean,
now batting, the first baseman.
So we'll see ball 4 here. CJ Crone coming to the plate now with a couple of runners on first and second. Nobody out.
Big spot for CJ Crone. Double today. Chance to be a hero here. He was just short of a home run with that double, so could give his guys the lead.
First pitch in there for strike 1. CJ Crone so far this season hitting 103 with runners in scoring position. This one getting a swing through this 0-2. So, big guy, you're just talking about Mariners relievers, right?
Yes.
Miss outside. Okay, because none of these guys have ever pitched for the Mariners. The 1-2 pitch. This will be ripped down the third baseline, but foul.
No, I just have to guess Chapman as a closer because that was not the answer for the Reds trivia question earlier today. And of course, I always guess Big Sexy.
I kind of figured.
I don't actually know of any. Edwin Diaz is a Mariners closer. I thought maybe K-Rod might have played for you guys at some point, but I'm not sure.
No. I want to. Well, we'll see Altavilla racking up a strikeout here against CJ Crone. A big strikeout for the first out here in the ninth. Let's see. Closers. First that comes to my mind is JJ Putz. Fernando Rodney also comes to mind. Also, Kazuhiro Sasaki comes to mind. So Jacoby Jones going to step in now. The 1-0 pitch from Altavilla. Yeah, I kind of figured it had to be either Kazuhiro Sasaki for JJ Putz. They played the longest that I can remember as the closer.
How long have the Mariners been in the league?
Since 77. He's going to roll into a double play here. Got him for the final outs, and just like that, Dan Altavilla with the save here in the 9th as he rounds into a double play to end the inning. Mariners win this one 5-3.
Sure. We should be seeing a walk-off now in the bottom of the 9th.
Well, we're not.
We're a lot more excited.
Walk right off to the dugout, and there you go. Mariners win today. Kikuchi picking up his 2nd win of the season. Boyd picking up his 5th loss of the season. Dan Altavilla getting the save, his 12th of the season. Mitch Haniger is today's player of the game with that big 2-run home run and the RBI triple in the beginning and middle of this ball game. That was crucial to put these Mariners out front and to sustain that lead.
Yeah,
shoulda, coulda, woulda, Shark. Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
I gotta say, even with, Blue kind of giving Haniger that extra breath of life, still just solid job at the plate by him today to not only get them on the board initially, or I don't know if he was actually first anymore, my memory's fading, but later on as well with that thing, and just, Boyd struggled with all those hits and stuff he allowed. Probably shouldn't have gotten those numbers that he did, but I mean, that was great pitching by Seattle all around, and they really capitalized on their opportunities. Made this a fun one.
Yeah, of course, we see here the scoring got kicked off when Haniger tripled into right. That drove in the run that was sitting out there at 2nd. And it just continued from there with this sacrifice fly from Vogelbach that drove in Haniger on the sacrifice. And then you see him getting a good slide, good form, going wide outside just in case. And then we cut forward to Kyle Seager's solo shot to right to cap off the scoring in the 1st inning.
Brother Beard, I want to cut you off really quickly. I think our raid is about to go through for the night. So for those of you not sticking around, thank you for tuning in. We appreciate it and hope to see you back tomorrow. And suppose we keep going with the highlights now.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Yep, pretty sure that's it.
Oh, well, that was fun.
Yeah, that was good.
I apologize for seeming out of it.
You made it. You made it through the whole thing. We kept you awake.
I made it. I'm not the best at color as it is, and then add on the fact that it's late at night.
It's a tough one for you, I'm guessing.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, because you're actually out in Seattle too. I'm in Detroit, so it's like 12:30 a.m. here.
Yeah. Go get some sleep, man. This is fun. We're gonna do it again tomorrow.
Yep, gonna be an absolute blast. I'll see you then.
All right, dude. Take care.
Pop out in the head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. But we show no remorse. Go get a bag, I drip and I sauce. You catch a tag, we knocking them off. After I hit, boy, she hit the door. And them hunters be coming in, all of this money, and I gotta give me some more. Big bag, bet it won't hit the floor. Talk hot, then we run your jaw. I'ma hop in the foreign and zoom off. That be my dog, I'm calling him Rudolph. I'm in love with the way I get chewed off. Pull up with Blake, he getting screwed off. Brand new Mozzie, big body, we cruise off. He think he hot, we knocking your crew off. Call me nasty the way that I shoot off. Youngin' with drip, I got the juice on. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
I'm in the trap trying to whip it, flip it. She on my so I quit it. Walk in the club with my grillin'. You on my chain, come and get it. You trippin'. Listen here, cussy, you got two decisions. Do you want the or do you want the Smithy? Your life is a game, but you better not risk it. See, I'm in the trap trying to whip me a pitch and I move with it. Keep a on deck, he be moving with it. You get on your block, we don't know who did it on the block, and about to go villain. Man, they took it in early, they know we spinning. Since you just can't put a hole up in it, we gon' empty them till you know we dipping. And my dubby so high, he keep rolling. Gang.
Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom. Me and my Frankie, we just kicking it. We gotta add up our dividends. All of my they with pop out in their head. Boom, boom, boom. 40 is clearing the room. You better duck it, go boom, boom. Foreign is moving like vroom, vroom. Hop in the foreign, go zoom, zoom.
Inside the Show with your host, Justin Allegri.
la 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 bamba. Say that. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spend it like in my last. Yeah. Spend it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it back. Yeah. All the cash up for grabs. Yeah. There's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Yeah. She doing hard Celine. She like the bar Kareem. I'm tryna get all between. Yeah. She pop it all on me. Take on the shopping spree. Let her get a property. Hey, come to my palace. I know you tired of them doobie capping. She like my fashion. I put on strings like Richie Valens. You the baddest. I'ma told them red, no salad. Send the address. I pull up that fantastic. I can't leave you alone. You the only girl who get to stay until the moon. No cap. They making me I must better tell me on the phone. She say you can't have my corazón. Bamba. Say that. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spend it like in my last. Yeah. Spend it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it back. Yeah. All the cash up for grabs. Yeah. There's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. Shout it, you the bomb. We go shopping in Milan. Backseat of that foreign. Bad in LA like LeBron. I got a smudge in her little bomb. She say, yo te amo. She just want that Louis Vuitton. Came for me, you in a fair lane. Keep you know you need to grab a napkin. Play my Spanish, she love to cook me plantain. Go hit my Cali crib and give you all that back pain. Might make you my baby mama. I like how you shake it like some maracas. Might let you keep the commas. Para bailar la bamba. All that she get it all from her mom. La 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 bamba. Say that. Yeah. What you gon' do for the bag? Yeah. Spend it like in my last. Yeah. Spend it, make it all bad. La 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 bamba. Shout it back. Yeah. All the cash up for grabs. Yeah. There's no cap. She like that, I keep coming back. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba. La 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 bamba.
Gangsta, 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 Greasy.
I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the envy on them, make you stare and see them. We ain't paying for them, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from, I don't care about you. I got me a chick that's Caribbean. She want me to serenade her, but you know I'm bashful. I got all the whippersnappers and the little rascals. Turned off the way we drippin' with Tabasco. Old friends inquiring about the cash flow. Okay, this here in the gas station. I can't hit it, if I do I might pass away. These boys fake, please quit with the masquerade. Hey, not here with the past the same. I could probably use a fresh start out the window of the Target. I'm reflecting on life through Cherokee Park. Think about life through Cherokee Park. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the envy on them, make you stare and see them. We ain't paying for them, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they asking where are we from, I don't care about you. I got me a chick that's Caribbean. It's a push start, I ain't gotta put the key in. Whip it real nice like a good human being. 24 East, I'm in Chattanooga 10. Yeah, the barbecue Korean and my shorty muy bien. Ay, we just went from dive bars to the Coliseum. Man, he's a try hard, wouldn't wanna be him. PG on the gym, go ahead, copyright it to him. Go ahead, copyright it. Nah, I wouldn't wanna say too much. We ain't take her from you, now she came to us. Ain't no steak dinner, but we made through brunch. 2-4 on the beat, you know he came through clutch. No, he came through clutch. I know that we got it, I might even guarantee it. When she took me up and turned me right into a paraplegic pair of shoes. I got the envy on them, make you stare and see them. We ain't paying for them, now you ought to know I'm wearing free ones. When you go to me, I gotta know, is there a reason it was so abrupt? I kinda had to think that there would be one. Conversations out of state, they ask asking where we from, I don't care about you. I got me a chick that's Caribbean.
now. Tony. Yeah, walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sick rich, the clothes off. Pull her to the flame with my doze off. Try to count a million and I dozed off. And I got my fingers in the air. Yeah, hanging with Paul Bear. Yeah, turn you to lawn care. Rex in my Montclair. Yeah, this just a small shell. Hold up, make sure it's all there. I go to sleep in designer. Psych, I go to sleep in yikes, tell any honor a lie, right? Soon as I left, I got right. This a precision and detail. See, life is a beach, seashell. I sold the bags for retail. I'm from the block, no email. Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sick rich, the clothes off.
I'm cool, yo. I'm starting to think no one told y'all. Designing my clothes, dog. How much you think my coat costs? I'm spitting like Mozart. This till I gotta flip Noah's Ark. New Lamborghini, the doze off. Fell asleep in the doze off. Get it? My diamonds and stones water. I TD like Coach Carter. Hey, tell my no soda. Girl with me want some products. I pull her on turning hands. I close the curtain once she turn her nose. This off white. I be rocking virtual clothes.
Walked out of Louis looking like a virgin discount. If it ain't 100, this a miscount. 7 days a week, I 6 ounce. If a chick with me, she like big house. If a chick with me, she like foreign cars. If a chick with me, she like go yard. If a chick with me, she like protein. Make a sick rich, the clothes off.
como la reina del party. Ella lo torquea como Cari. Ella le dice que sí a la Mari. Le gusta cuando freno en el Ferrari. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo, puesto para el discotequeo. Si salimos guerra romo, así que esto se puso feo. Mami, si tú quieres me calienta, que yo traje todas las herramientas para bregarte con esa tormenta. Porque escuché que dijiste alerta, que se abran las compuertas. Más vale loca que muerta. Te voy a pisar si te suelta. Hasta los 70, perreando en la lenta. Yo sé que tú no te portas bien, que ratas bajo y yo también. Te vas de party todo el weekend. Entren ahora que caben 100. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo, puesto para el discotequeo. Si salimos guerra romo, así que esto se puso feo. Te sueltes pa' que me baile, no te preocupes de los detalles. Yo haré que todas las notas detalles. La gente sabe que somos de la calle. Pa' que te sueltes, pa' que me baile, no te preocupes de los detalles. Yo haré que todas las notas detalles. La gente sabe que somos de la calle. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Bailoteo, 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 bailoteo. Esta noche bailoteo, puesto para el discotequeo. Si salimos guerra romo, así que esto se puso feo. Ay, yo tranquila, mami. Ella se va de la casa, de la casa. Mafio. Ella se va de la casa. Rich music. Dímelo, baby, baby. Ella se va de la casa, de la casa. Tú eres pata abajo, pata abajo, pata abajo, pata abajo. Yeah. I'm from a place where they pull up on you with a one. Bang, 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 no one warned you. Ain't no time for no bang, bang, bang. When you sleeping on a stretcher like lay, lay, lay. I'm saying hey, 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 tryna live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming. They did it, dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping, they you in front of the Baptist church. The trappers they job, they don't have to work. If this stitching, they act berserk and expos up like afterbirth. My mama told me go to church. I was sitting 10 rows from the first day, dreaming about everything I probably get if I took the lady in front of me's purse and run out the back door. And if he ask for my relationship with the Lord, you can tell at the service I'm bored. Hold on, I'd rather be on a resort. Hold on, I'd rather be serving some boys. I'd rather be serving this to a sort of thinking I know she is. I'm drowning, swimming in this, got me drowning. I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning. I'm drowning. No flow chasing, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. No flow chasing, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Cool by the pole, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Ice, yeah, this water got me drowning. I'm drowning. No flow chasing, I'm drowning. I'm drowning. No flow chasing, I'm from a place where they pull up on you with a going bang, bang, bang. No one warned you, ain't no time for no bang, bang, bang. You sleeping on a stretcher like lay, lay, lay. I'm saying hey, 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 tryna live day by day. None of these neighbors say nothing if you see a and them is coming. They did it, they dumping, they kicking, they punching, they jumping. The reason I'm yeah, no, yeah, 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 no, yeah. I'll be on the drums. Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' bomb, yeah. Hey, y que no pare, que con mi gente ando de pare. Hoy día no nos frena nadie, así que ahora mejor salte, no pare, no le. Hey, go ahead, girl, with your Birkin on, yeah. Long hair girl with Celine on, yeah. She ain't got a job, but she rockin' ball, man, yeah. I don't want a little bit, I want the whole thing. One Mike and Mary Jeans, oh yeah. Why hating on me, oh yeah. Don't you make it hot, don't make a scene, oh yeah. In the cut with the puppet is clean, oh yeah. Like a lick, but I'm not one. Get in the cut with it. One up top, hit it top, one up top, hit it top. Just let me know if it's a problem. Bobby, I make it hot, boy. I was really on the block, and now they see me. solo desperté en una habitación que no era de mi hotel. Entonces me enojé, luego me calmé porque había algo para beber. Una vez de buen humor me escapé para el club. Encima dentro había amigos que eran de la cruz. Ahí como que todo se descontroló y terminó